some music camp no fun thing.
Good morning, cricket fans, and greetings from the Caribbean. It's day 3 of this round 4 match in the West Indies Championship between the Guyana Harpy Eagles and the Jamaica Scorpions. The story of the day, the Guyana Harpy Eagles lead by 362 runs after posting 339 on the first day and routing Jamaica for just a paltry 44 bowled out in 25.5 overs yesterday. Guyana then decided to bat in the last session, and they lost the wicket of Matthew Nandu, who was bowled by Brad Barnes for just 7. But since then, Tevin Imlach and Tej Chandapal have marched on very, very nicely. Andrew Chan in your company, and I will start my opening stint with that good fellow Sean Devers. Good morning, Mr. Devers, and how are you today?
Well, I'm fine, thank you. Good morning to you, Andrew. Good morning to viewers and listeners wherever you are around the world looking at the CWI live YouTube channel. Good day for cricket again. 3 days blessed with glorious sunshine. We're lucky. The only disappointment is the lack of spectators.
Well, of course, it's a situation that Cricket West is assiduously trying to work with, and the lone wicket taker from yesterday, Brad Barnes, will be starting, and he'll be bowling to Tej Chandapal, overnight score of 37, surpassing, I should say, his first innings score of 32. So it'll be interesting because, I mean, obviously Guyana have all the trump cards. So how do you think it'll play out today? How long do you think the Guyanese will bat for?
Guyana, I had a talk with the coach yesterday afternoon after the match, and he said that they're looking at the target. He didn't want me to publicly disclose that target, but when the target is achieved, they will declare. It's not time they will be batting. The runs, the target.
Yeah, I totally understand with that. And here's the first delivery of the day. Nice punch, and he gets that through the cover region. That's a wonderful shot by Tej Chandapal to get him off the mark. And that's good to see that he's picked the gap, Sean Devers, because, of course, your major concern with Tej was that he was only hitting the fielders with precision.
And they're going to look to step up, not being reckless, but score at a little quicker rate.
In terms of that total, what do you think it might be? I mean, I was thinking yesterday about 450 on the board. I'm not sure if they'd be happy with 400, maybe.
Yes, they might be happy with 400, depending if tomorrow is a good sunny day. They're going to check the forecast. I forgot to check the forecast for tomorrow. All of that goes into the equation for the declaration to be made.
Well, our cameraman Gerard Basso has decided to also double as a weatherman, and he was discussing some isolated thunder showers
Tomorrow.
today as well. He said around lunchtime today it could happen.
Well, yesterday I saw it was scheduled for around 2 o'clock, and it was glorious sunshine around 2
Glorious
o'clock.
sunshine.
Yeah.
That's a good push through the covers, and he'll get that through the ropes of 4. He's picked 2 fielders through the extra cover region. Both of them dive despairingly. Oh, it's a lovely shot by Tej Chandapal. Flighted and outside the off stump and picked his gap beautifully.
Hercules, the coach, also said he was glad that Ghana had maximum fast bowling points. All 10 wickets were taken by fast bowlers. He also said he was a bit worried with the no ball issue continuing by Niall Smith, and he's got to work with it. He thinks it may be a stride pattern. He also said that Anderson would not be batting. He's gotten a rest unless absolutely necessary. But that wouldn't be necessary. The overs come to an end at 74 for 1. And he also said that they are looking for a total, not time.
The Sean Devers has had his council of war with the Guyana Harpy Eagles team last night. But of course, your good friend Marlon Pinnock had a council of war this morning with the Jamaica Scorpions. He's in deep conversation with Brandon King and Odin Smith. I almost feel as if I should vacate my commentary position and just let Marlon come and discuss what he discussed with those Jamaicans, because I know his words of wisdom will ring true in that dressing room.
I know Robert Haynes is very disappointed with the batting performance. Previous day, when Guyana batted, he said that's a good pitch, good batting pitch. So I asked him what happened to the batting pitch, 4 runs. Not evidence of a good batting pitch, and he was very disappointed with his batters.
And did you remind him of the 41?
No.
No, you didn't?
But if Niall Smith had bowled 5 less snowballs.
OJ Shields start. That's a good delivery, full on the off stump. Well played by Tevin Imlach.
Good morning to Sir Vivian Richards, celebrating his 78th birthday today. Hope he's in the island of Antigua. Match is playing around the region in the third day of the 4th round. Also today is the final of the women's cricket tournament in St. Kitts. Your team, Trinidad and Tobago, facing Barbados. Guyana facing Jamaica in the today also for the 3rd place.
Dead ball.
Well, I'm sure you'll be hoping that the Guyanese women follow suit of the male counterparts here in Savannah Park. Lovely shot of that old school scoreboard that shows character in the West Indies cricket and Caribbean cricket, and I guess cricket worldwide, because I'm sure you'd have played some nice venues in your time. I'm sure you'd have had your favorites, Sean Devers. Marlon Pinnock, I know we've waxed lyrical on Chedwin Park.
Well, my favorite, of course, would have been the historic GCC ground border.
Well, of course, your home ground would be your favorite. But you did mention that that playing at Sabina Park was a dream come true. And
because that was my first time I'd ever left Guyana to go anywhere. I was 16, and I was so excited. And the first time I got here, I bowled in the nets. Well, I didn't even bowl a ball. I bounced the ball and got 4 stitches. But so hard was the pitch back then. It was like a mirror. You could have seen your reflection.
Ooh, feeling for that one. Bounced awkwardly. Alden Thomas did well. Almost like a goalkeeper just falling down with the awkward bounce. Well, a little bit too close to cut there for Tevin Imlach. Trying to be a little bit too cheeky, maybe?
Yeah, certainly not getting his feet across, just throwing his hands at the ball. I want to say good morning to Professor Christine Cummings from UWI Mona. She gave me best book I've ever read on cricket by C.L.R. James, Beyond the Boundary. That was many, many moons ago. I still have the book though, Professor Cummings. Outside the line of the Arsenal, again much better in terms of his not playing that rash shot, just left it alone. So 74 for 1. 32 overs, well, 32nd over in progress. I think they batted too slow yesterday.
Well, I mean, they do have a lot of time to play at, and with your experience and your knowledge of the Guyana team, I'll ask you the question after this delivery. The man batting, the Guyana captain, Tevin Imlach, he's been successful with the Guyana Harpy Eagles, and in the interview I did with him for the toss, he's clearly a very intelligent, well-spoken young fellow. But what is it that he brings to the captaincy of the Guyana team?
Good leadership, good tactics, a wealth of knowledge, especially now that he's made his test debut. He toured before as standby to Joshua De Silva, and now he made the actual team. So that's what he brings.
Oh, squared up by that one. Appeal for a leg before. Nothing doing, says umpire Chris Taylor. Sean Devers, talk us through this one.
Good delivery, just hit, maybe was missing the off stump, but 50-50 chance there. Really good ball.
That was a peach of a delivery from O.J. Shields. Let's have a look at the replay on that one. Once again, I would say the only thing that maybe saved Imlach that it may have been struck outside the line of the off stump.
Yes, that's my first thought.
Only thing.
But that ball deviated just a bit.
Wow.
And hit him on the back pad. Maybe the deviation saved him. But fantastic delivery. Good start here by the Jamaicans despite the early boundaries.
But it shows there is still something in this pitch for the bowlers. Niall Smith and Ronaldo Ali Mohammed took advantage of it.
Yeah, there certainly is. It's beginning to turn. It will bounce. And the Pacers will enjoy it also. And it's a good, I still think it's a good pitch for batting despite Jamaica's score, 4-4.
Yeah, so just to remind you that yesterday, during the middle session, which is basically when the Jamaica Scorpions batted for, they were bowled out of 44 in just 25.5 overs. Ronaldo Ali Mohammed taking 6 for 17, Niall Smith 4 for 19. And quite a few of those wickets were bowled as well as caught behind as well. So they really exploited that corridor of uncertainty that is available to bowlers on the Sabina Park pitch.
Barnes from the southern end of the ground, the George Headley end, the Michael Holden end. So much famous names, outstanding former cricketers on the stands. This is hit out towards the long on position and loose work there from the short mid wicket allows the batsman an easy single.
I think that may have actually been Tevin's first runs on the board for the morning. Tage has been doing heavy lifting so far. 44 for 112 deliveries.
20 of 69 from Imlach. He's been the more sedate, cautious of the two.
Turned nicely into the leg side by Tage. And that's what you want to see from Tage. You want to see him working the ball around. If he gets the bad ball, put it away. But the Guyana Harpy Eagles are doing that generally well. And there's a shot of a plane that Mr. Gerard Basso is probably wishing he was on to hop across to another Caribbean island. Or maybe to Miami to do some quick shopping. Played into the leg side. O'Dean Smith comes up quickly from mid-wicket. And there's no run at the end of the over. 77 for 1. 33 overs bowled. Sean Davis, your math is better than mine. What's the lead now?
Well, I think my math is worse than yours. That's one subject I failed in school. And my mom had me go over. I said, no, the best I could get is 4.
Well, I think as a bowler, you would at least be very good on your multiples of 6, wouldn't you?
No, not really.
Not really, okay.
So 2 lone spectators there in the crowd. Well, you can't say 2 is a crowd.
Mid leg, so you are big.
Oh, that's Kurt McKenzie, father. He will be very disappointed with his left-handed son. Played 6 test matches. And really, yesterday, we would be disappointed with the entire team. 5 was the top score made by Barnes.
Maybe he's hoping to see his son make amends, and he could make amends with a double 100.
Yes, that's possible. That's why Guyana has to be careful. There are lots of time left. So they want to put themselves in a position where they can't lose and then try to win.
O.J. Shields continues. 371, thank you very much for that, for our scorers at Cricket West Indies. We're showing that statistics, so we don't have to hurt our heads with any math. $371. Now, if we look at it and we say, okay, the target is 450. is that achievable in this session? Or how much sessions do they want to give Jamaica to ensure that the A tucked into the leg side, maybe a bit of a thick inside edge, but well played by Tage.
Probably the declaration would come just before lunch, give the
Because that's a
Jamaican-
toss-up. Okay, so if you consider that you're going to get 3 full sessions tomorrow, and the average amount of runs in a session might be 100, 120. So working with that match, 360 plus 2 sessions today, that's about 460. So if you look at 450, then that's not too bad.
No, not too bad at all. And if they declare the score at a rapid rate and declare just before lunch, then the Jamaicans will have a iffy period of like 20 minutes
Good delivery here from OJ Shields.
to bat out to lunch.
Yeah, beautiful delivery.
Similar to the last one, this one missed everything. So he's getting the ball to move away laterally. I want to say good morning to Derek Kalicharan, the former Guyana leg spinner who bowled in tandem with Watson Harper in the 80s.
Oh, beautiful again. Wonderful follow-up
Yeah.
delivery. And that one was
Almost
rising even, a little extra bounce on that one,
Almost a replica of the last delivery
except with a little more pep.
and bunks.
Yeah. A little bit of movement, a little bit more movement away. But based on this, and based on the success of Niall Smith and Ronaldo Ali Mohammed, do you think Jamaica are missing a trick here by bowling with Brad Barnes at the start and not attempting to go with the paces again? Odin Smith has 5 wickets in the first innings. And
Remember,
it was a generally decent performance by him at the end of the day. That's a nice push by Imlak into the cover region. Just be a single. Strode out nicely with that one. Good foot movement.
yeah, good shot, nice positive shot, stretched out, and he's looking good, Imlak. So is Chandrapal, 46. A helicopter. I wonder if that's the JDF helicopter.
It could just be the Minister of Finance. Or they might be bringing you a lunch on Divas.
Well, I don't like to eat, so they would be wasting their time.
Some protein bars then.
Yes, or fruits.
Jerk chicken flavored protein bars.
Nice testing delivery to end the
That's
over.
the over.
79 for 1.
Yeah, sorry, we were discussing bringing on or not using Brad Barnes from the other end.
Well, he is not a prodigious turner of the ball. He's not going to be attacking. He's going to be more defensive, and that might be the plan to let Guyana bat as long as possible, eke out the runs, be defensive, so that it takes longer for Guyana to reach that target they were thinking of, giving them less time to be bowled out. I think they wouldn't look at winning this match. They're looking at more saving it. It's going to be highly improbable for them to chase down 450. The highest run chase in Test cricket is 418, and West Indies chased that down. But I don't think the Jamaican sides, even though they have quality batters.
Get some width there and cuts that nicely behind square. And the fielder coming around from square does well, and it's just a single there.
But I'm very shocked and amazed that you have batters like Mackenzie, King, Blackwood, and still you get bowled out for 4 to 5,
Yeah.
4 to 4. Don't expect it to happen twice, though.
I mean, they could very well surprise us, of course. I think they have the capability and the possibility. Maybe that's why Guyana playing a little bit cautious, and they have every right to. And maybe the Jamaica Scorpions will do better with their back against the wall. Maybe it's a matter of pride, and they really will show up in the second innings. But in terms of your comment, this one turned into the leg side, and Tage will get a single behind square. But in terms of your comment about trying to save the match, the mentality should, of course, be trying to win the match. Because, as they say, if you aim for the moon, at least you'll land amongst the stars. If you only aim... Squared up by this one a little bit here. Brad Barnes is asking the question. Sean, what do you think of this one?
Yeah, that's the arm ball. Hit him maybe outside the line of the off stump.
May have been an inside edge as
Yeah,
well.
also that.
But yes, I think it was slightly outside the line as well.
Good delivery again. When you bring the batsman forward, bowl slower. That's the ideal way that off spinners should bowl. The ideal delivery is to pitch it outside the off stump, hit the top of off bail.
Nice push down to long on to end the over. 82 for 1 after 35.
Yeah, that was too full. Allowed the batsman to drive it.
Yeah, as I was saying, if you're thinking about only saving the match, then you might fall short. You have to think, you have to believe that this is the format where you have, as you mentioned, as you've discussed, and as we have discussed, you have your second chance. You have a second inning. Yeah, you may duck in the first inning, but you could bring your average up to 100 if you score a double 100 in the second innings.
Yeah, certainly correct. But I don't see Jamaica today or tomorrow trying so hard to win this game. They'll be more in survival mode. If the two batters make 100, then somebody still got to make the other 250. So I don't see them winning. Maybe they can draw, and that's even unlikely also. Derek Calistran says hello. He's in New York listening to the commentary. Playing in that 1983 team that won the first double.
OJ Shields to Imlak.
Good delivery again. So that team was led by Clive Lloyd. And they won the double. Shell Shield and they get his Grant Harrison line. And after this delivery, I'll tell you a story about Guyana and Jamaica in that same 1983 tournament.
In terms of other games in the region now, because this is an interesting parallel, the Windward Islands Volcanoes posted 480. They dismissed the Leeward Islands Hurricanes for 195. Quick single here into the cover region, and it's easy in the end for Tage and Tevin. And the Windward Islands have actually enforced the follow-on, and the Leeward Islands are now 11 without loss. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, after posting 304. The West Indies Academy, their batting is doing quite well, 268 for 9. So they're almost drawing level. Colin Bowen Tuckett with 71. Joshua Bishop scores a century against Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. Excellent job for that young man. And he's not out as well, so that's brilliant stuff from that young fellow.
So centuries galore in this year's tournament. That would be the 26th century. And when you get to the Leewards match, tell me how much Mikel Louis had. He had 8 not out.
I will pull up that score for you. Barbados Pride 428, combined campuses and colleges posted 262, and they are now 8 for 1 in their second innings. And looking at that scoreboard for you, Leeward Islands in their first innings, Mikel Louis got to 84, so a good score for him.
Not enough. Got to get 100.
Yep,
with hundreds given away. And he's vying to retain his opening spot. Well, Craig Braffett.
But I still, 84 out of a total of 195, is it? 195 is not bad at all. At least it shows that he did put in a good enough effort. And then he's now in the second innings here, so he has a chance to show up again.
Last year, one of the batters that got double hundreds in both innings against Guyana. Got 3 centuries last year, and that propelled him into the Test arena.
Yeah. And taking a look at some of cricket in the women's game, the Guyana women are 76 for 2 against the Jamaica women after 22 overs, so not bad going from them. Barbados women have slipped to 61 for 5 against the Trinidad and Tobago women. And that's a lot of the cricket and all of the cricket going on from the Cricket West Indies. Nicely punched by Tage. He's closing in on a landmark here. 50 is on the cards for him. 83 for 1 after 36 overs of play on the third day of the West Indies Championships, coming to you live from Sabina Park, Kingston, Jamaica.
Tej Narayan Chandrapal, the son of the illustrious Shiv Narayan Chandrapal, has only 1 century at Test level, but that's a double century against Zimbabwe. And he's struggled a bit since then, mainly with his lack of ability to find the gaps. He's not playing badly, but he has to score off of those balls, which he's hitting straight to the fielders. Actually, both left hand and right hand in this tournament.
Dancing up the pitch is Imlak. Hits that down to long on, and it gets there on the one bounce. The throw comes in and actually nails the stumps out at the non-striker's end. The middle stump is uprooted. Let's have a look at the replay on this. Didn't get underneath that one at all as well as we would have liked.
That is showing the intent, going for the shot, taking on the off spinner, and watch at this return. Like an archer, bang on the target.
Wow.
Yeah.
A brilliant piece of fielding there.
And more brilliant was the return.
I'm not sure if much more of an effort could have been made with the catch. I think that I don't know.
No, it fell well in front of him.
Yeah.
And luckily, Imlak mishit it. If he got it in the middle of the bat, it might be taken that long on. Might have carried. So 84 for 1. Chandrapal moves closer to his 50. 122 balls. It's been a long knock, and that's usually the case with Tej Narayan Chandrapal. The thing is that he must remain there and get a big score. Don't throw away all your hard work. Convert it into a big score, a big 50 or a big 100. The conversion rate of many of the West Indian batsmen, that's the main problem, consistency.
He plays this one very fine down to the third man ropes. Will it run into the ropes? No, it doesn't. How much did they come back for? Just 2. So Tage is still 1 short of that 50 mark. But you mentioned that conversion rate, and even the great Shiv Narayan Chandrapal did have that problem at the start.
Yes, at the start when he got a lot of 50s. But once he got his first 100, 29 more followed.
Yeah. But the other thing is, of course, Shiv Narayan made his debut at the age of 19.
Yeah, I remember him
So
1994 at Boda. And he was a leg spinner also. Richardson used him for about 20-something overs in that match. As I said, Tage is a left-arm orthodox bowler and a right-arm leg spinner. He bowls with both hands. He in fact bowled in this tournament with both hands. Used to do it a lot when he was younger.
Gets it fine again this time. This one will run close to the ropes again, but he will come back for 2, and that will be 50 for Tej Narayan Chandrapal. It's been a good knock coming back. He's shown some form in the tournament, but he needs to convert. He needs to make them bigger. He has a good chance to do that now.
Yes, fantastic knock from the left-hander from Unity. Again, looking good. But now is the time you want him to carry on. Might not be able to get 100 because the score Guyana were looking at or is looking at, but he's got to be not out at least.
The partnership between these two now is going on 70-something or 60-something. Nandu fell with this 115. Since then, these two have put together an excellent partnership here. End of the over, 88 for 137 overs bowled. The lead, 382.
Yeah, so Chandrapal, 10 test matches. As I said, the 100, the 200 against Zimbabwe. He's played 80 first-class matches. This is his 81st. So he's one of the players that started very young, and along with Pomal, has been in the team almost ages. Pomal, 18 years. Can you imagine that? 18 years. He actually played in the first match that was played with a pink ball, regional first-class game in Antigua, Guyana, played Trinidad, and that was in 2010. So that's how long he's been playing.
Yeah, Versami Pamal, definitely a legend in the regional game, definitely a legend in Guyana.
I think he would come in to play in the second innings on a turning pitch. That's a last day pitch or a second to last day pitch. Had 15 for 77 against Jamaica Trelawney.
Yeah,
The last time they played there.
I think it'd be unheard of for Versami Pamal to play a game and not take a wicket. It just doesn't happen.
Unless, like the first innings, the fast bowlers blow away
Well, of course,
Jamaica
yeah.
for
But
a
he
low
isn't
score
needed,
again. Yeah.
in those occasions. But I think definitely in the second innings,
Yes, he
it'll
will
be
bowl.
good to see him operate. And OJ Shields continuing. Tevin Imlach watchful. He's offered some good deliveries this morning, OJ Shields. He's asked a few questions. I think Tevin Imlach is a bit lucky to still be there. Certainly should have been. Was a difficult call. But I think umpire Taylor may have second thoughts when he sees it on the camera. Might apologize to Imlach, or might apologize to OJ Shield, I should say. But it was a difficult decision.
And he doesn't have the benefit of the replay.
Of course he doesn't, yeah. Can slow it down and have a look at it. Good delivery again from OJ Shields. Back of a length. Darting back in a little bit to Tevin Imlach.
In fact, Robert Haynes, the Jamaica coach presently, he played in the match that I'm going to tell you about. Jeffrey Dojan also played. Mark Nita, Odelmo Peters, George Powell, Cleveland Davison, and Courtney Walsh. They all played. Guyana made 517 for 7 declared in that game.
Wide delivery. And a wild shot by Tevin
Yeah,
Imlach.
real loose shot. No movement of the feet across. And that game, Tyrone Etwaro, who was the opening batsman, was not scoring. And Roy Fredericks, who was then the Minister of Sport of Guyana, first he got 100 against Trinidad and Tobago when Guyana won. He came out of retirement for 2 matches, and he got 217 against Jamaica at Boda. In that, he's still the only sitting minister in the world to get a first-class double century.
Oh,
Good
all in a tangle there. I think the inside edge would have definitely saved Tevin Imlach, but the ball almost rolled back on his stumps. He had no idea where it was.
Yeah, Shields continued to bowl excellently for Jamaica, putting in the hard work. It's still a hot day, and bowling fast is no easy job. And so Roy Fredericks got the 217, in fact got 200. He came out of retirement to show Tyrone Etwaro what to do. Tyrone Etwaro asked him, "Manage, I'm not getting runs, what should I do?" And he said, "You get dropped, and I come in to show you." Kali Charan, Derek, who's watching the YouTube, He played in that match. Loose fielding there at gully, but no damage done. The batsman went into reverse gear and the total kept on 88 for 1. So Derek Calitran made 50, fouled Bacchus, the guy I was showing you just now in the picture. He made 57, and Sir Clive Lloyd made 64. Jamaica in their second innings had 89 from Odelmo Peters and Mark Nita. Good afternoon, good morning to you, Mark. Haven't seen you yet since I came here. Good delivery again, slightly squared up off the leading edge.
And that is the end of the 38th over. It's 88 for 1. The Guyana Harpy Eagles in a commanding lead. Some thoughts from Sean Devers before I am summarily dispatched by Marlon Pinnock, who's biting at the teeth to make very much comments. And Sean Devers, I must impose on you to ask Marlon Pinnock about his council of war with his beloved Scorpions.
I will do that, I promise. But a good session here, a good half an hour by both teams. And I would give the edge to the Jamaicans. They've not allowed Guyana to score at any rapid rate, especially Seals has bowled well. He's beaten the bat on a couple of occasions. It's a good contest. Jamaica fighting back like they did in the first innings, but the batting is what's disappointing me. As we say, good morning to you.
Good morning
Mr.
to you.
Pinnock.
Good morning to you. Good morning to our viewers, listeners, wherever you are in the world. It's a magnificent day so far, the third day of the fourth round action here at Savannah Park. Glorious conditions for cricket.
Yeah, certainly glorious conditions for cricket. Robert Haynes, who played in that 1983 match, would be certainly disappointed with the way batters has contributed or lack of runs by them. Imagine you playing a first-class match and the top score is 5.
But credit to the teacher and Shanda Paul getting another first-class half century. I remember back in 1988, when Cleveland Davis scored a double century here at Savannah Park against the Leeward Islands.
So you were watching cricket a long time. You were a little boy then.
Well, I read a lot about cricket. I do my research as well.
Yeah, that's
I
good.
wasn't born.
No,
I born 1990.
Well, that's good that you're doing research. That shows that you want to be professional in your job. On the line of the off stump, back of a length. As I said, not a prodigious turn is Barnes. And needs to bring the batsman in front more. He's going to be a holding job at that end. And allow the fast bowlers from the other end to take the wickets. Good defensive bowler. 2 full. And stroke down towards long off for an easy single.
A different Shonda Paul this morning.
Yeah.
Yesterday, he was struggling to get singles. This morning, a total different innings from the left-hander. His rotation of the strike has been magnificent. And I guess this is what the Guyana Harpy Eagles wanted. Good rotation of the strike and quick scoring.
Yes, you don't necessarily have to hit boundaries. You can score 6 runs and over, and that's 6 runs in a 4-day game. And that's more than 1 boundary and a single. So it's the rotation of strike important. You hit every bad ball for 4. Shot selection is what you need.
That's key.
Yeah.
Shot selection is key. 74-run partnership from 198 deliveries.
So this is another 50 partnership that Tejan Ryan Chandrapal is involved with. And yet he's not gotten 100 as yet this year. Looking to retain his spot in the West Indies team or regain it.
Well, he's on shot now as the 39th over has come to an end. 90 for 1, the RP Eagles. He's on shot.
Yeah. And you remember I was telling you about movies. You were talking about movies yesterday. Well, Ryan Chandrapal, even before he became a test cricket, he was playing first class cricket for Guyana, and he starred, well, he didn't star. He was one of the cast in a movie called 1983. It was called 83, just 83. It was an Indian movie celebrating the upset win by India in the 1983 World Cup against the West Indies, and he played the role of Larry Gomes.
Well, he's playing a fantastic role for the Guyana Harpy Eagles at the moment. 52 from 131 deliveries, but precious time at the wicket as well.
Yes, and there was an Indian batter named Achuman Gaikwad. He was also in a movie and playing test cricket. So, good company, Tej Chandrapal. And I think he was the only person that was playing at that time that could have played the role of Larry Gomes.
Oh, Jay Shields, very, very economical this morning. Has been outstanding with his radar this morning. Had and Tevin Imlach in some bother, but the good thing, he's still at the wicket fighting for his team. And O.J. Shields, desperate to break this partnership as well. Has 5 wickets in the tournament so far, O.J. Shields.
All against Guyana.
Indeed. I think
in 2 games.
In the second round, he picked up 4 for 86 against the Harpy Eagles. And in the first innings, he picked up that 1 wicket.
Good delivery again. And he's caught me. Oh, he's dropped. Oh, my dear. I was now saying that Thomas was looking exceptionally good behind the stumps, and that was an easy catch.
How did he put that down, Aldine Thomas? A short delivery, pushing at it, just hands going, and in, and juggled, and then to the ground.
He was almost celebrating before the catch came, and just held it briefly, didn't control it, and down it went. That's unfortunate for him. Fortunate for Imlach, who's looked threatening, who's been threatened by Seals time and time again this morning.
Yeah, Shields must be disappointed. And bowling extremely well, and have a simple of catches. Went down by Aldine Thomas, who took 2 brilliant catch early on in the first innings.
Back of a length delivery, looking for a single. It's not on. So pressure on the Guyana captain. He's on 26 on 90 balls. It's been a long knock by both of these batters. Chandrapal 52 from 131. So they've stayed at the crease. Now they've got to go on, convert the 50s. Well, Imlach is a long way from a 50. He's got 24 more runs to get if he gets there. He's been in fine form though this season. Oh my dear.
Oh, another excellent delivery.
Let's see the replay. That even looked closer than the previous one.
Whoa. I tell you what, O.J. Shields, bowling with a lot of pace, a lot of guile. Look at this delivery. And came back very sharply. How did that miss the midland leg stump?
I don't know. Maybe.
Excellent. And good pace from Shields.
And Shields would be very frustrated and disappointed. A catch being dropped, a simple catch, then an appeal which looked iffy, was turned down by umpire
Christopher Taylor,
the Jamaican, along with the Leeward Islands and West Indies ODI player Carl Tuckett. They're officiating. That's a good delivery, but well played there in the end. A little bit of bounce. Rode the bounce, turned the wrist over, and hit it all along the ground down towards the deep backward point on the boundary. So you can see now the Jamaicans looking to make life as difficult as possible for Guyana in terms of scoring quickly.
And if you were in the Scorpion shoes as the captain, I think that is what you would basically do.
Yes, attack at one end, we got Barnes to tie up the other end and make them bat as long as possible, longer than they would have liked. Nice shot. Tugged it from outside the line of the off stump. It was short, but it had the lack of pace on that occasion, so he could have pulled it in front of square, and he got a single.
Well, the lead goes closer to that 400 mark as well. I think it should be about 385, 86 thereabout.
And if one of these two batters get out, if I was the Guyana coach, I would promote Kevin Sinclair or Ali Mohammed.
And those players really can hit the ball a long way.
Nice turn into the onside. In full control this time, Kevin Imlak. He goes now to 28. It's 93 for 1.
And a disappointed O.J. Shields. He's really putting in the hard work for the Scorpions this morning. Had a close call of Tevin Imlak as well. And now a catch drop off his bowling of the same Tevin Imlak and Aldine Thomas. A much better wicket keeper.
Yeah, that's his only blemish so far in this game. He's kept superbly. I remember 2 right-handed catches, 1 low and 1 high. They were suspenders catches.
And then the stumping opportunity as well. Quick glove work.
Yeah, to dismiss Nandu of Redwood.
Such is the game of cricket. The Scorpions batted poorly in their first innings. Allowed for 44 and only, well, the top score was extras in 17 and the next best was 5.
11 no balls bowled by Smith.
And that's Niall Smith.
Yeah. So Barnes from the southern end of the ground, the George Headley end.
Another player that I'm very impressed with is Brad Barnes. Started playing youth cricket for Jamaica. I think he captained Jamaica at under 19 level as a middle order a batter, and now getting into a senior team bowling off spin. And Mark you is doing a fantastic job so far.
And he actually top scored for Jamaica. You can say, I top scored for Jamaica.
Well,
He wouldn't tell the people who asked him how many runs he made.
Well,
He'd
5
say
was
top scored.
Well, 5 was the top score.
Yes. So he would be right. He top scored without telling them how much runs he made.
I think his best figures in this tournament so far was he picked up a 6-wicket haul.
On
And this
the
one
line of the
spun.
leg spun.
And span past wicketkeeper Aldine Thomas.
And it will trickle, will stop just inside the boundary. And the batters come back for 3. So good running and good fielding. Many persons chasing that ball would have given up the chase. They may be thinking it would have gone into the boundary. And he didn't.
Yeah, that rip.
And saved the 1.
Three.
Credit to the Guyana Harpy Eagles batters running between the wickets all 3 days has been spectacular.
Yeah,
the commitment awesome, and that is what you want to see. Players putting in the hard yard. And prime example, the captain at the wicket and Tej Narayan Chandapal, both players very fit, very quick and very agile.
Well, that's maybe the main difference with the Guyana team and the Jamaica team. Everybody in the Guyana team is fit. They have a criteria that if you don't pass the fitness test, you wouldn't play.
And that should be a criteria all around the region as well. Players must be fit and keep fit.
Outside the line of the off stump, back and across Chandrapal, then pushes forward and plays it quietly into the offside. Barnes, so far 13.4 overs, 1 for 45.
A slight adjustment with made in the field now. A short, fine leg.
More pressure on the Guyana batters.
Now what the Scorpions didn't do on the first day was apply any pressure whatsoever.
And what Guyana did was put pressure on their fielders.
Yeah, push back.
Ran quick singles. Sometimes maybe it appeared to be suicidal. But once you pick up the ball without looking at the ball, look up at the stump, and they threw the ball and missed most times. But today was a spectacular return from long off. Plucked the middle stump out of the ground.
Edge and down to the third man region and just to the left of Jermaine Blackwood. Cheeky. And about 2 more runs nonetheless to Shonda Paul, who goes to 55. And the Guyana Harpy Eagles up to 98 now for 1. 83 run partnership so far. 210 deliveries. Application. And that is what you're getting from the Harpy Eagles. The defending champions.
Yeah.
They have won this title 2 in a row and going for the third.
And they've won 7 in the 9 tournaments since franchise tournaments have commenced in 2014. Barbados winning the other 2. At the end of the over, it's 98 for 1.
I think you look at the Scorpions team, they have been very good in the Super 50s. When they come on to the West Indies Championship, haven't been up to par for some time now.
Yeah, since 2005.
There you
they
go.
have not won Super 50 title since in Fading Light at Border when Neil McGarrell hit Solomon Ben onto Regent Street. That was the last time they had won under the captaincy of Sivanine Chandrapal. That year, Ramnare Sarwan scored 300. It was played in the preliminary rounds, was played in Barbados, and the semi-finals and finals played in Guyana. He got 1 in the semi-finals in Guyana, and he got 2 in Barbados, but failed in the final. And there was Chattagoon who made 100 in that game, and that's the last time that Guyana had won on the Duckworth-Lewis system. Since then, it's been, the cupboard has been bare.
I think Shonda Paul made his first class debut back in 1991, a very long time ago, at the age of 17.
Yeah. And saying that, Trinidad and Tobago has not won a first class title since 2017. 2017 when Ganga was the captain. 2007, yes, 2007 since when Ganga was the captain.
And
So
Shonda Paul made his test debut back in 1994, October 17, 1994, against England and India.
yeah, he's played 10 test matches. I think he averages 30 something, high 30s.
But at the moment, Odin Smith, a bowler who has picked up 5 wickets in the first innings.
Yeah, looking for a 6th in the match. Outside the line of the off stump. No shot played. The only wicket taker so far is Barnes, who dismissed Nandu with a beautiful ball that went between bat and pad and rocketed into the stumps. That was yesterday afternoon.
The Guyana Harpy Eagles batters totally applying themselves at the wicket, but in time. And based on how the game set up here, Mr. Divas, it's just a matter of time for the Harpy Eagles to declare, but they are rather sunbathing this Scorpion team. And Big Odin Smith, he has into his 5th over now in the second innings. And I think he bowled some 21 overs in that first innings. A lot of overs from the big man.
Yeah, built like a heavyweight boxer or a wrestler.
Well, I wouldn't want to go in any ring with Odin Smith.
And you've got that size too.
Hey, I'm very...
You're big.
He's bigger than I.
Well, if he's bigger than you, which he is, then he's very big.
Look at his muscle. Look at his body build.
I'm looking at your muscles. I wouldn't say anything bad about you.
2 heavyweight boxer then.
Nice shot.
Caught.
And he's caught. Easy as you like. Soft dismissal for Imlak. He's gone. Caught at cover off the bowling of Smith, who strikes again. His 6th wicket in the innings. Imlak gone for 31. It's 98 for 2.
A very tame dismissal. A juicy on volley outside the off stump. And he just picked up the lone fielder, Brandon King. And he's a catch. And he should be disappointed. A good player, but he has to go. And Smith picks up his first of the innings. And Guyana Harpy Eagles lost their second 98 now for 2.
He was tested on a couple of occasions by Shields, and now Smith has got his wicket. In fact, dropped by Shields, a regulation catch to Thomas, and then the next delivery could have been dismissed. And Kelvin Anderson has come out now. Kevlon Anderson had 112 in the first innings. 116? Yeah, 116. Retired at 101, then came back and just added a few runs before he was dismissed.
I think he added 16. When he retired, he was on 100, exactly 100. But a player who has struck the eyes of many in this edition of regional cricket. Has 4 centuries in regional cricket, in 2 this season, and 2 half centuries as well.
Yeah, tremendous batter, and still young. Still only 24 years old.
I think he's a player that
Yeah.
went through the West Indies under 19 youth program as well.
Yeah, played for the West Indies under 19 and has come back. He was nearing selection for Guyana team when he just came back out of youth level, and then the COVID pandemic spoiled his chances. Might have played the next game, but Barbados won that tournament when the tournament was stopped. And that's one of 2 titles Barbados has gotten in the franchise era of the CWI's cricket, 4-day championships. So Guyana looking for their 14th title. They've gotten 13 so far. And Trinidad looking for their first in a long, long time since Ganga led them to victory.
I think the Scorpions, they have won this title for some time. But when Tamar Lambert was captain in Jamaica, we had a lot of success.
Yeah, from 2008 to 2012, Jamaica won 5 titles in a row then under Tamar Lambert.
I think Christopher Henry Gale was a part of that organization as well.
Yeah, he won the title. He won 3 matches in the last title that Jamaica won in 2012. Tamar Lambert was the captain for the other 3. So technically, he has 6 titles. Leon Johnson has 6 titles, but Leon Johnson had 6 titles on his own. So he's the most successful captain.
And 2 excellent leaders, Leon Johnson and Tamar Lambert. And those players would have played for some time for both the Scorpions and of course the Guyana Harpy Eagles.
Understand what that means?
And both played for the West Indies also. I think Tamar Lambert played a couple of matches, or he never played for the West Indies.
Never played for the West Indies before.
Yeah.
I think Leon Johnson played for the West
Yeah.
Indies, but Tamar Lambert didn't get the opportunity.
98 for 2. I remember a few years ago, well, more than a few years ago, coming into Mobe, the airport, and seeing an immigration officer, and she told me she was Tamar Lambert's sister. Yeah, so good afternoon to you if you're still in Jamaica. Tamar and his sister.
And Tamar Lambert, who plays for St. Catherine Cricket Club in Jamaica, St. Catherine Parish.
So Barnes starts again, doing a very good holding job from the southern end. Nice cool breeze blowing across the ground, which is kissed with sun-kissed ground. Very hot, sweltering heat. And people would say this is ideal conditions for cricket, but ask the fielders, they don't think so.
Not at all. And sometimes we in the commentary box as well.
Yeah.
Been very hot, humid.
Yesterday afternoon, the sun was streaming through the glass into our commentary box.
What a game of cricket, a lovely game of cricket. as the Harpy Eagles lead stretched further. 392 now.
Non-fish.
Backing away and punching it square into the offside. Can't pierce the gap is Chandrapal. He's on 55. That's his only main blemish though. He's got to learn to hit the ball through the gaps instead of straight to the fielders. And he's working on it. I know he's working on it because he listens to people. He's a good hard worker.
Approaching the first hour of play this morning. One wicket lost this morning. 38 runs scored. That's the third umpire, umpire Foster. I'm getting ready.
Non-fish.
Back again and punches it out towards cover. And it's the end of the over. So Guyana winning 4 matches of the last 5 against Jamaica. Jamaica at least looking to draw this one. I'll leave you in the capable hands of Andrew Chan.
38 runs scored this morning by the Guyana Harpy Eagles and the Scorpions. And they picked up a wicket. And the wicket taker was Odin Smith, who picked up the wicket of Captain Tevin Imlach, who was caught by Brandon King at that short cover region. But the lead, Andrew Chang, extends closer to that 400 mark, 392, 8 wickets in hand. And 2 sessions, well, 2.5 sessions remaining in day 3, and still 3 sessions on the final day. A lot of cricket left to be played.
Yeah, it's crazy to think that this has just been the first hour of cricket, Penny. A pleasant good morning once again to all our viewers. So much has happened, so much can happen still. 392 runs, 450 you think is the benchmark?
I think that's exactly what they will be aiming to get. And I think half an hour after lunch, or maybe just before lunch, you'll see a declaration.
And your Council of War, Penny, with the Jamaica Scorpions, what did your boys have to say? What was your thoughts inside the camp after yesterday's debacle?
Well, it's no plan, but based on how the game stands now, Mr. Chang, you don't want the Guyana Harpy Eagles to go away scoring freely. You want to try to limit them as possible and try to have them batting as long as possible to give you, who's on the back foot, the Scorpions, less chances.
But is the mood in the camp positive? Do they still believe that that whatever Guyana pulls, that they can overcome it?
Exactly. They think that way, but cricket, glorious game of uncertainty. And remember back in, as I was telling Mr. Devers, back in 1988, Cleveland Davis scored a double century in a winning cause to help the Jamaica team get the better of Leeward Islands. So cricket, glorious game of uncertainty, but nothing from the Harpy Eagles. They have done a magnificent job throughout all 2 days and a hour so far.
Yeah, certainly. And they have the Jamaica Scorpions have had a little bit of it. They had the third and final session on day 1, and then the first session on day 2 was really all about Jamaica. But that middle session yesterday, when they were summarily dismissed for a mere 44, I mean, it really was. I would hope it'd be a kick in the pants for the Scorpions to say, hey, we need to get up and we need to focus on how we're going to go about this.
Tajan Chandrapal batting very well. 55, 141 deliveries. Not the quickest innings, but the application his rotation of the strike this morning has been impeccable.
Yeah, certainly.
Beautiful sunny morning as well. Glorious condition for cricket. On all 3 days so far has been glorious sunshine. Odin Smith, the big fellow, break that partnership this morning for the Scorpions. A partnership that was really blossoming. Rather soft on team dismissal for Captain Tevin Imlak. Tijner and Shandapur still at the wicket, and joined by the first inning centurion, Kevlin Anderson. A young player, 24 years of age as well. Another excited player. Another player who is setting up himself for big heights. And another few years or so we could see him represent the West Indies at a test level.
Odin Smith, 5 of 68 in the first innings, and now he's taken one of the wickets to fall in the second innings. So 6 wickets in the match for Odin Smith. Really tried hard. OJ Shields, I think, was extraordinarily unlucky because he had Tevin Imlak dropped, and then there was that very, very close LBW decision. And he bowled with menace. Shields took Smith to continue.
The difference this morning with the Scorpions fast bowlers, they have bowled wicket to wicket in the first innings. They were back of a length outside the arm stump. A total different case this morning, wicket to wicket.
This one down the leg side by Odin Smith. So he's not listening to Marlon Pinnock on commentary about that wicket-to-wicket situation. He decides to stray down the leg side. And Kevlin Anderson, the Centurion from the first innings, gets his first run. He's off the mark now. Tejnarayan Chandapal, following up from his 32 in the first innings. He has 55 in the second inning. So not bad from him. It's been the sort of innings that you expect from Tejnarayan Chandapal, of course. He's been slow, he's taken his time, 142 deliveries, 143 now. And chucked the ball around. Hasn't been overly convincing, but he's there.
Looking command so far, Tejnarayan Chandapal. Looking a big one. And that's the perfect way to go. I think from his score that double century, nothing to write home about from Tejnarayan Chandapal. Needs to make a mark. Well, he's on track, 55 from 143 deliveries.
Edged at that one, and it falls just short of the gully region. But that one rose up on Tej a little bit. Almost like the tail of a scorpion coming to sting the Harpy Eagle.
A lot of centuries have been scored this season. And Tejnarayan Chandapal would want to register his first. 26 centuries has been scored so far. And Joshua De Silva registering 3 in a row. And Jace Mohammed also has 2 centuries and a double in a row. And Jonathan Jakes of Barbados, he's doing an outstanding job as well.
End of the over, 99 for 2. The Guyana Harpy Eagles 1 away from 100. And That partnership between Tevin Imlach and Tajan Chanapol, it was a good one. They took the score from 15 to 98.
Every time you come over, you don't tell nobody. Every time.
7 centuries scored in round 4 so far as well.
Everybody look at everybody, you know where it is. Just a second.
Roston Chase scored a century, picked up 5 wickets in the game as well.
Joshua Bishop, the young fellow, scoring 100 against Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. I'm glad to see that. I'm always glad to see the young fellows succeed.
It's all happening. It's all runs feast.
Yeah, that's all we need of it.
There's so much cricket going on in the championship. It's all very, very interesting. It's all very, very intriguing, Penny. Brad Barnes continuing. It's been a long spell from him. He's bowled non-stop since the start of play today.
I think he bowled a lot of overs in the first innings as well. Now ask him some questions, Barnes. Just got one answer so far. 1 for 47 into his 16th.
Leeward Islands slipping to a spot of bother. They're 31 for 3 following on. The Academy has been bowled out for 268. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, they're batting. They have a slim lead and they're 23 without loss. Combined campuses and colleges in a spot of bother as well. They're 38 for 2 after in reply to Barbados' 428. CCG batted first and posted 262 in their first innings. In some of the women's games going on, the Barbados women have been bowled out for 71 against the Trinidad and Tobago women. And the Guyana women are in a fairly decent position, 104 for 4 against the Jamaican women. It's a nice cut shot, but it will just be a single behind square.
And that's 100 up as well for the Guyana Harpy Eagles. 100 for 2 in the 45th over.
Taking a look at that Barbados woman versus Trinidad and Tobago women scorecard. I'm trying to pull that up for you at the moment. Anisa Mohammed has taken 2 wickets in the last over to dismiss the Barbados women, and in total Anisa Mohammed had 3 for 17. End of the over here, 100 for 2 after 45. Karishma Ramharak also taking 2 wickets, 2 for 12. Samara Ramnath contributing with 2 for 20. And Amrita Ramtahal also taking 2 for 5. So my goodness, Anisa Mohammed, despite the wonderful service she's given to Trinidad and Tobago cricket, there's a lot of bowling talent behind her.
And the lead goes up to 394. Just over how I've played this morning. A wicket. Onto this one with ball in hand, Odin Smith. 6 wickets so far in the game. And this one kept a bit low, Manjachan. Not good signs for the Scorpions.
Not at all. Not at all, Penny, not at all. But again, I want to see the mentality of Jamaica. Their backs are against the wall. It's a chance to prove themselves. And it's a chance for somebody to really, really put their hand up. Because if you come here and you score close to a double 100 or something like that, you immediately putting your hand up, and you're putting your hand up at the front of the class to the Cricket West Indies selectors. And signaling as well that Jamaica are still a force to be reckoned with.
There are some good players, no doubt about that. A lot of good players, and players that have represent West Indies at a test level, ODI level, and players that have been playing for Jamaica for some time as well.
Yeah, but I mean, Kirk McKenzie, Brandon King, they have to come out with the mentality that a pretty 50 isn't going to do it. I need to dig hard. I need to dig deep. Nice push there by Tage, but mid-off comes around. I need to dig deep, and I need to bat ugly. I need to bat ugly, and I need to bat long.
And Jason Mohammed of Trinidad and Tobago have shown that runs is what he loves. Over 500 runs so far in the West Indies Championship. Just a 1 century from Jermaine Blackwood and a half century. And that came in the first round. And since then, nothing to write home about. We want to see consistency from the Scorpions batters. You look around the region. Jonathan Drake's consistent. Jason Mohammed, as I mentioned, consistent. The wicketkeeper Josh Wadi Silva, consistent. Kevlin Anderson of the Guyana Harpy Eagles, consistency. That's what we're not getting from the Scorpions. And with the John Campbell injured, I think that puts a real dump on the Scorpion batting lineup. Carlos Brown as well. Wasn't not his best, Carlos Brown, but a good player who makes some impact last season. Not the best season so far. Not credit to Teja and Shanda Paul as the 46th over has come to an end. The Guyana Harpy Eagles 101 for the loss of 2.
So it's a situation here where the Guyana Harpy Eagles are just in a very, very strong position. The lead now 395. And we're expecting that they're going to post at least 400, 450. We'll have to see how it goes here. Kevlin Anderson, Centurion in the first innings, still out there. And Tejan Ryan Chandapal opening the batting. He's on 55. Brad Barnes, his marathon spell will continue. We're bowling to Kevlin Anderson.
Ball.
And this is what happened in the first 7 innings. Kevlin Anderson came to the wicket. No pressure was applied. And he batted and scored an easy century. A similar situation here. Even though the Scorpions on the defensive side of things, not trying to really attack, more trying to defend and try to make the Guyana Harpy Eagles bat as long as possible.
But is that the thinking about a behind Barnes in terms of just containment?
That's what he's doing. Brad Barnes into his 17th over, 1 for 48. No signs of the leg spinner Tamari Redwood.
Nice flick into the long on region by Kevlin Anderson. It's easy as you like for him. But I haven't even seen Marquino Mindley bowl this morning, which is odd. You've seen OJ Shields, you've seen Odin Smith. Mindley hasn't bowled himself. Tamari Redwood is yet to be seen. Javel Glenn.
And Brad Barnes holding up that end.
Yeah. Jermaine Blackwood, I don't think he's bowled for the morning either.
So 2 fast bowlers bowl from this, the Courtney Walsh end. And Brad Barnes taking charge from the Michael Olin end of the ground.
Yeah. That southern end of the ground is the Brad Barnes end since this morning. That's a nice push into the cover region. The extra cover region. Tage comes back for 2 and try to overhit it. Pick the gap nicely. Give him credit for that one. At the end of the over, 104 for 2. That lead stretches now to 398. And who's that, Penny? A fellow media person representing one of the media houses, maybe here in Jamaica, the sweet land of wood and water.
Maybe it's the man from Guyana Company. Let's get in some pick.
Too far. Keep working, John. Set that, man. Keep holding, man. You can't tell me, man. You good?
Yeah, just coming up on 11:17 in Jamaica, 12:17 in the Eastern Caribbean. Odin Smith will resume his duties from the southern end. And a peek into the Kingston Cricket Club, where it seems somebody is holding fort there. Are you an upstanding member of the Kingston Cricket Club, Penny? Have you paid your dues?
No, I'm not a member of Kingston Cricket Club. I was a member of the Jamaica Defence Force Club. I left. So I'm in the wilderness now.
He's a freelancer. That's a nice cut. That's cut in front of square. It through the cover region, actually. The fielder does well to come around. It's more about timing with these Guyanese boys and placement with their shot. It's not so much power. We know Kevlin Anderson has the power. Tajan Ryan Chandapal is not one who really exhibits that power. But controlled shots, nevertheless. Good running between the wickets. And I believe that is the 400 league, Penny. Or it might be a one or two more. Confirm that for you shortly. Yes, it is. The 400 lead is up. Flicked fine. How fine does it go? It goes very fine indeed. It's off the bat. It's 4 runs. Misery piles on the Jamaicans. It's 404 that lead now.
Poor delivery down the line of the leg stump. And easy pickings for Tevin Imlak.
Essentially 404 for 2, the Guyana Harpy Eagles, Penny.
Yes, Kevlin Anderson gets his first boundary. 404 for 2. You're absolutely correct. And still a lot of time left in the game. Very easy in the eye so far. Kevlin Anderson scored a century in the first innings.
So, of course, I was just thinking the West Indies famously chased 418 to win a test match against Australia.
And
So,
two centurion was in that as well from Guyana.
yeah, indeed. As Sean Devers remembers that day proudly. But if Guyana do set a higher total and then Jamaica do overcome it, they would actually break a first class record in that sense.
I think in that game, Shivnarayan Chandapal scored a century as well as Radnari Sarwan.
50 for Omari Banks. I think it was him and Vasper Driggs that closed it out.
Yes. Vasper Driggs, fighter.
I remember thinking, I think when Chandapal had out on the early morning, I was thinking, Jesus is going to be a problematic one. But then Driggs and Omari Banks batted brilliantly and
I think
closed it off.
that partnership was over 60.
Yeah. A direct throw onto the stumps, and the Guyanese boys were almost in there with a free run, but nothing doing. Brad Barnes doing the work well. 112 for 2 the lead, 1 delivery left. And this is the 50th over.
So Jamaica in this game so far bowl over 170 overs so far in the game and batted 25.5.
Looking for the cut. not, and he pushes it into the extra cover region, and there is no run. 112 for 2 after 48. Now, the other thing to consider, of course, for the Jamaicans is that when they do come out to bat, they have to face not only Ronaldo Smith and Ronaldo Ali Mohammed and Niall Smith, but Veerasamy Pramod and Gudakesh Moti, who did not bowl in the first inning. They might just be a handful on this pitch.
And of course, Kevin Sinclair as well. Just bowled a 1 over in the first innings. But a player to reckon with as well. This Guyana Harpy Eagles, an all-round team, a good unit, excellent bunch of players.
And then, of course, Sean Devers has indicated that Tejarine Chandapol could bowl with either the left hand or the right hand.
Yeah.
And then we didn't even see Thaddeus Lovell,
And there you go, a lot of
who's a
bowling.
third pace bowler. So the Guyanese side is chock with 3 pace bowlers and then 3 genuine spinners.
6 good bowlers.
Good bowlers, very good bowlers. And only 2 of them were needed in the first innings.
Tamar Redwood has been introduced in the attack. New to regional cricket. Best figures of 7 for 72. And I think it was the first game against the Windward Islands.
Yeah, so Brad Barnes, after his marathon spell, 17 overs, 1 for 51. Tamari Redwood is given a chance from that same southern end.
Has 12 wickets in the tournament, Tamari Redwood.
And boy, would the Jamaicans love for him to get it up to 20 before lunch. In the next 20 minutes. 20 in 20 minutes? 8 in 20 minutes? It's possible, Penny.
It is.
Nice push by Tage down to that wide long off region, just a single. Kevlin Anderson had some fun with Tamari Redwood on the first day, I should say, not yesterday. Tamari did not settle immediately, and Kevlin Anderson, in the form that he is in. Some changes to the field now. Deep backward square leg goes out. Long on and long off in position. I feel that deep backward point. And he's actually going a bit squarer now. Just in front of square, deep point. This one is hit straight back to Tamari Redwood. And they jog a single. I wonder if that was a bump ball, if it was full. Yeah, it was bump.
I think Tamari Redwood started with 2 full deliveries. And in the first innings, he was tugged over that long on area 2 times. Kevlin Anderson with some full deliveries. I think he should be mindful of that as well.
Another full delivery again. This down. Tage plays that to wide long on. The single is again taken. And Tamari Redwood decides to remark his run up or his walk up.
And the lead goes up to 409. Just about 34 minutes before lunch on day 3 of the West Indies Championship round 4 action.
But from a leg spinner's perspective, I mean, Sean and you and myself, we've talked about it because we want to see Tamari Redwood do well. Sean has indicated, and we all know, that leg spin is probably the most hardest to control. How does he get the control? How does he work on that to get his control? And and remember as well, he's 19 years old. Yes, he's good enough for first-class cricket, but he has a lot to learn.
I think spot bowling has a lot to do with control. So a lot of spot bowling day in, day out, and definitely Tamari Redwood would get better.
Nice push by Tage, but there's no run. And then of course it's a muscle memory as well. Would not be a consideration as well, Penny. So if he knows that he's bowling the wrong, and this is how my body is supposed to feel, this is how my arm is supposed to go. And then of course he has to do it for both right-handers and left-handers.
Remember, as the overs come to an end, 49 completed, 116 for 2, the Harpy Eagles. I remember back in the days, a former Jamaica player, Andre Dwyer, used to do spot bowling day in, day out. He'll take an half an hour break, get something to eat, and then he's back spot bowling throughout the day. As a spinner, as a cricketer who wants to make it big, you have to work hard. Nothing come easy, Mr. Chan.
Certainly not, Penny, except for you and wicket keeping, because that was just a match made in heaven.
Alden Thomas is a brilliant wicket keeper, and we see what happened earlier this morning as well.
Well, that's quite true, yeah. You can practice as much as you want. And it's quite funny because he took some stunning catches in Guyana's first innings, and that one that he dropped Imlach was borderline regulation. I won't say it's regulation, but it was fairly close to being regulation. It seemed that it was just a change of ends for Mr. Barnes. So his 1 over hiatus.
Well, the plan is clear. Brad Barnes will bowl up to lunch. Try to limit the scoring opportunity of the Guyana Harpy Eagles. But still yet, you need someone to block up another end. We have not seen that so far, apart from O.J. Shields. He was fantastic up top this morning. He created some opportunities and had a close call as well. But Barnes is back for his 18th, 1 for 51 so far. Former Manchester High School captain, former Jamaica under-19 youth player captain as well, Brad Barnes, good leader, knows the cricket. Started as a batter, playing youth cricket, playing for Manchester High School, but since then, now bowling off spin for the Scorpions senior team, and doing a magnificent job as well.
Okay, nice into the leg side by Kevlon Anderson. He's looked completely comfortable since coming to the crease. And it's just about a half an hour, exactly a half an hour before that lunch break, Marlon Pinnock. So it'll be interesting to see what happens.
Well, I think teasing around Shandapal, he will be looking to get that milestone of 3 figures. If he gets out, I think you may see a declaration from the Harpy Eagles.
Well, they haven't scored at the briskest pace, so if he does want to bring up his landmark in this, he'll have to step on the gas a little bit. It all depends on when Guyana have decided to make that declaration.
But the reason why he's not scoring that freely is some fantastic bowling from the Jamaica Scorpions. Brad Barnes, very economical. O.J. Shields, special up top as well. And Odin Smith. No signs of Captain Marquino Minley this morning. No signs of Jermaine Blackwood either. Just 2 feelers on the onside, Andrew. The deep backward square and mid-on.
Nicely played by Tejan Chandapal. That will run close to the ropes. Tamari Redwood does brilliantly there. The young fellow getting down well as he ran down to wide third man.
Sorry. Yes. That was a tight one.
Good running there between the wickets as well.
He has played that shot beautifully this morning, Shonda Paul. He played it twice this end, and now just a bit of room. And he creates the opportunity and get that ball behind that backward point fielder. And 2 more runs stretches the lead.
I like this ring on the offside that they have there at the end of the over. I can't talk about it because the over is ended. 119 for 2 after 50. So all in all, Guyana have now batted for 159 overs. Jamaica Scorpions couldn't even muster 26, Penny. And that's the state of the game there for you.
That's exactly the stage of the game. Playing a 4-day championship, a team in their second innings, but over 150 overs, and you in your first innings, 25.5 overs, not good by no stretch of imagination. And based on that team that bats 25.5 overs is well below par and well out of the game based on how the game sets up here at Savannah Park.
Tamari Redwood to continue from the southern end of the ground. Another full toss it looked like, and Kevlin Anderson. He's almost surprised by it.
I think he needs to calm down, Tamari Redwood.
This time he gets a full toss. It hits the stumps on the way through. No, they just run for a single as it ricochets down to long on. Went fully hard at that one, did Kevlin Anderson.
I tell you what, the stumps at the non-strikers end saved 3 runs. Javal Glenn was very wide at long on, and long off was even wider.
Yeah, the best fielder on the field there for the Jamaica Scorpions, that company.
Indeed.
He did it so casually as well, he didn't have to throw himself about. Stuck a stump out. Deep into his crease goes Tage, pulls this just in front of the square on the leg side. Looks like O.J. Shields doing the fielding there in front of the Kingston Cricket Club.
4:15 the lead. Just about 25 minutes before the first session of play this morning.
Mindley is having a quiet word with Tamari Redwood. It's interesting to think that he's tossing up so much to the right-hander. Should be more comfortable. That's a good delivery. Maybe a little bit too much straight. But do you think he'd be more comfortable bowling to the right-hander as opposed to the left-hander, Penny?
He's young to first-class cricket. I think he just needs to settle down, Andrew.
That's a good delivery, but well played by Kevlin Anderson. Pushes down to long off for a single. He takes his time getting back in. Brad Barnes shies to throw at the stump, but Anderson is in safely.
Keep going, Cherry. Keep going. When you touch them in the wall, you go through.
One delivery left in the 51st, and then Marlon Pinnock will be leaving you to go across to the Kingston Cricket Club and enjoy a cold ginger beer. He's not going to partake during his working shift. 123 for 2. Some final thoughts from Marlon Pinnock before he vacates the premises for Sean Davis to come in.
An excellent batting display so far from Tej Narayan Shandapur. 64, 162 deliveries, just 3 fours. I know. His application has been outstanding so far. Kevlin Anderson following up a brilliant century in the first innings. He's on 16 from 29 deliveries.
Thank you very much for that, Marlon Pinnock. Yes, the Guyana Harpy Eagles hold all the trump cards. They hold everything. And I am certainly not a gambling man, but all my money would be on the Harpy Eagles right now. Sean Devers, his heart and soul is with the Harpy Eagles, and we certainly know he's a man who doesn't like to be parted with his money, so he's not a gambling man at all.
A sputtering of spectators in the stand, as I say, good afternoon. Well, still good morning in Jamaica, good afternoon in the Eastern Caribbean. To you, Andrew, and to all those listening and viewing. It's a good position, Guyana, for Guyana. They lead by 417 runs already. And I probably agree with Marlon. They would want Chandra Paul to get 100 because he's vying for a place to partner Buffett, and he's not gotten 100 yet. He's gotten starts, but its conversion has not been as what he would have liked.
Yes, certainly good platform for Tagenarine Chandapol. I mean, I do think at this point he could show a little bit more energy, a little bit more vibe, and trying to go after the bowling instead of just accumulating. Just to show another aspect of his game. And while I don't blame the Guyana Harpy Eagles, because of course there is a lot of time left in this game, I certainly hope that their focus on getting Chandapol a score, getting themselves to safety doesn't come back to bite them.
Well, I think they would have, Ryan Hercules, the coach of the team, would have checked the forecast last night. At least that's what he said. And he's concerned, well, not concerned that there will be no rain tomorrow. So that's
Trepidation.
Yeah, so no rain tomorrow. And so lots and lots of time left in this game. But I agree with you, Chandra Paul needs to score a bit faster.
Makino Minley, first time we're seeing him for the morning. He's coming from the northern end of the ground to Chandapol. And starts on the money immediately.
Yes, Chandra Paul bat as broad as the side screen behind him as he comes forward. And that's his nature. Good defensive batter. And when he's not scoring runs, he even hits full tosses tamely. When he's in song, those balls will go crash into the boundary.
Yeah.
Come on, boys. Come on, boys.
Still trying to find his way, Tagenarine Chandapol. And he, of course, this is just, if he does get to 100 in here, I mean, it would be very good for him when he does. It's not just 100 he needs to score. He needs to score another one in the next round. Yeah, and he needs to keep scoring, and he needs to, I think, I mean, to be in contention, to be selected for the West Indies, you have to score, I would say, 500 or 600 runs over the course of the season. 700, 800. Jason Mohammed has already gotten that in 3 rounds. So that's the kind of competition that you're up against. You have to be pushing closer to that 700-800 run mark for the season. And one, or at least 2 of those has to be a big score.
Nice shot into the onside for single. So he inches on to what would be his 9th first class 100 if he gets there. He's on 64. And as you said, it's important that he's consistent. He's got probably, likely, 6 more innings to bat in this tournament. And he has to get at least 2 more hundreds or 3 to get in. There are lots of opening batsmen. McAlooey, the incumbent, got 80 something today.
Yeah, 84.
Oh dear. Almost went towards the man at mid-on. Rare bad shot there from Anderson. That's his favorite shot on the legs. He whips it away, he on drives. Maybe a slow ball.
Maybe.
Hit it in the air. A long way. But
Mindy is a little bit slower than Odin Smith, and then you're getting accustomed to it after a diet of spin as well. Be interesting to see Brad Barnes comes back from the southern end and the Redwood experiment is done. Good leave by Kevlon Anderson, who is certainly a player that is at the front of the class for selection here this season, Kevlon.
Yeah, he's also chalked up 200s, 1 here in the first innings. If he gets 50 not out in the second, that'll be his third 50 in addition to his 200s. And he scored 200s last year also. No, he scored one last year and one the previous year in his debut season. So he's got 400s.
Well played there by him. Maybe a thick edge, but it will run close to the third man rope. But I think more than that, I mean, yes, his weight of runs is important, but I think his mentality, his temperament has been really, really good.
Song
End of the over.
concentration, song technique, 126 for 2. And I'm looking to see when he turns for the second run. He looks good. No effects of his slightly sprained ankle. It's all well now.
That's good. So congratulations and well done to the Guyana backroom staff and their physiotherapy for keeping them fit and keeping them on point.
There's a physiotherapist and a trainer in the Guyana camp, as most of the teams.
But I mean, the warm-ups, I think I mentioned it yesterday, the warm-ups between Guyana and Jamaica really sort of highlight the gulf between them. You see the Guyana Harpy Eagles, they're all together, they're doing these stretches together, they're doing the running.
Yeah, like a
The
big family.
The Jamaica guys, they're sort of doing a stretching, the bowlers do a little something, and then they go and play football, and then the batters have the typical sort of knocking some balls against the nets.
Yeah,
Full toss. This one is hoiked away over mid-wicket, over cow corner. That was a horrible delivery and treated thusly by Tejanarayan Chanderpaul. With that 6 takes him into the 70s.
even Tejanarayan Chanderpaul would accept that gift. It was Christmas in March, so he got going and hit it out of the ground. That's a nice, juicy full toss. He bowled one previously to Anderson. It surprised him. He should have hit that into the sea.
Yeah, he should have. Certainly.
So it's an innocuous spell from young Redwood, but you've got to understand he's now learning, and the batters would realize that he's a rookie, so they'll try to go after him. Burns, on the other hand, was keeping it tight.
Yeah, certainly. Marquino Mindley having words with Tamari Redwood there. He really needs to just settle down, get one or two good deliveries in.
And Chanderpaul would love to get 100 before lunch.
Another sort of full delivery, but well played by Chanderpaul, and he pushes it down to long on for a signal.
Yeah, and Redwood is trying his best to accommodate him, getting 100 before lunch.
Yeah. He's been a polite host, Tamari Redwood.
6.2 overs, none for 27. Had 2 wickets in the first innings, but went for 100 also in the first innings. Good delivery.
Yeah, brilliant stuff here. But I've been genuinely impressed. Genuinely impressed with Kevlon Anderson. He seems to be a very, very good cricketer. He's good at hitting the ball out of the park. He's good at taking singles. He has those magnificent wrists, which I think define a good batter. He has very good awareness of the field. And clearly he's very fit.
Nice shot, finds the gap, this time Chanderpaul to the right of the extra cover, and they cross for an easy single. So Chanderpaul goes up now to 73. Anderson is on 19, and since he was playing on the 17 cricket, he reminded me of a Carl Hooper. Anderson. Nice shot, and that's one of his favorite shots, the on drive, and arguably that's the hardest shot to play.
But that is one heck of a comparison there. That's a lofty comparison indeed. I do see shades of Carl Hooper's ease at batting in Kevlon Anderson for sure. And if he is more focused on the great Sir Carl Hooper, and he will do very well for himself. Good push again by Tejanarayan Chanderpaul. They milked Tamari Redwood for a run every single ball of this over. 11 runs in it. 137 for 2, 53 overs bowled, and it's just about 13 minutes before the lunch break. And the Guyana Harpy Eagles, they'll be going in for a feast because they well deserve it.
Yes, and the lead now close to 450. I think it's 442 or something like that. And they would love to 431, and they would love to have as close as 450, as close as Chandapal is 100, and they'll come out to bat maybe a half hour. They've still got lots of time. And the more runs they put on the board, the more unlikely Jamaica can come back for a sensational, that would be a sensational victory if Jamaica is to snatch victory from the jaws of defeat here.
Yeah, I'm really hoping Jamaica make a game of it somehow and really fight and push Guyana to the absolute and utter limit as best as they can. In terms of the time frame now, well, I think it's more than likely that Guyana will bat until lunch. I don't see any reason now why they would, and I certainly think they will bat for a little bit after lunch and really tire the Jamaicans out. Because if you just declare at lunch and then the Jamaicans come out with a little bit of rest behind them during that lunch break.
And that's maybe why they eventually sent out Anderson to prolong the innings. Imlach was out with a soft dismissal, caught at cover. And before that, yesterday, Nandu was dismissed. So those are the only two batters to be back in the pavilion. 15 for 1, 98 for 2. So 137 for the loss of 2 wickets. 431 technically for 2. Lots of cricket left in the year for the West Indies. The women tournament in effect going on in St. Kitts.
Good delivery by Markino Mindley, and that's the end of Tejaran Chandapal. Well, he's come from around the wicket, but he still managed to get the ball into Tej and claim that LBW wicket. Markino Mindley barely celebrates, but Tejaran goes LBW to the Jamaica captain for a well-played 74. No 100 for him today. 137 for 3.
Yes, batted long, did all the hard work, and got a good delivery though. You can't blame him for playing a bad shot. That was a good ball, and good balls out great batsmen. So he's unfortunately not being able to convert a good 50 into 100. That would be the first 100 for the season.
Yeah, well, it's not as easy as it looks. There is a reason they call it first-class cricket. And then if you want to step up and then play test cricket, well, it's even harder at that level. Tejaran Chandapal has had a taste of the game at the highest level, and he certainly wants to get back there. And unfortunately for him, he won't do any more damage with the bat today. Kemal Savory, yet another Guyanese player in the middle order who has shone brightly for the Harpy Eagles. Some good scores this tournament. He doesn't have 100 yet. He's actually come closer than Tej do. He has a 99 score. And then a lovely 46 as well in the first innings. That was fairly chanceless until he had to bat with the tail coming lower.
And you couldn't blame him for that shot. He was the last player at the crease, and he was looking to palm the strike. And in two minds, either to hit the ball for 6 or hit it for 3, and he got caught at mid-off. So you can't blame him for that. That was a good innings up to that time.
Yeah, it really was a chanceless innings, I would say, from Kemal Savory. He came in, he looked completely and utterly comfortable, just like Kevlon Anderson.
And then wickets were falling. Guyana lost their last 4 wickets for 18 runs. That was a stage when Jamaica should have capitalized, which they did. And the next morning, they bowled out Guyana again. But the middle session of that game, that was really the nail in the coffin. not tightly hammered, but loose. It's going to be hammered eventually.
Makino Minley to Kemal Savory. Good delivery has a thick outside edge and now will run through to a fortuitous for Kemal Savory. Gets a lucky four to get off the mark.
Yes, lucky four. That one swung away and it peeled off the outer half of the bat all along the ground though. And there's just the solitary slip and the gully. So lots of space is there and in the slip cordon. And 4 runs, first ball. That will do the world of good for its confidence, because even if you scored 99, you're starting on naught today, and you never want to make a duck.
You certainly don't want to make a duck. And just to give you, let's illustrate how much that Jamaica Scorpions collapse was after this delivery. They were bowled out of 44. The wickets fell at 5, 12, 14, 16, 23, 26, 32, 32, 32, and then 44.
And 17 extras, compliments of 9, 11 no balls from Smith.
Niall Smith.
Hercules says he's worried about the no ball issue, but he's glad that the fast bowling points were maximized.
Good delivery again from Makino Minley. Played a little bit hesitantly there by Kemal Savory. And then at the end of the over, the damage has been done. Makino Minley has taken out the set Tejerine Chandapal with 141 for 3. The Guyana Harpy Eagles, their lead, I think it's closing in, it's about 430, maybe about 435, 436 now.
141, 141 for 3, so they lead by 435. And Chandrapal's innings got slower and then accelerated. This morning was the fastest he scored, and found the gaps, ran the singles. In the end was leg beat before wicket to Mindley for 74 from 172 balls, 3 fours and 1 6. His demise came at 137 for 3. So well played by the left-hander, but you've got to go on to get 100 if you want to get back into the West Indies side.
Confirmation that the Tamari Redwood experiment is at an end. Brad Barnes resumes. Didn't have much of a break, but here he is back again from his beloved southern end to Anderson.
So 18 overs has leaked, well, you can't say leaked, has cost just 54 runs, and he's taken 1 wicket. The wicket yesterday of Nandu, that was a beautiful ball. The arm ball rattled the stumps of Nandu. This is short, short and punched away, but can't find the gap, Anderson. Looks so nice, so good on the eye.
He's on to 20 of 36, good scoring rate. And again, he hasn't done anything too rash or too silly. He's worked the ball around, he's got the single, he put away the bad balls, and a good strike rate in the red ball game, 20 of 37.
Yeah, good afternoon, wherever you are in the United States of America, maybe in Miami to Sir Lawrence Rowe. He was class, personified. Oh my dear, he was class. I remember doing commentary here and in 2002 when Garrett Breeze was close to making the West Indies team, and every time he flighted hoops would go down the track and hit him for 6, delicately cut. And Morris Foster
Bunts this one down to that wide long off area for Kevlon Anderson to pick up another easy single.
And Morris Foster was saying that if you think Hooper is class, see Lawrence Rowe.
Oh yes.
Yaga.
214 and 100 not out on debut.
Yeah, the
Never been bettered.
Yeah.
At 302 as well.
And unfortunately for him, he had an allergy to grass.
The grass, yeah.
Yeah. And talking about Morris Foster, he also got out for 99 in a test match against India, was bowled.
End of the over, 142 for 3. We're in the land of Kingston, Jamaica. We're in the land of Jamaica, Sabina Park. And I mean, this is a name that has been forgotten, but at one point he was on the same level as Sir Gary Sobers, and Sir Gary Sobers thought of him as even better before he tragically died in a car accident.
Who was that?
O'Neill Gordon Collie Smith, sir.
Oh, Collie Smith.
Collie Smith
yeah.
Drive in Trenchtown. There's a
Yeah.
school that bears his name as well. And yes, Sir Gary Sobers, that great cricketer, one of the greatest of all time, arguably the greatest, rated Collie Smith as even better than him.
I think so Gary Sobers had 17 test centuries. And I didn't realize he was such an accomplished batter. He started as a bowler and then worked his way up and had the first world record, 375, which lasted a lot of years.
365.
365 before Laura broke
had
it.
the 375.
And then 401.
Jermaine Blackwood is into the attack, which is very strange. Marquino Minley took a wicket in his last over, but yet Jermaine Blackwood has replaced him. Let's see what happens here. Kevlon Anderson again trying for that on drive. This just gets it to the mid-wicket region there. And the big-shouldered man, Odin Smith, does the fielding.
Talking about Jamaicans, Christopher Henry Gale, one of 4 batters to score a triple century twice.
Yes, indeed.
So Donald Bradman
Crampy.
and Yuvraj Singh. And of course the 2 West Indians, Gale and Lara.
I remember actually a comment. Somebody asked Viv Richards how come he never scored any bigger centuries, because he said he didn't need to because the bowlers were so good. I think Viv only has his high score was 291, I believe.
Yeah, against
at
England.
Trent
Yeah, but he was an entertainer. He batted for the crowd. He never thought about stats, just thought about entertaining and winning. Winning was more important than anything else. I remember under Clive Lloyd, they won 11 consecutive test matches, which was broken by the Australians
Yeah.
in 2002, I think, and 29 series unbeaten.
Yeah.
That's the power, the glory days of West Indies cricket.
I actually had a book. Nice punch by Kevlon Anderson, just in front of the square on the offside, and you get a signal. But I had a book called Test Cricket in the 80s, and it was all the stats of all the test game in the 80s. And it was absolutely amazing, Sean Devers, that out of every year, they would put the figures of the top 20. And every year, there were at least 5 West Indians in the top batting, and then another 5 West Indians in the top bowling. It was, and then, I mean, these were the greatest names you've ever heard. The greatest names of cricket that graced the field. And then Malcolm Marshall didn't even start in the 80s. And then towards the end of the 80s, that's when Malcolm Marshall came in. There was Gordon Greenwich, there was Desmond Hayne. There was Jeff Dujon, who was rated very, very highly as a batsman as well. He was a very, very classy batter.
He actually
And then, of
started
course-
as a batter.
And then, of course, Sir Viv Richards.
Yeah. Larry Gomes was also right up there.
I think I remember that Clive Lloyd actually retired as the top as the top batter in the world when he left the game. I think it was in about 1983.
I think he retired when he was 42.
Yeah.
Back in those days, players played longer than these days. So the overs completed at the end of 56 overs. Guyana 143 for the loss of 3. Chandrapal still there. No, Chandrapal has been dismissed. Yeah. Chandrapal made 74 and Tevin Inlak made 31. Those were the 2 batters dismissed today. At the wicket is Kimal Savory on 4 and Anderson on 23. We've got that right. eventually.
Yes, it actually launched here on day 3. The first session has been completed. Guyana have a healthy league of 437. It'll be interesting to see what happens in the second session. I assume Guyana will bat for maybe about an hour and then put the Scorpions in and see what happens. We will be back with more commentary after the lunch break, which is in about 40 minutes time. Sean Devers will be coming back with Mr. Marlon Pinnock.
Yeah, well, welcome back to a still sunlit Sabina Park here in Kingston, Jamaica, where we greet you with the news. In case you've just joined us, you've missed a lot of action. It's only the second session of the penultimate day, and we've seen two teams batting, and now the third in progress. Guyana, with a lead of 295 runs, they're now 143 for 3 at the lunch break. Good afternoon to you, Marlon.
Good afternoon to you, Mr. Divas. Second session of day 3. And progress. 2 batters in the middle. Kevin Anderson, the right-hander. And of course, Savory. Both players would have great understanding of each other. Been playing for the Harpy Eagles for some time now. Last season, Savory scored that magnificent 155, and that's his highest first-class score as well. And so far, Kevin Anderson, 100 in the first innings, and well set at the wicket in the second innings. And the ball is with Brad Barnes. He has this ball throughout the inning so far for the Scorpions. Just 1 wicket. How long will the Guyana Harpy Eagles bat? That's a question.
Yeah, maybe half an hour, depending on how things go. So Barnes starts on the southern end and bowls first delivery after lunch, and it's played quietly into the offside by Anderson, who's on 20. Savory is on 4. So Anderson on 22 and Savory on 4, 143 for 3. Still the glorious sunshine. If the Jamaica bat like they batted in the first innings, this game could be all over today. One would hope, from a West Indian point of view, that players like Blackwood, King, Mackenzie put up their hands and bat and take this game deep in tomorrow. Even if they don't win, they'll try to draw the match.
That should be the aim of the Scorpions. And the Guyana Harpy Eagles stretch their lead closer to that 450 mark. 438 lead. And 7 wickets in hand. A lot of time left in the game as well. I think if the Guyana Harpy Eagles bat up to an hour, a lot of time.
Yeah, the highest score so far is 641. That was made way back in 1967 when Roy Fredericks made 2 centuries in 1 game, and that's a long time ago. So they won't even attempt to get to that score. 500, 450 would be enough.
I think so. 450 decent.
No.
And the Scorpions haven't been at their best when it comes down to the batting aspect. Not being consistent. The first game we saw German Blackwood scored a century. And then the second game, John Campbell scored a century. But the consistency throughout, not good for the Scorpions.
Well, the 2 batters have also scored centuries for Guyana, but the difference is that Anderson scored 2. And Imlak scored 1, and Savory, who's batting now, got a 99. And all the other batters have chipped in.
There we go. Another run. Kevin Anderson. He scored a century, I think, in the first round.
Yeah.
And now back in round 4, another century. So the consistency, and he has 2 half centuries as well.
Yeah, this season.
That goes to show consistently scoring runs. The 57th over has come to an end. And Harpy Eagles 1-4-5 for a loss of 3.
Yeah, good conditions continue to prevail here. Bright sunshine, not a cloud in the sky. Bright blue. And if you look over there, you see some specks of white floating clouds lazily over the Sabina Park Stadium, or the Sabina Park ground. And the flags fluttering away in the breeze, which shows there's still a breeze blowing across the ground, the Jamaica flag and the golden arrowhead of Guyana.
Not much spectators here either.
No, that's a disappointment. Not only in Jamaica, but throughout the Caribbean. The people are somehow not coming to see first-class cricket. Believe it's not properly promoted and marketed by the regional boards.
One thing for sure, when Jamaica Premier League football is playing, so buying a packed crowd, not much space to walk in when it comes on to football. The Costa Cup, Manning Cup, those sports or those activity takes up Sabina Park. But when it comes on to cricket, there you go, handful of spectators.
Well, cricket is still big in Guyana, but the CPL, when there's CPL, Guyanese fans come from North America, Trinidad, even Jamaica, all around the Caribbean. Outside the line of the leg stump, just straying there, well taken there by Thomas, going to his left. And of course, there's Cricket Carnival coinciding with the CPL. It's going to be our last year. We had 3 years, and that has passed, and now the government of Guyana has negotiated for another year. That's going to be good for sporting tourism in general.
And of course, the Guyana Harpy Eagles approaching a third title, back-to-back titles in this West Indies Championship.
Yes, they're 14th in all if they win the title this year. And this will be the second in a row, or the third, yes, the second in a row from Imlak. He took over from Leon Johnson, who won 6 titles in 8 years for Guyana. And Guyana's won 7 in 9 years.
I think back in the days, the Scorpions was up top when it comes on to regional cricket, with the likes of Nikita Miller, Tamar Lambert, and those players.
Maybe heading down the leg side.
It was going down the leg side. And easy decision for umpire Christopher Taylor.
Love your work, man.
Christopher Taylor from the land of wood and water. And umpire Carl Tuckett from Nevis.
Called Tuckett, who plays some ODI cricket for West Indies as well.
I actually played against him at youth level right here in Jamaica, my first year. Got him stumped.
Oh, there we go. A good delivery from Blackwood. This one came back sharply. A very handy medium bowler, German Blackwood.
Yeah, but he's got to work now, concentrate with the bat. Got 100 already in the tournament. And you can't get a top score of 5. Barnes made 5. That's ridiculous
Well,
at this level.
well, he got 100 in the first innings and some 79 in the second. Since then, nothing.
Outside the line of the off stump again. Nice, handy medium pace to have in your side. So 145 for 3, 58 overs gone. The thing now would be how long the Harpy Eagles would continue to bat. They say they're looking at the total, not time. So the batters need to step on the gas if they're looking at the 450, 500 total. 500 would be too much. Wasting time.
Barnes will continue. He has a marathon spell of bowling so far, in both innings as well.
Yeah, he's been very frugal, been tight, put the shackles on the batters, but the runs have leaked from the other end, the other spinner. Redwood, that's a nice delicate shot, showing dexterity there, just going on to the front foot and then going back and late cutting like a Lawrence Rowe.
That's typically Kevlin Anderson. Easy, flowing right-hand batter. A player with a lot of class.
Yeah, from the county of Berbice, from Rose Hall Town Youth and Sports Club in Quarantine, Region 6.
Well, he's on 24, and guess what? He is also the age of 24 as well.
Yeah, so he's on his age. Want to go miles past his age. That's short and hammered away, but can't find the gap there. The little wicket keeper, batter. He's the reserve keeper in the side. And last year he had a lot of work to do with the gloves.
In fact, last year he kept in that innings as well. Captain Tevin Imlak got a hit on his finger.
A good delivery, spun across the left-hander.
And what was good about last year as well, he batted and scored 155.
Yeah.
And then return and keep throughout the innings as well. Credit to him. A very fit young man who takes the cricket very, very serious. And rewards for him.
Yeah, this year in Trinidad and Tobago. The wicket-keeper, Joshua Fasad, has scored 300s already and 2 in the same inning, the same match. That's a record because just Jason Mohammed has also done that. Never before in the history of West Indies cricket has 2 batters scored doubles in the same matches. Every time was 1.
We have seen some brilliant batting in the tournament so far.
Yeah, runs galore, 26 centuries so far, which means the pitches have been good. And we've seen some good fast bowlers in the first round. Matthew Ford from Barbados got a 5 wicket. All the spinners have revelled. So it's a balanced pitch. Robert Haynes was saying after the first day that the pitch was flat, good for batting. Then, unfortunately, Jamaica got bowled out for 44. So another over comes to an end. At the end of it, it's 147 for 3. The lead now, 441.
I think the Scorpions didn't apply themselves at the wicket. What credit to the Harpy Eagles bowlers in particular.
Well, I can't foresee the Scorpions batting as badly as they did in the first innings. I'm hoping, from a West Indies point of view, that somebody can step up. Maybe Blackwood. That's a good time for Mackenzie, who is looking to get back into the West Indies team, get a big 100. I don't see the Scorpions winning though, but I'm hoping that the match could go into tomorrow with Jamaica making a better fight.
Kurt Mackenzie highest score is 46 this season.
The score says 59.
Just averaging over 20. Not the best
Right, time over.
from a talented player as Kurt Mackenzie.
With 6 test matches. And of course, when the test cricketers come back to the regional, there's a big gap between test cricket and our regional first class. You should be able to dominate.
Prime example, West Indies Test, and Captain Craig Brathwaite came back with a double century.
In the first match he played, missed the first round, second round a double century.
And Joshua De Silva, 3 in a row
Yeah.
when it comes on to centuries.
Yeah, the 13th time that this has happened. Batsmen making hundreds in both innings. Of course, the regional bully, Devon Smith, did it in 2013 and 2017, so he did it twice.
And it's good to see Ryan John, a fast bowler, getting his maiden first-class century as well.
Bad shot, looked to hit that out of the park, didn't move his feet across, and that's a rare, uncharacteristic shot from the usually elegant Kelvin Anderson.
Clearly the intention is to get on with things. And Kevlin Anderson advancing down the wicket, losing his shape on this occasion.
They must,
Just beaten outside the house stump by Blackwood.
yeah, they must have given in a certain amount of overs to get his 50. And if he doesn't, then call him in, declare. I don't see that happening though. They would allow him to get his 50, unless he bats like a boring batter, blocking the ball every time.
Yeah, well, he needs 24 runs for an half century, and that would be his 3rd of the season.
Yep.
German Blackwood, very economical so far, into his 12th. None for 9. And the run rate just over 2.5 runs and over so far in the second innings.
Good delivery again from Blackwood. Blackwood is like Anderson, just bowls medium pace, backup bowler. In fact, Anderson has gotten a 5-wicket haul already in first class cricket.
Useful and handy all rounder.
Yeah, the evolution of 2020 cricket means that more batters or bowlers are doing both of the arts. Except Shemron Hettimeyer, he's solely a batter. He's one of the few that don't wicket keep nor don't bowl, just bat.
I think he was a part of that
16.
16
Yeah, he
West Indies
actually won the World Cup. He was the captain when West Indies won the 2016 Under-19 World Cup. So much has changed since
I
then.
think a Jamaican Michael Frew was a part of that team as well.
Yep.
Wrapped in the pad, a loud appeal. Wrote a shout. But umpire Christopher Taylor unmoved.
That's the over.
Maybe it was going down the leg side. Let's take a look at this replay. Mr. Devers.
Yeah, pitched outside the off stump. Prodigious inward movement and might have gone missing the leg stump.
Excellent call by umpire Christopher Taylor. And the 68th over has come to an end. 1-for-9 for the loss of 3, the Harpy Eagles.
So Mindley Smith taking wickets today. Yesterday Barnes. Beautiful delivery to dismiss Nandu. Went through the gate and rattled the stumps. That seemed a long way ago. And today they started on 68 for 1 with Imlak on 19 and Chandrapal on 37. Chandrapal was LBW to Mindley for 79. Faced 172 balls, 3 fours and a 6, 137 for 3, and before that Imlak hit a soft dismissal, hit Odin Smith to cover and was caught for 31, 98 for 2. That's the only wickets to have fallen today.
That ball kept a bit low. Back in away was Kevlin Anderson and looking to access the offside. But if you look at the difference in the game so far, the Scorpions 60 plus over in this innings, 100 plus over in the first innings. So over 160 overs and they have been in the field for, and they bat 25.5.
Yeah, that's maybe why Guyana opted not to enforce the follow-on, to give their fast bowlers a little rest. And the ball is keeping low, and the danger would be with the ball keeping low for the Jamaican side. They wouldn't like this, to see the ball keeping low, and they've got the bat last.
And the 150 comes up as well in the second innings for the Guyana Harpy Eagles. But Barnes in this game so far, out of 160 something overs, has bowled some 40 odd overs in that as well.
And he's been quite tight, kept the shackles on for most of the time. But Redwood, the 19-year-old, has to learn, have to gain with experience. He was very bad. Long hops and full tosses. Even Chandrapal got a 6 off of him. Nice dutiful toss. Christmas come in March.
A learning process, as I mentioned, but I think a bit of spot bowling, more spot bowling, he will get better.
Yeah, of course. Tucked up, but still managed to play it into the onside. Gets an easy single down to long on. So the runs are coming, but not the boundaries. And the over is completed. It's 151 for 3. Guyana batting in their second innings.
what is good for the Harpy Eagles so far. The rotation of the strike has been brilliant. Not getting the boundaries, but the ones and the twos and even the threes add up and make the total up to 151 for three.
And it's going to make life harder for the bowlers because one is a left-hander, Savory, one is a right-hander, Anderson. And if they continue to rotate the strike, you wouldn't get to bowl 6 balls at one batsman. Especially spinners like to set up a batsman, bowl 6 balls at one batter and set him up. You got your variations. But if every ball is a different batter, you've got to reline your length, your line. And it's difficult. It's also difficult work for the fielders. Got to go over to the other side. The umpires also.
Yes, indeed, left and right, a combination.
Yeah. Looking for expansive shot. Hit the inner half of the bat. That one maybe came into him from Blackwood. In the end, looking to hit it over mid-on. In the end, it went towards the man at mid-wicket. They got a single, but an injudicious shot.
German Blackwood, not the tallest of fast bowlers in the Scorpion team, but he generally gets the ball to slide or to skid on more. And so Kamal Safer needs to be mindful of that as well. He's up to 8 from 24 deliveries.
And from that shot, you get the indication that they want to press on. They want to score quicker. The declaration time is close.
But what the Scorpions did, if you realize in the game so far, the 2 most economical bowlers in the day is Jermaine Blackwood and of course Brad Barnes. And they are both operating at the moment, trying to slow the game down.
Yes, allowing Guyana to bat as long as possible so they would have less time to be bowled out. That's a good ploy.
There you go again. Advancing down the wicket, Kevlin Anderson, with credit to Blackwood on this occasion, and keeping things very straight. I think the plan is clear. You mentioned it.
So 450 plus would be unlikely to be gotten by the Jamaicans. So their next plan is to save the match. And by doing that, they got a bowl tight, allow the Guyanese to get whatever total they want to declare, but longer than they would have wanted, giving them less time to be bowled out.
If you look at the field, the indication is clear from the Scorpions. And they are defending.
Don't want to give any free runs. And they would have to bat on a pitch that's going to turn and keep low.
Oh, what a good delivery. That's a beautiful delivery. And Kevlin Anderson was looking to play the ball on the onside. And look at this delivery, Devils.
Yeah, looking to play his favorite clip off the pads and went right through him. Excellent delivery. So as we see in Ali Mohammed, not usually using the new ball or opening the bowling, he got 6 and no bowling for Thaddeus Lovell, who is in his second game. Didn't bowl much in his debut game.
You mentioned six fielders out on the deep for the Scorpions.
Looking for single, it's not there. So, eking out the pressure on the batters, denying them runs. There's also a ploy that you can get wickets, especially West Indian batsmen, because if they don't score for any length of time, they play a release shot. High risk, and they get out. Nice shot though, good stop though in the end. The man had cover. He didn't initially know where the ball had gone. In the end he saved a certain boundary if that ball had passed him. And he overcomes the then 152 now for the loss of 3.
That's Javel Glenn at that extra cover region. Save 4 runs. With another tidy over from Jermaine Blackwood as well. He has been very, very economical so far, Jeremy Blackwood. Bowled 13 overs so far. None for 10.
Yes.
Under a runner over from Blackwood.
Yeah, I'm bowling in tandem with Mr. Frugal, Mr. Economy. Off spinner Barnes. He's bowled tighter than
And
Blackwood.
Brad Barnes.
Yeah.
He has another brother, Brian Barnes, who have captained Jamaica under 19 U team and won double as well for Jamaica.
It's good to see brothers in cricket. The most famous brothers there was, they're twins. And in female cricket, Anisa Mohammed, the off spinner for Trinidad, she has a twin sister, also played regional cricket. Didn't make the West Indies team. She has two brothers who are also twins who play cricket.
Here we go. Excellent.
You
Cricket
can't
in the
beat
family.
that. Yeah. If their house plays the other house, it will be battering for so.
What do you think?
Indeed.
Hit away by Savory, this time out long off. Another easy single.
Excellent cricket from the Harpy Eagles. Fly to deliver this time. And good use of the feet as well.
Yeah, we tried to get news from the women's final, the women's Super 50 final, which is presently being played at Warner Park. And Guyana playing Jamaica at Connery, I think, in the match for third place, playoffs. Giving himself room and swatting it away, but can't beat the field at backward point. So after this tournament from the women's, they will pick the West Indies team. They're going to tour the UK.
I think that was outside the arm stump this occasion. Looking to sweep that ball and down to that fine leg region. Leg by signal, umpire called Tuckett. Another experienced umpire as well.
And actually his son is playing in this regional tournament, the wicketkeeper for the Leeward Islands.
I think he got a century as well.
Yeah, I think so. I'm not sure. I know he got a big score. Carl Bowen Tuckett. Nice shot out towards the long off position again. And there's just a single as Savory goes into double figures now.
I think the Trinidad and Tobago won Barbados in the women's competition. They won by some 7 wickets.
Yeah, congratulations to Trinidad and Tobago. They've really dominated the white ball format. Both men and women, youth and senior. And also in the CPL.
Trinidad and Guyana always been good rivals when it comes down to any sporting event. Dominant in cricket.
Short and hit away. And that's going to go down to the boundary for 4. As easy as you like. The boys on the scoreboard, the manual scoreboard, will throw it back. And that's another boundary to Anderson.
Brilliant shot. He gave himself room to access the offside. And guess what? Lead extends to 450. And so the Guyana Harpy Eagles lead goes up to, I think, 451.
They might be waiting for
453.
Yeah, they might be waiting for Anderson to get another half century.
Well, he's 19 runs away. Just about 15 minutes.
And it's hardly likely that Sami Pomal will end the match without getting a wicket. And this pitch now starting to turn a lot more. We saw the rough when we were out there. And it's going to bounce, it's going to keep low. So it's going to be difficult batting the spinner in the second innings. We just saw a solitary over spin in the first innings and they were blown away by the fast bowlers. Coach Orkley saying that he's was happy that they got maximum fast bowling points. Points are important in these games also.
Talking about spin bowling, first time in the game we're going to see Kirk McKenzie. Useful off spinner.
Short, first delivery from Mackenzie. No real turn, but usually you just try to get a length on the line, your first two deliveries, and punched away for a single. No, not a single, it went straight to the field man. And there's no run for Savory. He's kept on 10. 31 is Anderson. Mackenzie bowls trying a lap sweep there was Savory. It hit the edge and it went down to the boundary. No, it pulled back just inside. He has 4 runs. Had enough on it, but he was looking to hit it square, and in the end it went behind the keeper off the top edge, and 4 fortuitous runs, but runs nevertheless for Savory goes now to 14.
Vital runs for the Harpy Eagles. I think this delivery was very fast, and the pace of that delivery, top edge you'd want to say, and it flew over the first slip heading Jermaine Blackwood, and he's one of the quickest on the field. He couldn't get to hit.
Land of athletics supremacy, land of Usain Bolt, Asafa Powell, Merle Otley.
Shelley and Fraser.
Yeah, Shelley and Fraser.
Elaine Thompson. And the 2 twin sisters from Clarendon.
Yeah, so many great athletes. And the champs tournament, the schools tournament, I think it's going to be next week or the other week. That I went, had the good fortune of attending one. That was rampacked, and scouts from all over come down. The old students, the former athletes go to support their schools. That's the biggest sport event in the Caribbean in terms of athletics. It's like a mini Olympics.
Indeed. And there you go, when it comes on to champs, every year, Park Stadium, the National Stadium.
Mackenzie. Looking for a breakthrough. Another sweep, another in on the edge this time by Anderson, and another boundary.
2 boundaries came from the first from Kirk McKenzie, and not intended, what the result is 2 boundaries.
But if I was Kurt Mackenzie, I wouldn't be too worried about that. Both shots were played unintentionally, and the ball ended up not where the batter would have been aiming for. So technically, both shots were bad shots, and he could say that both batsmen were beaten, even though when you look at his score, 1 over for 9 runs.
A 31-run partnership from 63 deliveries as well. And after this over, I'll take my leave as well and leave. And the Guyanese and the Trinidadian to battle in the commentary box.
Yeah, Andrew Chand. He told me his name began with his great-grandfather. They called him Chand with the D. Now,
Chandy!
you know, now he's knocked off the D and he's Chan.
Indeed.
Thanks, well, boy.
Another single down towards long off. Would you bring in the mid-off and allow the batsman, tempt the batsman to go over the top?
Not at all. And based on what we have seen, the Harpy Eagles will be looking quick runs. No need for you to bring in the field and give them easy access of hitting the ball over the infield. You're trying to limit the amount of boundaries. And I think the Scorpion will happy to give away singles.
Quite agree with you there too. Even if you get a couple of wickets, the runs leak. In normal situations, you try to buy wickets, put the man there, bringing him, ask him to go over the top. But it's unlikely that you'll bowl out Guyana and you'll give them free runs. with the risk of getting wickets. So don't take the risk. Got the man on the boundary. Long off, long on. Deep mid wicket, deep backward square. Nice shot again by Savory.
And these two batters in the middle, very comfortable, very compact. Left and right combination as well. And doing just for the Guyana Harpy Eagles. 39 and 4 so far in the game to go with 6 sixes.
Another easy single. And even if you get 6 singles, that's a run rate of 6 per over. So it can still add up. You've got the bold dot balls in between. You just can't allow easy singles. Milk in the bowling. Barnes round the wicket to the left-hander.
Ball, Janks.
And again, Savory's forward.
And the 65th over has come to an end. Harpy Eagles won 7-2 for the loss of 3. And Barnes completed his 24th. And Andrew Chang will start proceedings right after this final thought from Mr. Devers.
Yes, well, you had a good job. You went well. And hopefully that you'll be back tomorrow when Jamaica starts their reply. Well, they'll start today and hopefully they continue tomorrow. And you get something to smile about. Good afternoon to you, Andrew.
Pleasant good afternoon to Mr. Sean Devers and all our viewers. And I'm sorry to break up the friendship, Sean, because I saw that you and Mr. Marlon Pinnock had a wonderful little afternoon stroll across Sabina Park.
Yeah, we were looking for personalities to interview. Found none.
Well, I guess you and Marlon are just too much personality for everybody else here in Sabina Park.
Well, we were told by some old-timers over there who knew me from way back that back in the days, you would have found a lot of personalities there and the pack stands. But these days, regional cricket doesn't attract a lot of people. CWI trying to change that.
Yeah, certainly. And congratulations to Dr. Kishore Shalu, who will be starting his second term unopposed as president of Cricket West Indies. And that's at the end of this month, March the 29th.
Yes, and you're president of the Trinidad Tobago Cricket Board also, Bassarat. He would be elected vice president unopposed.
Yeah.
Lots of cricket. I understand that Trinidad's already beaten Barbados in their women's final at Warner Park.
Yeah, it's
Congratulations to Trinidad.
Yeah, congratulations to them.
Now we wait on an outcome of the Guyana Jamaica match at Connery in the third place playoff. Here at Sabina Park, again Guyana playing
A bit
Jamaica.
of a misfield there at backward point, and Kevlin Anderson, who's moving on quite well, will move on to the 40s now to follow up with his 100 from the first innings. That lead stretches to 470, so I'm guessing maybe 500 is the total now.
I think
the magic number.
I believe, that's just a belief, that when Anderson gets his 50, they will be clear. But 500 would be out of reach. Even this total is out of reach. The best Jamaica can do is bat long and bat long and bat long and draw the match.
You know, there's something I actually wanted to chat with you about, because you're so familiar with the landscape of cricket in Guyana, both past and present. Goes for the extravagant sweep across the line. Doesn't make connection. But I wanted to get an idea of what's the under 17, under 19 level of cricket like in Guyana. What good is happening there?
A lot of good. The under 17, especially, there's a guy by the name of Shamar Apple. He's churning out runs like rice. So he got 100. He got 200s and 250s already in the Mayor's Cup on the 17 tournament in Georgetown, and the teams from Berbice and everywhere youth level, they're very, very good.
End of the over, 177 for 3, 66 overs gone.
Youth cricket is flourishing in Guyana, but the problem with the Guyanese on the 15, on the 17, and to a lesser extent the under 19, because Guyana focuses on spin at the youth level, we win matches and the other team, especially Barbados, gets bonus points for their fast bowlers, and they end up getting more points than Guyana. We've never won under 15, and we've been in front, losing no matches. And that's a problem that we've got to work on, getting more young fast bowlers involved.
Well, hopefully the emergence of a particular gentleman by the name of Shamar Joseph will change that perspective. Because I mean, it's not every single island in the Caribbean that plays cricket at the West Indies level or has contributed on a regional level has produced fast bowlers. Every single island, Guyana, Colin Croft, of course, Rion King.
Yeah, Colin Stewart.
Yeah, Colin Stewart. Brandon Bess was a good fast bowler. Ronsford Beaton had good potential.
Yeah, but Kimo Paul played 3 test matches, and along with Ronsford Beaton are the only fast bowlers produced by Essequibo to play test cricket. So they've got 2. There was a youngster called Brandon Bess, lived in Claremont. At the Kensington Oval, at the Kensington Oval, 2 fast bowlers from the West Indies team got injured. He was in the academy eating breakfast, and he got a chance to play first class cricket. He actually got a wicket, and he just withered away.
It's a shame, really. Appeal for LBW, I think it is. But nothing doing. Let's have a look at the replay on this one. I think that would be outside the line. Would probably be the decision from Carl Tuckett.
But you were asking about under 17 and youth cricket. They got a lot of youth cricketers. There's Hetmeyer's nephew, Adrian Hetmeyer.
But the reason I asked is because at the academy level, there aren't any cricketers, I don't think, playing for the academy at this time.
Guyanese?
Guyanese.
Yes, I think Dindial is part of that setup.
Right.
Mahendra Dindial, he played for the West Indies under 19. But I don't see him making any runs. I don't see him in the teams at all.
Chris, what?
So that's strange. He is one of for the future, but he's got to be consistent. That's all of the youngsters. They've got to make the selectors keep an eye on them by scoring or getting wickets. That's the only thing. You get picked by your runs and you get picked by the amount of wickets you take consistently. If you do that and you're not picked, then the media could write about you. But you can't write about somebody who is just making 20 and 25 and expect to get picked.
The delivery by Bad Bonds. Well played in the end by Kemal Savory. 180 for 3, 67 overs bowled.
But at the senior level, Berbice has produced a lot of fast bowlers. Right now, there's Thaddeus Lovell, who's Essequibian, but there are a lot of fast bowlers coming. The 2 that are missing here, Turn, really quick, has another, yes, he's just finished the under 19, West Indies under 19, he's 20, and Shamar Joseph, of course, they both come from Berbice. So does Shepherd, who's not playing. He's going to play some 2020 leagues. And they've got a lot of fast bowlers. The youngsters also coming through. There was The two youngsters played for Guyana last year. They were also from Berbice. Niall Smith also is from Berbice.
Turned nicely into the leg side by Kevlon Anderson to easily go up to 44.
And I think the West Indies board, or the CWI, instituted those bonus points of pacers to bring back the pacers, because teams like Guyana and Trinidad used to bowl 2 overs of pace and then go to spin and win matches. And you want to produce fast bowlers for every territory.
Driven nicely to mid on. And of course, it's a good thing, but I think there are other aspects to look at as well. I mean, if you look at the history of West Indies cricket and at the grounds, particularly where the nations play, they've always stuck to their tradition. Sabina Park has traditionally been a fast pitch. Barbados Kensington is sort of about even. Antigua, the old ARG, was a batting paradise, as Border as well. Queen's Park was the one that always
spin.
seemed to offer, a little bit to the spin, and even to a good pace bowler who would hit their marks. So, I think the point I'm trying to make is that back in those days, the cricketers would have had an opportunity to play on different pitches in different regions and hone their skills. Right now, if all you're getting is flat trackers and pitches where the ball is turning square from day 2 or day 1.5, then what's going to happen?
Well, 2 things I'd like to see. I'm very pleased with this tournament being spread out. The last couple of tournaments was staged in 2 countries, Antigua, Trinidad. Now you've got all the countries involved, which gives the opportunity there to players, especially the young players, to experience different cultures, different environments, different cricket conditions. But I must say that the ICC mandates that at the end of the over, it's 185 for 3. The ICC has mandated now that all the pitches and the practice pitches too from the last World Cup be relayed in the similar way. So when you go to Trinidad, you get to bat spin. When you bat at Border, you used to bat long. Similarly with different countries, it's pace in Jamaica, pace in Barbados. But now the pitches are almost the same. Better quality, but the same.
It's still the environment as well that contributes, because I mean Sabina Park, it is a slightly bigger ground. Kensington Oval, the outfield is fast, Border a little bit more lush. Queen's Park Oval, I still think it keeps a little bit low at Queen's Park. It generally kind of does. And then of course the carbon copy stadiums, the Darren Sammy Stadium, the Warner Park Stadium, and then of course the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium.
And the Beausejour, Darren Sammy Stadium now, I think that has the best pitch, because the best curator, Crofton, he's situated right there. And he goes around when international cricket to supervise the curators preparing the pitches in the different venues.
But yeah, certainly, I mean, the cricket West Indies has a lot on their plate, and they are doing their best in terms of, and then there's of course the negotiation between the different territories and their autonomy, as it were. 50 partnership for the 2Ks, Kevlon Anderson and Kemal Savory.
And it's good to see lights at every ground now. Even the grounds that play regional cricket, most of them have gotten lights. Sabina Park is the last ground, I think, that plays test cricket that got lights. And they are now going to host a day-night match with a pink ball when Australia comes here.
And even more than that, I hope That's a good sweep there. Good paddle sweep there by Kimon Savory. Gets it fine. Will they come back with a 2? It's a very easy 2. And I certainly hope that brings back a little bit of spark of cricket into Jamaica as well, because they did so well in that regional Super 50 last season. Unfortunately, weather had the last laugh in terms of that being a grand finale. Good accumulation of runs here by these two, which is what you expect from two batters in a supreme form. Brad Barnes has been milked for a single every delivery of this over.
And that single took Anderson to 49.
And he'll get a chance to get 50 of his very first delivery. Actually, no, Kimon Savory pinches the strike. Very casual there.
Almost jog-trotted the single.
190 for 3.
Yes, it's getting too easy now. It seems that the Scorpions has lost all the sting. And just going through the motions now. Sun blazing down. They'll eventually have to bat. And they have to make a massive total to draw the game. A win is completely out of the equation now. But I still believe they've got...
Never say that.
Yeah, I still believe they've got... Well, I say never to a win. But I think that they have the ability to draw this match. If 2 or 3 of their batters, their top batters, their test batters, deliver big centuries or centuries.
The international batters, we should say, not necessarily their test batters.
Well, including Brandon King, yes, he's an international batter, never played test match. But Mackenzie and...
but the elder statesman in the team,
yeah.
certainly.
And Mackenzie has a good opportunity now to stamp his name to get a recall. He failed in the first... Well, everybody failed in the first innings. He's got a chance now to get 100.
And the other thing, of course, to consider is that Kirk Mackenzie is opening the batting today. So if he gets 100 or big 100 from an opening position, that could put him in the mix too, because the selectors might think we could play Mackenzie in the middle order where he has made his debut, or he could even go up top with
Buffett, yeah. And Australia is coming here. And we've got to have consistency. We've got 27 or 26 centuries so far, but many of them are from the veterans. And
that should be 50 as well for Kevlon Anderson to follow up his 100 from the first inning. 50 of 84 deliveries signals his appreciation. And I think that is actually the declaration as the fielders are walking off. 191 for 3 Guyana Harpy Eagles. You called it, Sean Devers. As soon as Kevlon Anderson got to 50, the declaration has come. And it's a tall task for the Jamaica Scorpions to accomplish this. But Guyana Harpy Eagles, they lead by 486 runs. My goodness, I'm taking away 300 runs from them. As they declare at 192 for 3. Your thoughts on the position of the game at this time?
Well, as I said, it depends on the batting of the Scorpions in their second innings. I doubt if they will bat as poorly as they did in the first innings. And from a West Indian point of view, I hope that a couple of their batters, or more than a couple of them, get big scores. I mean, big scores like hundreds, to take this game well into tomorrow and even draw the match.
Well, thank you very much for that, my good friend Sean Devers. It's an interesting contest here, and that's all we have for you now. We'll take a break of about 10 minutes before the Jamaica Scorpions come back with their reply. Welcome back, viewers, to Sabina Park. It's the middle of the second session on day 3, and the situation is that the Jamaica Scorpions have a target of 489 to make. There are 48 overs left in the day's play, 90 overs as well to get them out tomorrow. Andrew Chan in your company. And of course, I have to have that great Jamaican Marlon Pinnock starting with me as we start on the front foot. And he will certainly be hoping that O'Dane McCarthy and Kirk McKenzie, the opening batters for Jamaica, start on the front foot as well.
Yes, of course, a massive target, 138 overs in which to save the game if the Scorpions decide to save the game. But a lot of overs with 10 wickets in hand. A good batting Scorpion team as well. But you look at the two batters in the middle, Kirk McKenzie. His highest score this tournament is 46. And O'Dane McCarthy on debut went without scoring the first innings. But a big ask of the Scorpions, huge ask.
Yeah, just doing some quick maths here with 138 overs left in the game, 489 to get. I didn't do all this in my head. Of course, I needed my calculator. 3.5 runs and over, that's what they need, just about 3.54 runs and over. And I think that's what the Jamaicans need to think. They just need to think, okay, 3.5 runs and over, that's all we need to get. That's all we need to start getting. And just continue as it goes along. Niall Smith to start from the northern end. Bowling to McCarthy. Good delivery on the line of the off and middle stump. Niall Smith took 4 for 19. It should have been about 4 for 11 if he hadn't bowled about 8 or 9 no balls. Marlon Pinnock in the first innings, as memory still rankles with Marlon Pinnock, as his beloved Scorpions were dismissed for 44.
Well, the only thing went wrong when the Guyana Harpy Eagles bowled in their first innings was Niall Smith with those no balls. Separate and apart from that, there was some outstanding fast bowling by the two fast bowlers of the Harpy Eagles.
The delivery asking for the LBW. Nothing doing, says Chris Taylor.
I think not a wise idea from O'Dane McCarthy on this occasion. A full delivery and going down the leg side.
Yeah,
but I think
going down the leg side.
he needs to present the full face of the bat. The ball is new, it will swing around. The option is to play with a straight bat.
Pleasant good afternoon to all the viewers once again watching our live stream on the Cricket West Indies YouTube platform. Full delivery, spanked through the extra cover region. And they will come back for 2 first runs off the bat. They're looking for the third, that's good running. Kirk McKenzie is a little bit trotting back in, but the third is safe and nevertheless. So O'Dane McCarthy gets off the mark. Yeah, he actually had a duck in the first inning, so good for him. And he's tripled his score from the first innings as well.
A lovely shot. The over-pitch delivery from Niall Smith on the control from O'Dane McCarthy was outstanding. Gets his first run in regional cricket for the Scorpions. He's up to 3, and so too is the Scorpions. But I like this field set here by Captain Tevin Imlach as well. An attacking field. 3 slip a gully. Well, Niall Smith tends to get the ball to shape away from left-handers. Kirk McKenzie is in strike.
Good delivery. Swinging into McKenzie, that one. It just started a little bit too straight there from Niall Smith. But McKenzie had gotten a tickle on that. He would have probably gotten a nice little 4 down to fine leg.
With that fielder at long leg is very wide.
Yeah. Taking a look at scores around the region, the Leeward Islands Hurricanes are 125 for 5. They're following on after being bowled out for 195. This is after the Windward Islands Volcanoes posted a very healthy 480. Mackay Louis following up his 84 in the first innings with a 39. Justin Greaves coming to the party with a good little 53. Jewel Andrew coming very late in the order. He's not been performing as well as his talent suggests. And he's been given the chance, of course, with the senior team. So it'd be nice to see him get some runs as well. The Trinidad and Tobago Red Force in a spot of bother, 116 for 6 against the West Indies Academy. They were bowled out for 304 in their first innings, and the West Indies Academy replied with 268. Well played by Mackenzie. They're looking at the quick single, a better pickup, and he might have been in trouble, but easily done enough in the end. Mackenzie pinches the strike at the end of the first over, 4 without loss. Taking a look at the Trinidad and Tobago second innings scorecard. Seyfas Cooper with a good 55. Jason Mohammed, a golden duck. My. Kelvin Pittman bowling him. Jason Mohammed has been castled, and then Josh De Silva as well was run out for a duck. That's after his 100 in the first innings. Amir Jangu only 7. That's disappointing from Amir. He's a player that's, of course, is part of the West Indies squad, but he really needs to cement his place, and I think he has the opportunity to cement his place. But he does need a score. They all do, Penny. Certainly the Jamaica Scorpions. They would do anything for a score right now. Ronaldo Ali Mohammed from the southern end. He took 6 for 17 in the first innings, Penny. It was a brilliant bowling display, a brilliant bowling partnership, more importantly than anything else, from Niall Smith and Ronaldo Ali Mohammed.
They were outstanding in the first innings for the Harpy Eagles. 10 wicket between both, and also got some bonus points as well for the Harpy Eagles.
It's all about the points, Penny. Starts with a very, very wide wayward delivery. He's probably he's probably too relaxed, because of course they bowled throughout an entire session, Ali Mohammed and then Niall Smith, and then the thought process was the Guyanese did not enforce the follow on to give them some rest. It probably seems that they have too much rest now.
Well, some good news for the Guyana fans as well. Or the Trini. It's the Trini fans. I think they won the game over Barbados, the females team.
Yes, indeed.
They won by 7 wickets.
Yeah, good victory here. While the Guyana women are doing quite well against the Jamaica women, 182 for 8. The Jamaica women struggling at 60 for 4.
That's in the third place playoff.
And going on in Bridgetown, well, I think that game is just about wrapped up between the Barbados Pride. They're looking for a quick single here, and they get it comfortably enough in the end. That game is just about wrapped up, actually, Penny, because after the Barbados Pride posted 428, the combined campuses and colleges posted 262, and in their second innings, they are 132 for 9, so they actually trail by 34 with just 1 wicket remaining. Let's see who did the damage. Joel Warrican, 4 wickets, 4 for 33, not surprised there. Roston Chase, 2 for 46. He certainly put his hand up for man of the match contention. Kemar Roach, that good fellow Kemar Roach, 2 wickets as well.
Veteran Kemar Roach.
Yep. You gotta love Kemar Roach.
Roston Chase, 7 wickets in the match, and also scored a century.
So it's good to see that that the players who should be standing up are standing up to a certain extent, and then we're still seeing that some young players are coming to the fore. Kevlin Anderson, you know. Well played by Odin McCarthy. He looks fairly tidy and compact, does Odin McCarthy. Unfortunately, we didn't get to see much of him in the first innings.
A good player who has been dominant in the JCA, Jamaica Cricket Association competitions, and dominated in the Charles as well. Hence why he was rewarded in the Scorpion squad.
And he certainly only has to look as far as Kevlin Anderson to see what is capable. What's possible? Feeling for that one. Appeal for caught behind. Odin McCarthy is not interested. He's asking them, what is going on with you? You'll have to have a look at this one, but Odin McCarthy really wasn't interested in that one, and neither was Colt.
Flashing outside the off stump, a full delivery. And he was into the drive. Oh, not being able to see from that. But it went through bat and pad.
Well, in all fairness, it was a very big gap between bat and pad. It was seven without loss after 2 overs. Marlon Pinnock stating the absolutely and utterly obvious there. Went through bat and pad.
Well, clearly, it didn't pass outside on the bat, inside the
Good
bat and the pad.
Yeah, good take by Kevin Imlach as well, because you would have seen the ball laid probably behind the bat.
Yeah, I think probably the grass.
Can't tell if there was any deviation or not, but it certainly was worth a shout. Niall Smith from the northern end. Well played by Kirk McKenzie. Beautiful shot there. Just let it come on to him. Didn't try to overhit it. And an easy 2. And that's why Kirk McKenzie drives everybody sort of insane, Marlon Pinnock, because he can do that so easily.
And that's his trademark shot, Kirk McKenzie. But he's also his downfall at times. Push to the ball too early. But different approach from the Scorpions in the second innings. A positive approach we have seen so far from both batters.
I'm not sure, but I think that Kirk McKenzie is. I'll make my point after this delivery. Oh, beautiful delivery there by Niall Smith. Come back in a little bit, I think.
Yes, he came back in, kept a bit low as well. I think Kirk McKenzie should be mindful of that as well. A third day wicket, batting last. You have to be careful.
Yeah, I get the impression that McKenzie is one of those players that sort of overthinks his game and maybe he wants to curb his natural hitting instincts and because of that overthinks as opposed to just playing the ball on its merit. He's thinking maybe I need to make more runs here. I need to hit this one when it's not necessary. Feeling for that one again. That one has run through the gully region and that was a poor shot there from McKenzie. Again, maybe symptomatic of that sort of overthinking something. Caught between two minds. Look at this here.
The point,
very far away from his body.
The point I'm making, exactly the point I'm making. Playing away from his body, pushing to the ball, not allowing the ball to come to him. And that's a sore point for Kirk McKenzie, but a classy player.
And again, the first delivery of the over, which is where he pushed nicely into the cover for 2. That's what you want to see consistently from him. Solid defense this time. But even that delivery was fairly straight enough. Kirk McKenzie has the skill to just turn that. There's acres of space in the leg side. Turn it into the leg side, get a single. You just almost sort of gave a chance there. Get off the strike.
Kirk McKenzie, the first player that came out of the Bryce Academy and to play Test cricket for West Indies as well. He has another brother as well who plays cricket for Jamaica, Nikolai McKenzie as well.
That's a lovely shot through the extra cover region. So classy from Mackenzie. That will race into the ropes of four. So easy on the eye. And you see the difference when he gets that stride in.
Trademark shot of Kirk Mackenzie. Beautiful shot all along the ground. And great dexterity on this occasion. And the total goes up to 17 without loss.
Again, just symptomatic of the maddening nature of Kirk Mackenzie.
We saw him in the Jamaica Cricket Association two-day competition, scoring a brilliant half century.
No ball.
And that
No
was
ball from Niall Smith down the leg side as well. So he's starting to overstep again, Marlon Pinner.
that's his 12th no ball of the game so far. And Mr. Diva's not a happy campaigner behind us in the scenes.
Maybe we should play that Jamaican song for him. Order, order, don't cross the border. And then he would stay be in the line.
Well left. And to close out the third, the Scorpions 18 without loss.
And interestingly enough, their run rate is 6 runs and over, Penny. So they're ahead of the 3.5 needed if they just maintain this for, well, I guess a half a day, the rest of the day. You never know.
Well, they batted 25.5 overs in the first innings. They already bat 3 and scoring over 6 runs and over so far. They are on course, but there's still a mighty long way to go for the Scorpions.
Let's to go back to that first innings. They would have been 18 for 4 because the fourth wicket fell at 16. So they've already done better than than the first innings, which is what we expected. And but even if they've survived this early onslaught, Penny, it's Purmall and Moti to come, and Sinclair. Ali Mohammed to continue. Carved through the extra cover region. No, it's caught. It's caught in the extra cover region. Slapped to extra cover. And that's the end of O'Dane McCarthy. Ali Mohammed takes a seat because it really was also a brilliant catch. I think that was by Matthew Nandu.
That was a brilliant shot. But look at that. Straight to the fielder. And look at that for a catch. And a disappointed O'Dane McCarthy has to go again. Under double figures, he goes for 5. And the Scorpion lose their first. And Jachang, it's 18 for 1.
Well, we have to take a look at that catch again. And good work by our cameraman Gerard Basu for capturing it, because that ball was behind Matthew Nandu.
Well, the problem with that shot, he hit it straight to the fielder. Had that ball hit left or right, it was going to be 4. But what he did, it hit it straight to the fielder. And this brings Brandon King, another player who, based on my observation, loves the white ball cricket. Has some 46 ODI games for the West Indies. What a talented player nonetheless. He was a part of that 2014 West Indies under-19 team as well.
Yeah, this will be a pivotal partnership here for the Jamaicans, obviously, other than Brandon King. The next batter to come is Jermaine Blackwood. But this here is really part of the nucleus of the batting for the Jamaicans. And I have to say, it was also a horrible ball by Ronaldo Ali Mohammed. It really wasn't a good ball at all. Woody McCarthy could have hit that anywhere.
Juicy off volley. And picked out the lone fielder.
The leg side, but well, I know he could even pull that in the leg side and swacked it through the cow corner. You're quite right. Yeah.
And whip that towards the onside.
Brandon King up against Ronaldo Ali Mohammed. Let's see how he goes. Good leave to start with. A little bit of a spill there by Tevin Imlach. Brandon King just made 4 in his first innings.
And that was a boundary through that cover point region as well.
Yeah.
Of the same bowler operating now.
Yeah, it was actually no. It was Niall Smith who got rid of King in the end.
No, I said
McCarthy had got. This is the second time in the match that Ali Mohammed got McCarthy.
no, I was making the point. This Ali Mohammed was struck through that cover point region for 4 by Brandon King in the first innings.
Yes, indeed.
And he got up to
his
that.
one-run scoring shot.
What a beautiful sunny afternoon as well. Glorious condition for cricket all 3 days so far.
Really, yeah, it's really been wonderful here. Sabina Park and Kingston have been a wonderful host to the cricket. Well played by Brandon King. Forward on that occasion.
Excellent points.
7 wickets in the game so far for Ronaldo Ali Mohammed. He has been outstanding and the pick of the bowler so far, clearly for the Harpy Eagles.
Now the story of Brandon King is of course one of intrigue, Marlon Pinnock, because he's well known in the white ball game. He's actually an opener in the white ball game, and here for Jamaica he's coming in the pivotal number 3 role. Actually, I think he would have come in at number 4 maybe if John Campbell was fit, because Kirk McKenzie usually comes in at number 3.
Well, he batted number 4 last year for the Scorpions, and now batting at number 3. I think excellent point with a John Campbell out. That's why he's batting at number 3.
Feeling for that one. Is there a tickle on that one? There's not. 18 for 1 after 4. Wicket maiden for the brilliant Ronaldo Ali Mohammed. 7 wickets in the match. At this point, he actually has 7 for 20. His overall figures. That's brilliant figures, Penny.
Magnificent figures. And continuing from where he left off in the first innings. Consistency, control has been outstanding throughout.
Yeah, but back to Brandon King. I mean, of course, in the modern era, a T20 cricketer can transition into international cricket, into Test cricket. David Warner is a classic example. Brandon King, he's made his name in the white ball game, and I like his attitude in terms of coming out for Jamaica and playing in the red ball game and putting his hand up. But you really think the caliber player he is and the talent that he has, he should be lighting up the championship, and he really hasn't done that in the last season or last 2 seasons. Now Smith to continue to McKenzie.
So to his Kirk McKenzie as well. Would have played some 6 tests for West Indies, but just not been able to dominate regional cricket. Not having the best of season so far either. I think this is his 4th game, his 8 innings as well. And his best score is 46. An average just over 20.
Yeah, it's a situation that the players are just very, very talented, and they're just missing something from their game, some little X factor. I will take them to that next level.
But not a player who is short on ability and talent, but needs to just apply himself, but as long as possible. A prime example, you look at how the Guyanese batters batted. They bat for long periods of time, rotation of strike. That's what Kirk McKenzie need to take. Spending valuable time at the wicket. Application is the key for the Scorpions at the moment, based on the situation of the game as well. Kevlin Anderson, I was very, very impressed based on his approach to batting in the first innings when he scored his 2nd century of the season. He came with a purpose. Rotation of strike. When the bad ball presents itself, he capitalized. And that is what we want to see from a talented batter in Kirk McKenzie.
even more so with a batter of the pedigree of Brandon King.
And there you go.
And then looking even further into the Jamaican middle order, you're expecting brilliance at every turn from Jermaine Blackwood.
And Jermaine Blackwood, remember, he was dropped from the Scorpions team last season. He came back, played a Super 50, had a fairly decent Super 50 season. Came back, scored a century in the first game and a half century, picked up 3 wickets. But since then, nothing from a Jermaine Blackwood. I think this is a perfect platform at home at Sabina Park for the Scorpions.
No ball.
Ooh, good delivery, but it's a no ball by Niall Smith again.
I think he's striding for that extra pace this time around. Niall Smith, a no ball number 13 in the game for him as well.
Yeah, that's something the Guyana Harpy Eagles will have to look at in terms of their trading methods and dealing with that problem and Niall Smith. Feeling for that one, and it's up in the air, and it's parried by the fielder at point. I think Kirk McKenzie is living a charmed life there. Thaddeus Lovell did so well to get off the ground there, Penny.
And then again, just playing away from his body. And just the hands coming onto Chang. And I tell you what, Kirk McKenzie lives to fight another day. And good effort at backward point, but should have done better. And 2 more runs added to the Scorpion total. 21 now for 1.
Yeah, some good hang time there for Thaddeus Lovell, but he'd be disappointed that that one didn't stick. It would have been a spectacular catch. Going at it again, Mackenzie. Did you not learn your lesson? My goodness. Marlon Pinnock's hair is growing grey as we speak.
Another full delivery, swinging away, and similar shot. If you look at Kirk McKenzie, how he approached those full deliveries outside the arm stump, when those shot comes off, it looks really good. But when it's not in his arc, he tends to reach with his hands, not close to the ball, and that's a very, very risky shot with the new ball shaping around.
It almost seems like Kirk McKenzie thinks he's taller than he is, Penny, and his arms and legs are longer. He has a reach there. Thaddeus Lovell, seen there at fine leg. Hopefully I get to see the young fellow bowl at some point. Hasn't picked up the ball yet in terms of bowling for the Guyana Harpy Eagles. Ronaldo Ali Mohammed is continuing his spell. 1 for 3 off 2 overs. By delivery, well taken, well stopped by Tevin Imlach. And how much wider does he have to go to get it to be called a wide, Penny? That was barely on the pitch as it was.
Almost on the second wicket.
Yeah, indeed.
But credit to Captain Tevin Imlach on this occasion.
Yeah.
He did really well on this occasion. A skip and then the dive. And save 4 byes.
4 byes for sure. Now, have you ever had the indignity of the ball hitting the helmet behind you, Penny?
Never.
Never. I should have known the answer to that
Went
question.
close on several occasions, but never had that collision.
It went close on several occasions. Saved by a blade of grass.
Just go whiskey away.
Yeah. Oh, beautiful, beautiful delivery from Ronaldo Ali Mohammed. Credit to Brandon King. I think he played inside the line of that.
He continues to be very impressive. Ronaldo Ali Mohammed, look at that delivery. Pitch held its line and threw to wicketkeeper and Tevin Imlach. But what a special fast bowling we have witnessed so far.
Yeah.
7 wickets in the game for 20 runs.
Oh, a good follow-up delivery again. Asking some good questions of Brandon King. And you really have to admire the mental strength of a bowler. When you bowl a brilliant delivery like that, I would have out any batter in the world and you don't even get an edge. And then you have to go back to your mark and try again.
Well, the only thing you hear behind the wicket, as a wicket keeper, first slip or second slip, woo! You keep working, boy. But what we know, he's bowling a magnificent line and length so far.
A bit of a misfield here. That's not something you see much from the Guyanese. And there's a chance for a second. No, there is not. The throw comes in now. And Brandon King, he just releases a little bit of pressure because he's up at the other end. Let's see if Ronaldo Ali Muhammad can adjust to the left-handed Kirk McKenzie now.
10 deliveries for Brandon King. And he's off the mark. And any batter would want to get off the mark at home as well. Still an attacking field set as well for the Guyana Harpy Eagles. 2 slip and a gully.
Coming around the wicket now to the left-handed McKenzie, which is, I think, a good angle to bowl at him. He has a tendency to feel outside the off stump, especially at those wide deliveries. Back of a length. Plays it underneath his eyes. That's the end of the over. 6 overs bowled, 22 for 1. Niall Smith, 3 overs, none for 18. Very expensive. And on the other end, Ronaldo Ali Muhammad, 3 overs, 1 for 4.
Just 1 run came from that 4th over as well. But you could see he's looking wickets. And he's a natural wicket taker as well. And the Guyana Harpy Eagles will appreciate his bowling performance throughout the 4th round fixture so far.
A shade away. That's a shade. A little too much. No, to you a little. That's a shade.
Niall Smith will continue.
Right arm over.
It's been tentative from the Jamaica Scorpions, but at least to their credit, they've only lost 1 wicket, Penny. But Brandon King in strike. And they punched that one. A little bit too close to him for that punch, Penny.
Coming up to 2:18 here in Kingston, Jamaica. Approaching that tea time here as well. I think the Scorpions would want these 2 batters in the middle to bat up to tea and beyond. And 2 players would have great understanding of each other as well. Both players would have played for this club here in Jamaica, Kingston Cricket Club, for some time now as well.
Smack through the extra cover region. That's going to race close to the ropes. And Brandon King will come back for a 3rd. That's good running. They have the time to do it. And he moves up to 4 now. 25 for 1. Quite a few more runs to get, Marlon Pinnock.
Not quite
453 required. Again, 463 again required.
Not quite a few, a lot of runs. Over 400. Here you dear Anja Chang.
If only they had a Brian Charles Lara maybe in their lineup.
World record holder. And scored at 400 runs at Antigua Recreation Ground.
Maybe Chris Gale could do it in a session.
You remember Sehwag from India? He was an aggressive player as well.
Let's stick to the Caribbean, Penny. Let's stick to the Caribbean. Because I think if you went that far, you would probably want to team up Adam Gilchrist.
Oh, there we go, Australian.
Who's your favorite wicketkeeper, Gilchrist?
There you go. Spot on it.
So you wouldn't want a team of 11, Adam Gilchrist? Well, maybe 6 or 7, so they would be...
Maybe 5.
Maybe, 5.
5 would be good.
5 Adam Gilchrist. How about 5.5?
No, 5. Exactly 5.
5 Adam Gilchrist. And who would keep?
Adam Gilchrist.
And you have a backup Adam Gilchrist just in case. Ooh, wonderful delivery. Appeal for a leg before there. I think that one might have been spared too much into the leg side. I thought I heard some bat on that one. I might be wrong here, Penny.
Well, Niall Smith is appealing. I think he was saying he hit the pad first. But clearly into the middle of the bat as well.
Yeah.
But good delivery nonetheless.
Really, really good delivery. I like how they've used their Yorkers. I can't remember a single Yorker from the Jamaica bowlers. I think Markino Mindley had 1 or 2, but certainly not from... Yeah, OJ Shields did send on a few. But the Guyanese have used it really, really well, effectively. And certainly one of the best tools that a fast bowler has. This one is nicely played by that fellow Kirk McKenzie. And Niall Smith does the fielding of his own bowling. Not bad from the Jamaicans, but they need to take it session by session, over by over, and smaller than that, ball by ball. And hopefully they end up with something positive at the end of the day, without the loss of any more wickets. Because I mean, there's still, let's confirm how much time. There's about 90 minutes left in this session, Marlon. And then, of course, a whole 2 hours after that. And there were 48 overs available when Jamaica started ending. That is a brilliant on drive from Kirk McKenzie. Not a man move. I shall move now, as Marlon Pinnock waxes lyrical about that shot. And Sean Devers takes it away as well.
Beautiful shot. High elbows. And the presentation of the bat handsome. And look at that. And he gets his second boundary as well, Kirk McKenzie. Over number 7 comes to an end. And the Scorpions, and 29 for the loss of 1. The wicket to fall was Odin Makati, who was brilliantly caught at that extra cover region. And good afternoon to you, Mr. Devers.
Yeah, good afternoon to you. Good afternoon to everyone. That was an exquisite shot. Imperious straight drive. And that's made the shot of the match.
The shot of the match so far from Kirk McKenzie.
That's why I keep saying that I don't believe they've already shown that they're not going to bat as poorly as the first innings. They can draw this match if 3 batters or 2 make big runs. Kirk McKenzie has got the advantage of wanting to play in the home series against Australia. So he's got to make hay while the sun shines.
That was a loud appeal.
Appealing like the Red Cross.
Look at the replay here. Must have been close. Everyone went up. Ooh, very, very close. Brilliant delivery. Ronaldo Ali Mohammed asking a lot of questions.
Yes, he's bowled brilliantly so far.
7 wickets in the game, 21 runs so far.
Umpire Carl Tuckett says no, though. I was just informed. Good afternoon to you, James Strockman in Antigua, that I said that Carl Tuckett's son plays for the Leewards. He actually plays for the West Indies Cricket Academy.
He scored his maiden first-class century as well.
2 slips going down in a gully. Mohammed charges in, that's hit hard. Outside edge funk, flew over the slip cordon and down to the boundary for 4. Fortuito shot, but he threw the kitchen sink at that.
He did. He really threw the kitchen sink at that. Peel off the outer portion of the bat. and flew down to that third one boundary for 4. This is Brandon King. He will definitely play his strokes.
Yes, he's in one-day mode, T20 mode. And can Jamaica get close to this target?
It will rely heavily on these two batters in the middle, Kurt McKenzie and Brandon King.
Yes, 30-year-old King. And a lovely drive, that's glorious, through the offside. Time to perfection and cut away to the boundary like a bullet from a gun.
Lovely timing. And look at the placement. And top shot from a top player, Brandon King. And he gets his second boundary in as many deliveries. Lovely shot from King.
Yeah, he races up now to 12 contrasting boundaries, one over the top of the slip cordon, and a glorious cover drive. Pierce the gap to perfection and not a man move. So Ali conceding back-to-back boundaries. Outside the line of the Awesome is Ali Mohammed. The only wicket taker so far had Odin Makati, caught brilliantly by Nandu at cover. And he made 5, 18 for 1. But there's a rear guard action, fight back by the Jamaica Scorpions after 44 runs skittled out in the first innings.
Still not yet out the woods, the Scorpions.
No,
Still
far from out the woods. They're not even halfway through the woods.
lot of well away, 451 to get massive total.
Loud appeal again, but maybe hitting high.
I think that's high. This one,
Keep going.
I think, came back as well.
Keep going, bud.
Pitch outside and height,
Yeah.
and is going down as well.
But Ali Mohammed in a rev, in a mood.
And why not? Picked up 6 wickets in the first innings and already has a wicket in the second, into his 4th, and 1 for 12 so far.
Still the brilliant sunshine remains with us here in Kingston, Jamaica.
It's a glorious afternoon for cricket as well.
The 2 slips and a gully going down, looking for the outside edge. No, says Brandon King, leaves it alone, and the over comes to an end. A mixed bag from Ali Mohammed. In that over, one was peeling off the edge and the other glorious cover drive, back-to-back boundaries. So the total now is 37 for 1. They need 489 for an unlikely victory.
Big arcs of the Scorpions. Should be 451 to get, but these 2 batters in the middle, Kurt McKenzie, who has 6 test games under his belt, and Brandon King, 46 ODIs for West Indies. And those players would have been very experienced playing regional cricket, playing international cricket. So if the Scorpions are to win this game or stand a chance of drawing this game, these 2 batters have to bat as long as possible.
24-year-old Mackenzie settles. Smith balls and Mackenzie drives out to mid-off, and it's going to go to the boundary. The fielder will pull it back just inside. Good work by Moti, it looks like, coming out from mid-off. And Mackenzie comes back for 2. And he got 3 there because Brandon King is now in strike, and he's gone to 21, 40 for 1.
What is good about these 2 shots from Kurt McKenzie, playing under his eyes, and the presentation of the bat is brilliant, and that is the type of batting you want to see from Kurt McKenzie, allowing the ball to come to him, not pushing to those deliveries.
And showing glimpses of why he got his only first-class 100 double century, 221. Outside the line, with like some tumbling take, diving take there from Imlak.
I think he shared, a brilliant partnership when he got that double century as well. And the other batter, I think, scored a century.
Yeah. So Niall Smith, none for 28 from 4.2 overs so far. Brandon King, 12 from 19 balls.
Was it Kevin Wickham?
I'm not sure.
I think it was Kevin Wickham from Barbados. Both players scored century.
Yeah, I remember two players scoring century. I know he scored 221, Kirk McKenzie. Again, the appeal. Well, the level of appealing and the consistency and the frequency of appealing, I sure that these players, especially Smith and Ali Mohammed, going down the leg side again, will be hoarse by the time this match is finished, by the time this day is finished.
That's just curiosity. I want the wicket, need the wicket. And I tell you what, the Guyana Harpy Eagles want to wrap up victory on day 3.
Yeah, so do I. But I'm sure, well, I'm hoping that this match from a West Indies point of view goes into the 4th day. Oh, exquisite shot on the front foot, short and wide, and played out towards cover. They come back for 2, no, they settle for 1. So another good shot this time from Brandon King, the white ball specialist, and the total going up now to 41 for 1.
A bit of inward movement this time as well from Niall Smith. And I think Brandon King looking to play the ball on the up. Very risky with Niall Smith getting the ball to shape back into the right-handers.
The 24-year-old Kirk McKenzie maybe eyeing his first 50 for the season. He's got 7 so far. This is his 19th match at this level. And that's a nice glorious shot again, but can't pierce mid off. Sweet drive on the front foot. Nice sound as the ball came off the bat. And in the end, no run.
Just need to get it to the left or right of that mid-off fielder. Time it in was perfectly and well from Kirk McKenzie. A gifted player, very talented player. And I think a perfect start as well. And just need to capitalize. And glorious Sabina Park batting strip as well. And absolutely excellent condition at home.
Smith bowls. A good take again there from Imlak as it was wide outside the off stump and moved further away. And it passed the batter. And at the end of the over, 9 overs gone. It's 41 for 1. And hello to my brethren, Georgie. Thanks for all your help so far while I'm in Jamaica. And of course, we were talking about Chris Gale would have scored the runs in one session. Spoke about Brian Lara. You spoke about Virendra Sehwag. The only person left out who scored more than 2 triple centuries is Sir Donald Bradman. You spoke about all the rest.
Great heroes.
Yeah.
Masterclass.
Yeah, Christopher Henry Gale. He dominated all formats.
The universe boss.
Yeah.
I think he scored a massive 175 in IPL cricket.
Yeah. So as the sun goes behind some clouds temporarily, Mohammed comes in and bowls and allowed the peel again. This time only the slip cordon and Mohammed going up. This ball was well pitched and going down the leg side. But they're going to appeal for everything, testing the umpire's concentration. Could catch them napping.
With credit to umpire Carl Tuckett, former West Indies ODI player, doing umpiring and doing a fantastic job so far in the middle and managed to keep things under control.
Mohammed starts his run up just where the 30-yard circle be in the one-day game. And this is looking to hit it hard. He lost the shape, looking to hit it too hard. No movement of the field. Wanted to crash that one past mid-off. In the end, it goes bubbling out towards the man at the slip position coming in to feel it on pitch.
I think these two batters in the middle must be checking the time. Try to bat session by session. Just about that 5 minutes before tea on day 3. So both batters would want to go to tea and come back.
Not a good delivery from Mohammed. This time he pitches up, and Brandon King just eases it into the offside as the sun reappears here at Sabina Park. Unfortunately, the stands are still empty. No fans reappearing.
It's good to see Dennis Bulai, former Jamaica left arm spinner, and also Sheldon Cottrell watching as well.
You're your former army mate.
Yes, indeed.
Ali Mohammed, and that's outside the line of the leg stump. And again, Ali Mohammed goes up in the appeal, testing the patience of Carl Tuckett. He's not deterred.
Not at all. Pitch on and about that midland leg stump and swung further down the leg side.
Guyana recently celebrated Mashumani celebrations, the celebration of Guyana's Republican status on the 23rd of February. And they have a long list, like Carnival, a whole week of activities. Marlon Samuels is there in Guyana, special guest of President Dr. Ali. And Vibes Cartel also is in Guyana to promote his Vibes Cartel rum.
Indeed.
So Jamaicans all over. This is short and well played, punched away into the offside, but well stopped there by Nandu at cover. So Brandon King fighting fire with fire. He's looking to attack.
Brandon King went to Campion High School here in Jamaica as well. A very intelligent man, Brandon King, at the age of 30 now. He plays his cricket for Kingston Cricket Club as well. The home.
Nice shot, gloriously played, down the ground for 4. So both batters now looking to play straight. This is a lovely shot by Brandon King. Hustle across the boundary, and it's 4 more to Jamaica. They're now moving up to closer to the 5th mark. Brandon King gets 4 more runs, and the score goes up to 45 for 1. King goes to 17.
Over pitch delivery this time from Ronaldo Ali Mohammed. And beautiful presentation of the bat from Brandon King. And he gets his 3rd boundary in his 17 so far. 45 for 1, the Scorpions.
Although we call him a white ball specialist, the 30-year-old Brandon King has 300s and 16 half centuries in first-class cricket after making his debut way back in 2015 against Trinidad and Tobago.
And guess what? The year before, he played West Indies under 19 back in 2014 and then made his first-class debut in 2015.
Well, the majority of these players in this tournament or in this match have played for the West Indies under 19. A good feeder system for the young cricketers, and a lot of them have progressed. But as Darren Sammy would say, the West Indian cricketers are late developers.
This should be the final over before tea, based on my calculation. The only wicket to fall was Odin Makati. He was caught by Ned.
So still a long way to go to get that 489. Immediate target was to bat to tee. Then come back again.
In two minds there, Kirk McKenzie, whether to drive or whether to stop the ball. In the end, he stopped it out to that point region. Modine Makati was caught by Nando.
Yeah, Nandu brilliantly at cover, hit that hard.
He went for 5 from 7 deliveries.
Yeah, made 5, as you said. From 17 deliveries, it's 18 for 1. That's been the only casualty so far for the Jamaica Scorpions in their second innings.
Miserable
And they've already passed their first innings total.
by a run. A miserable debut for Odin Makati as well. Just 5 runs on debut.
It goes past the outside edge. Probing shot there played by Mackenzie.
Good delivery. And good corridor as well. Just outside that fourth stump area. A length that was very testing as well. And he's getting the ball to swing away from left-handers. And hence why those 2 slip and a gully is very, very vital. And Kirk McKenzie just looking to rather survive an application at the crease. That's what the Scorpions need.
Smith hails from the ancient county of Berbice in Guyana. And it brings the batter forward. Possibly just 3 balls to the tea break. And then they'll go in and take a cup of tea. I don't think they'll take a cup of tea in this heat. They'll take a cold drink and then some snacks and then come out back, refresh themselves, recharge their batteries, and come out back to resume the battle here at Kenton, here at the
Sabina Park.
Sabina Park in Kingston, Jamaica. Turn that way out towards the mid-wicket position, and they'll come for 1. Bamal is there quickly, and so they abort the idea of coming back for the second.
Still,
Total now 46 for the loss of 1.
still no signs of the veteran Promal yet in this game.
Yeah, well, it's only 10 overs completed so far. This is the 11th. The ball is fairly new. Smith and Muhammad Ali Muhammad have been refreshed. They have been in the dressing room for a little while now. 46 for 1. You need 489 to win this game. An unlikely victory target. You need to focus and bat as long as possible. Come back, bat the whole session, and then take it deep into the penultimate days. Try to draw this match.
Nal Smith and of course Ronaldo Ali Mohammed bowled 24.5 overs together in that first innings and picked up 10 wickets.
Yeah,
so no need for the veteran.
Yeah, bowled out an entire session. The only spin we saw was a solitary over from Kevin Sinclair. But in this innings, especially with the partnership beginning to build, we expect to see Pomal. Forward he comes, Brandon Smith,
That's the over on
and immediately they walk off because that's T on the penultimate day of this 4-day West Indies Championship match here at the Sabina Park in Kingston, Jamaica. At the end of the second session on the 3rd day, Guyana put into bat. Guyana made 339. Jamaica responded with 44. Then Guyana declared at how much did they declare that? 193, and leaving the Scorpions to get 486 to win, 89 to win. They're 46 to 1 at T on the penalty day with Brandon King on 17 and Kirk McKenzie on 22. This is all we've got for now. Bye for now until maybe 15 minutes or so when we resume the action here at the Sabina Park.
Action resumes here in the third and final session of day 3 in this round 4 West Indies Championship match between the Jamaica Scorpions and the Guyana Harpy Eagles. The Jamaica Scorpions have a mountain or two to climb, require 442 runs for victory. They started well, 46 for 1 in reply. That's after Guyana declared at 192 for 3. Andrew Chan in your company to start this third and final session, and alongside me is a man who knows all about Guyana, who loves Guyana, and is backing his beloved Harpy Eagles to wrap up this game this afternoon in this final section. That's Mr. Sean Devers. Good afternoon, sir.
Yeah, good afternoon to you, Andrew. Good afternoon to viewers and listeners wherever you are around the world, in New York, in Canada, all across the Caribbean and further afield. We tell you now that Guyana made 339 and then declared in the second innings at 193 for 3. Anderson got 117, and then in the second innings he got 50 not out, with Chandra Paul leading the way with 74. Smith got 5 wickets in the first innings of the Guyana innings, and Jamaica were blown away for 44 with Muhammad Ali. Ali Muhammad getting 6 for 17 and Smith 4 for 27. Now, in the second innings, they've done better than their first innings, but they're just 2 runs past. But I predicted that they will have a better performance, and hoping that the match goes into the second day from a West Indian perspective.
Yes, of course, and despite the wealth of bowlers that Guyana have, the only 2 bowlers used, really and truly, Ronaldo Ali Muhammad and Niall Smith. Kevin Sinclair bowling that solitary over in the first innings. Ali Muhammad to continue. Loosener there. Kirk McKenzie couldn't get it through that point region. Thaddeus Lovell does the fielding. He had a good couple LBW shouts. I think it was Ronaldo Ali Muhammad just before the break against Brandon King. And the competition is still there. The Guyana Harpy Eagles still hold all the trump cards. So it's up to them to just close out this innings. Just 9 magical deliveries needed.
Well, certainly Guyana in the driving seat in a racing car. So, yes, we had some good fortune for the Jamaica. Talawas Mackenzie was dropped by Lovell at point. Good effort though. So they've got to ride their luck and try and bat as long as possible. Bat out this session if they could.
Yeah. And of course, from a Scorpions perspective, both Kirk McKenzie and Brandon King have starts, and these are 2 battles that you would expect with starts. I mean, yes, they have to restart at the beginning of this session, but you would expect that these 2 batters, as they have starts, they really need to convert these into big ones.
And especially for Kirk McKenzie, he wants to get back into the West Indies team. He's already tasted Test cricket. He's had 6 matches. And he's wanting to bat and get 100. He's not gotten 100 yet for the series. And most of the openers have gotten high scores who want to partner with Brafitt when Australia comes here for the 3 Test series. But he's got ability. He's got his 1 first-class centuries, a double century, 221. So that shows he can bat.
Yeah, the situation, of course, is that after this round, there are at least 4 rounds of cricket to be played. So even before looking into the West Indies team, the Jamaica Scorpions, if they lose here to Guyana and it's a bad loss, it's going to be demoralizing. They're already in a poor position in the table. They're 5th. They might slip even lower. You never know.
Yeah.
But I do think the teams around them are just doing a little bit worse than them in terms of the CCC and the academy.
Guyana standing at the top of the table, starting this match with 57.7 points.
Yeah, but it's really been a mixed bag for Jamaica. They started off really strongly, ended the first over after tea. It's the 12th over, 46 for 1. They started off really strongly with that win against the Windward Island Volcanoes. Then they lost to the Leeward Island and they lost to Barbados. So they're actually staring at a hat-trick of defeats now, which again, it's going to be hard to regroup for the fourth round because it starts almost immediately. I think they're off to Antigua.
Yeah, next Wednesday, the fourth round starts, the fifth round.
Yeah, so it's a quick turnover here, and really and truly the Jamaicans have had very little positive to look at in this game. You can say maybe Dean Smith, but he's always a good performer. But they really have to look at the situation now, and really and truly, I mean, other than that knock by Jermaine Blackwood in the first match, and then John Campbell scored of 126 in the second game. There's not been much to speak home about. Now Smith continues. Both King and Mackenzie have the platform here to put their name up in lights and really show that that there's some depth and fighting spirit within the Scorpion side.
Well, the good thing about the Scorpions, most likely John Campbell will be back for the next match. They've got 3 matches to play. Guyana plays home against the Windwards. They go to Antigua to play the Leewards, and then their final match they go to Trinidad to play Trinidad and Tobago. They've had a good start, unbeaten so far.
Good delivery by Niall Smith. Played inside the line of that one, did Cook Mackenzie. He's done a little bit better with the no balls in this second inning. Still had a couple, I think about 2 or 3. But certainly a lot better than the first inning, Niall Smith.
And he's working hard on that. Guyana beat Barbados, they beat CCC, and then in a rain-ruin game at Providence, they drew with the West Indies Academy. So they're technically unbeaten in going into this match, the defending champions. That's a
nice
lovely shot. Yeah, glorious shot again. Good timing, good placement, and good shot in the end. 4 runs.
Yeah, beautiful stuff from Cook Mackenzie. That takes him on to 26. Niall Smith run up the partnership now up to 33. So good.
And
stuff
that shot brought up the 50.
Yeah. Good stuff from these 2 Jamaican battles. Niall Smith's run up. It's quite a long run up, Sean Devers, but he doesn't seem to gather much pace as he runs up. It's almost like a lull. As you can see here, it's not gathering much pace, but it's all about the shoulder. Look at the shoulder action. It's all about the shoulder. Swinging through the leg side. That's a wonderful little on drive there. Will that go for back-to-back 4s? It slows up as it gets to the ropes. They're coming back with the 3rd. The turn is on. The throw comes in, and Kirk Mackenzie is safe.
Well, they started very positively in the final session of the 3rd day, and that's what you got to do. Bat positively, put away the bad balls, don't get yourself bogged down, even if you're playing for a draw. Because if you get yourself bogged down, you'll get a ball eventually that's got your name on it, and you'll be out for no score, a little score.
And your thoughts on Niall Smith's run-up?
Well, he's got to work a bit on his run-up. He leans to the sideways. That's why he bowls the ball down the leg side. He's got some technical things he's got to work on. His stride pattern, that's most important. But he's working in the nets with the coaches, Hercules and Gavin Ned. So I'm hoping that he gets, by the end of the tournament, that he doesn't bowl no balls. This started last year and continued for the 3 matches he's played in Guyana. And now here.
Doesn't drive by Brandon King. Powerful, but straight to
That's
field
over.
middle. Veerasamy Permal. The 2 spin twins And mid-off and mid-on, Veerasamy Permaul and Gudakesh Moti at the end of that over. 54 for 113 overs. How long before we see a little bit of spin into the mix, do you think, Sean?
Maybe around over number 15 or little later. Depends how Muhammad bowls and in tandem with Smith. We've still got another fast bowler, Thaddeus Lovell, who's in his second match, the 20-year-old. But I'm sure that spin would create a lot of problems for the Jamaicans. And I've never seen Permaul play in any match, in any of his 147 first-class matches, and never took a wicket in either innings. He didn't get the ball in the first.
Feeling for that one. That's a good little angled in delivery there from Ronaldo Ali Muhammad.
And that one came back. So he got the ball to go away, and now he's getting the ball to come back to the left-hander. He's in the middle of a very good spell, so I don't think he'll get the ball out of his hand. And already he's got 7 wickets in the match.
Well, he's been very economical in this second innings, even though he's not been the wicket-taking Ronaldo Ali Muhammad that we saw in Jamaica's first innings, where he finished with 6 for 17, might I remind you. 1 for 16 or 6.2, 6.3 overs is generally good returns.
And actually he's been picked more for his batting. He's a batting all-rounder. It's a revelation to see how well he's bowled in this tournament.
Well, he's leading the tournament in number of sixes hit, which is 16, but he's not going to add to that total in this match. And he didn't in the first innings.
No, just 2 sixes. Anderson hit both of them.
There's 10 runs for
And
Ronaldo.
Chandrapal hit the only 6 in this innings. No, in the first innings. No, in the second innings. It's mixing me up. This game is going so.
A couple sixes in the
Yeah,
first
and
innings.
Chandrapal
I think,
hit full toss from Redwood. This game is going so fast as a first-class game.
But it's still amazing to think that there's so much more cricket that can potentially be played, Sean Deville. So much cricket has happened, and so much cricket still to play.
Yeah, and already Trinidad and Tobago winning their match.
I'll have to double check that one for you. The Trinidad women, that's for sure. I'm not sure if the Trinidad men have wrapped up the victory there. More than likely, the Barbados Pride have wrapped up victory against the combined.
Yeah, in 3 days.
Colleges.
Nice shot, glorious shot again, finding the gap, and the chase is on for Permaul, and he loses the battle. The ball goes into the boundary for 4. So positivity shown by both batters, the left-handed Mackenzie and the right-handed King. The shot takes the score 4 more.
And the Barbados Pride are actually batting again. They just require 6 runs for victory with some 10 wickets remaining. So the CCC has made them bat again. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, well, they're at 179 for 6. They lead by 215. Yannick Karaya with a timely 53. This is after ducks from Jason Mohammed and Josh De Silva, as well as just 7 from Amir Jangu. Cephas Cooper with a 50 earlier as well, 55. 58 for 1 after 14 here at Sabina Park. And in terms of the Windward Islands, Leeward Islands, Hurricanes game, the Leeward Islands are now 207 for 8, and they still trail by some 72 runs. So it's very possible that game can be wrapped up today as well. With just about 45 minutes left in that game. So, I mean, the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force game at West Indies Academy could kind of go either way at this point. 215 is a decent lead, but it's not to say it's a sizable lead. And we're finally going to see a change in bowling. It looks like Thaddeus Lovell, with his magnificent afro hairstyle, he'll be replacing Niall Smith from the northern end of the ground.
He had it in beads when he arrived here. Now he's fluffed it out, and it's now turned afro. Played for Essequibo in the senior intercounty, but lives in Demerara. Plays for GCC, one of the GCC players. He, in fact, and Ronaldo Ali played in the semi-final of the first division tournament the day before they left to travel here. That's on the Saturday. They left on Sunday to come to Jamaica. Also, Perez and Imlak played for their club, DCC. That's the semi-final. DCC and GCC will now clash in the final of the 50 over first division tournament. At the date to be announced.
Here's Lovell's first delivery to Brandon King, and he's on the mark immediately. Good stuff, a good start from him.
Yeah, slimly built, 20 years old.
Certainly not the tallest fast bowler, but we're not seeing that a lot from the West Indies fast bowlers of late. Mount Joseph is not particularly tall. I think he's maybe just about 6 foot.
Yeah, just over 6 foot, about 6'2".
Jaden Seals about the same, I believe. Nice Yorker length, but it's well played by Brandon King. Clipped through mid-wicket. Probably a little bit too much on the leg side, but you can see what he's striving for.
Similar stature to that of Kimo Paul, who comes from the county that he played for in the inter-county tournament. Kimo Paul played 3 test matches. He's now somewhere in the world playing T20.
But I have to ask you, Sean, have you been across the length and breadth of Guyana? I mean, I know the southern part of Guyana is basically just the Amazon jungle. I don't know how far you've gone into the border. I guess I would be Brazil just below you?
Yeah, Brazil and Venezuela. I've not been in the deep interior. I've been to Kaito Falls, I've been to Letem, but the Amazon jungle, that's where the jaguars and the snakes and the anteaters and all these animals, the Harpy eagle, that's the most dangerous bird in the world. All of them are habitats of the Amazon jungle.
Nice full delivery again from Thaddeus Lovell, but it certainly seems to be a gentle medium pace. They had him listed as right arm fast on the team list.
Yes, he's quick, but he's just warming up now. Maybe because he's not been bowling in the games. He only bowled a couple overs in the match he played, his first match.
Tries to get a little faster on that one, and it pitches short, and Brandon King baseball bats that pass mid-on for 4.
Yeah, that's a savage and brutal shot from Brandon King. Well, he's a T20, a white ball specialist. Plays most of his cricket at the white ball level. Only plays 4-day cricket for Jamaica. And the other teams that he played for never played a test match. Played 46 ODIs. Wide delivery.
And it's actually signaled a wide by the umpire, Christopher Taylor. Justified, I think, on that occasion.
Still in the young age of his career, 30. Brandon King. Younger is Kirk McKenzie's 24. And younger is Thaddeus Lovell, he's 20. So it's good to see young players performing in this regional first-class tournament.
And then the old head of Jason Mohammed, 38 years old.
And Vazami Pomal, 36.
Yeah.
And of course, Craig Braffett, who is a senior statesman in the West Indies team, he's also performing. And the keeper who wants to get back into the side, Joshua De Silva, back-to-back centuries in one game and another century in another game. He's got 3 centuries already. And that's what we need, competition among the keepers, the bowlers, the batters. The only player that can say that he's safe as a batter is Craig Braffett.
Yeah, certainly, you're quite right on that regard. 65 for 1 after 15 overs. Jason Holder is coming back from injury, so he hasn't covered himself in glory in this particular CCC Barbados Pride game. But he is certainly a player, I think, that is
Just get into your work, you
worthy
Sinky. Just get into your work, you Sinky.
of always being in a test squad, a West Indies test squad. I think he's certainly a world-class player. Kevin Sinclair from the southern end of the ground, replacing Ronaldo Ali Muhammad.
Nothing,
His first delivery
Done.
is well played by Kirk McKenzie into that mid-on region. The fielder does well.
So second over in the game, bowled the first over, and then was taken out of the attack when Ali Muhammad and Smith destroyed the batting.
Lovely, lovely Sinky, lovely Sinky.
I think it's a good ploy to have him bowling against Sinclair, against McKenzie.
Yeah, because McKenzie is a left-hander. Most off-spinners would relish bowling against left-handers.
Goes for the sweep, gets this fine. Will it run down? There's no fine leg fielder, so he will get 4. Badly lined delivery by Sinclair, and well done to Kirk McKenzie for putting it away.
That's a poor delivery from Sinclair. Too fast, too ill-directed down the leg side. You want to turn the ball away from the left-hander. If he comes down the track, you can get him stumped. If you bowl the arm ball, you can get him bowled. So the partnership now 51. Good partnership so far, building. That's a better delivery. You don't expect prodigious turn from a bowler like Kevin Sinclair, but you want that little turn. You want the variations. You want to bring him in front, and you want to bowl on the off stump.
As an ungainly swipe of that one, does McKenzie.
Yeah, slightly beaten in the flight. A rare time that Sinclair has employed flight into his deliveries. And that was an indigestion shot. Looking to hit it a lot straighter.
Played back, almost got himself in a bit of a tangle there. Ends the over 69 for 1. Good introduction from Kevin Sinclair. And of course, 51-run partnership, that's a platform built, but they have to realize that they need to build a building that's 489 stories high.
Yeah.
Divas.
Yeah, they're likely not to win, but they've still got the possibility that they can bat well and draw this match. That would be a special win for them, technically, for their fans, which most of them might be looking at the feed or listening to the commentary, but certainly most of them are not here.
Lovell to continue. It's a good delivery, a little bit too straight, and Brandon King has to deal with it quite easily.
Nummer 10 ball, eh? Remember the ball. Remember the area.
Short extra cover field in place, Sean Devers. I like that. A wide delivery and another wide there by Thaddeus Lovell. And Kirk McKenzie was very tempted by that one.
So he's bowled wides on both sides of the pitches now, on the pitch. And he has to control the ball more. We've seen Niall Smith overstep. He's now bowled 2 wides in his second over.
I like the fact that he is coming over the wicket to McKenzie. And it will hopefully give him the right angle that he needs to get an edge, or at least target the stumps. And that's exactly where he should be. That's a good delivery.
Yes, young man with a lot of potential, Thaddeus Lovell.
It's all about finding your range, isn't it, as a fast bowler? You want to pitch one short to see how high it gets up. But it's all about finding that perfect length. And of course, the perfect length on a pitch sometimes makes a difference, obviously, depending on the nature of the pitch.
One of two GCC players in the Guyana squad.
Quite so. This one is short and pulled straight to that fielder at short mid-wicket. Mackenzie could have deposited that into the Kensington Cricket Club across the road, but instead gave that fielder Taser and Shandabal some fielding practice.
Yeah, well, too short. An innocuous delivery, but he found the one man there at mid-wicket and it went straight to him.
Certainly lucky that it bounced before. So disconsolate Mackenzie will be walking back to the pavilion. Good delivery from Thaddeus Lovell.
And the sky is beginning to get a little bit overcast, but no threat of rain whatsoever. The sun just sneaking behind the clouds in the sky. A great battle above as a great battle below.
So who would have been the fastest bowler that you faced on the circuit, in the Guyana circuit, Sean Devers? This one he's offered with and cuts that down to deep backward point.
The fella was telling you about yesterday, Lyndon Joseph, they call him Bimby, played for West Indies B. He played for Hampshire, the recommendation of Malcolm Marshall. He was very, very quick.
And that's a Sean Devers story. A tale from the Sean Devers catalogue. He has many of them, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. He's very happy to share them on commentary. Reaching for that one is Brandon King.
No movement of the feet across, just stood there and fired a bat at it. Luckily for him, it didn't hit the edge. As the over comes to an end, it's 72 for 1.
And Sean Devers will continue commentary with his good friend Marlon Pinnock as I take my leave for a short while. Marlon is happy with how the Jamaica Scorpions are performing, but I think his batting fingers are itching and he would love to be out there in the middle carting those bowlers all about. Let Marlon Pinnock tell you about his dreams and fantasies, cricket-wise at least.
When you look at the television screen, it's quite brighter than it looks there. It looks very dark, ominous clouds, but in reality, it's a little brighter than what you see there. As I say, welcome to Marlon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Devers. Good afternoon to our viewers, wherever you are in the world. Now the Scorpions putting up a fight.
Yeah.
Kurt Mackenzie and Brandon King. A 50-run partnership so far as well.
Just keep touching on.
Yeah, they're doing quite well as Sinclair continues. This is his third over in the match, his second in this innings.
Oh! Boy.
Has a first class 100, 168. Sinclair. I think he's going to be developing later in his career into a batting all-rounder. Started out as a bowling all-rounder.
And he has 89 first-class wickets as well.
Yeah. Had a 6-wicket haul the last time.
6 for 33.
Yeah, against the Leewards when Leon Johnson captained the team to his last championship before Imlach took over. Poor delivery, down the leg side and hammered away down to the boundary, as easy as you like. So that's the inconsistency of Kevin Sinclair. He bowls the ball in all parts of the pitch, all areas. You got to bowl the ball in one area.
Well, he jogged this one down. Brandon King went back and got that ball behind that backward square region for his 5th boundary as well. And he goes up to 29.
Lovely.
Gets a delivery, push the batsman back. And King looking to be royal here. against
Keep going, Sinky. Keep going, bud.
Sinclair and be a hero for Jamaica with a big 100.
Nothing.
Or even a
Hold
double
Sinky.
century.
Yeah.
Still,
Come on, keep going. Keep
this
going,
partnership may be excellent so far, but still over 411 runs still to get with 9 wickets in hand.
Well, it's very unlikely that they'll get the score. But what I want to see is batters bat long, bat deep, make big scores, especially senior batters. Mackenzie has a great opportunity here to get 100.
Well, he's there, Kurt Mackenzie. Look, in fantastic form so far.
Yeah, not
Got some boundaries through that cover region as the 18th over has come to an end. And 77 for 1, the Scorpions.
So Ali Mohammed 1 for 20 from 7, the wicket taker. Smith none for 38. And Thaddeus Lovell has just started his spell, 3 overs. And Sinclair, the other bowler used, he's got none for 9 from 2.
I think Lovell so far been up and down so far, not been able to be consistently hitting those good areas outside the off stump. I saw a wide delivery down the leg side and of course one outside the off stump.
We were talking about the 19-year-old Redwood, the leg spinner. Well, he is in the same category. In fact, he's played less than Redwood. Redwood is in his 5th first-class game. He's in his 2nd, and he's just turned 20. Nice flowing back push on his toes, Mackenzie. And he looks so good when he plays those shots. The fantastic straight drive was glorious.
And the back drive is handsome as well. Just needs to be more shot selective, Kurt Mackenzie. He has a variety of shots, but such selection, as I mentioned, key for Kurt Mackenzie.
Still a young man at 24. Bad delivery down the leg side. And well taken there by Imlak. He's got Imlak flying all over the place.
Well, he's the captain, and so too is this kite flying over Sabina Park as well. Excellent from the great cameraman. He's doing a fantastic job as well.
And there are 2 kites now
There you
joining
go.
his brother.
Heading
Or
towards
his sister.
heading towards Easter here in Jamaica as well.
Short and pulled away, but can't find the gap straight to the man at mid-wicket. Well, I was not going to ask you if so early they begin flying kites, because in Guyana, Easter is April, and so they start flying kites. But the kites, it's not as prevalent as before. You saw many kites in the sky. Now the children don't want to fly kites. They just want to go on lime.
Sometimes you see even the kites, they are much bigger than we are. Some huge kites made by bamboo.
Yeah, in Guyana there's a competition for the size of the kite, the first place, the design, the colors, and they've got large, medium, small. They've even got some tiny kites.
Here in Jamaica, sometimes we have a car show, a bike show as well. Who has the prettiest car, better interior, all stuff like that.
The last car show I saw was at Everest Cricket Club. Which car has the best boom system?
Oh, there you go.
The boom box.
That's what we have here in Jamaica as well.
Well, most of the Caribbean countries are very much alike in culture. Guyana, just like the Caribbean countries in culture and in language, the only English-speaking South American country. And the different culture, we learn about reggae, we learn about dancehall, we learn about chutney.
Another
Down the
poor
leg side
delivery.
again. Yeah.
That's
As the 19th over has come to an end. I think it's a maiden. 77 for 1, the Scorpions.
Yeah, we know about everything, and we know about the Bollywood movies too, like Trinidad. There's a big Indian population in Guyana, So we also know about the Bollywood music, the Tassa drums. The Congo drums is the African drums. The Tassa drums is the Indian drums. And we see the flags of Guyana, the golden arrowhead, and of course the flag of Jamaica. In fact, the golden arrowhead and the Barbados trident are the only two flags in the Caribbean that has names.
And here in Jamaica, we have some beautiful resources as well. A lot of beaches. And Jamaica is a wonderful place as well.
Lovely.
Haven't been to Guyana before.
Lovely,
Hoping to be there sometime soon.
You would love Guyana.
I guess you love Guyana.
Yes, I obviously love my country.
Oh, lovely.
Well, I really enjoy here in Jamaica as well.
Nice sinky, nice
A
sinky.
lot of clubs, beaches, rivers. A lot of activities here in Jamaica.
Is Cuddy's bar still open in Kingston?
New Kingston.
Yeah.
It is.
Are you asking you?
Keep going.
It is.
Okay, yeah.
Of course, triple century. That's Chris Gayle, Universe boss.
Yeah. Sinclair pushed into the onside. Created
Going,
a
keep going,
square,
keep going,
more
keep
short
going,
fine leg,
Sinky.
4-5. The 4-5 they call it.
A lot of tourist attractions in Jamaica as well. A lovely
Keep going,
place.
keep going.
Are places where you can chill.
And there's a beautiful airport
Run it,
at
stable.
Mo Bay. As the ball is edged down towards the third man position, they will only take 2. Good fielding there by the man
Ball,
running
Sinky,
back.
ball.
So the score going up to 77 now for 1, 79 for 1, and 31 to Brandon King,
Keep going, Sinky,
39
keep going, keep going,
to
boys.
Kirk McKenzie.
And the partnership goes to 61 from 101 deliveries.
Nothing.
Nice shot using his
Don't
feet.
beat the
Good
red.
fielding going across his left. That's Moti at mid-off.
And that completes the 20th. And the Scorpions, 79 for 1.
Well, most of the tourists go to the outskirts of outside of Kingston, so to speak. Kingston, the largest capital in the entire Caribbean. Kingston 1 to Kingston 5, downtown and uptown. But when you go to places like Ocho Rios and Discovery Bay and those places, that's where the tourists populate and gather.
And that's in the Garden Parish as well.
Yeah,
Garden Parish of St. Anne.
St. James, yeah.
And that's where some players that have represent West Indies are from as well. Leon Garrick, Xavier Marshall, and of course Franklin Rose.
Yeah, Franklin Rose is from St. Anne's. A nice pull, but he didn't get it as he wanted it. Came off the edge. Was looking to pull it square and beaten for pace or lack of pace.
No, it's a bye.
A bye.
It is a bye. So he kept a bit low this time around.
Yeah, and past the keeper, Imlak. Difficult take for him though.
Lovell not getting a lot of pace and a lot of carry and so far in this contest. I think he just need to relax, try to bowl wicket to wicket. Very young, very inexperienced as well. This is a better delivery. And this one came back with the arm, but well played in the end by Brandon King.
I think this is the first time he's ever bowled in Jamaica. I don't think he played any youth cricket here. And he's playing at the famous Sabina Park.
The home of cricket, the Mecca. I think in your days you played some cricket here as well.
Yeah. First time I played was here. Nice flashing shot. Square, but straight to the fielder.
I think that was in
1987.
whoa, and guess what? I wasn't born as yet.
Played
I
with
was born 1990. 3 years after you played your first game here in Jamaica.
Played with Jimmy Adams, Nehemiah Perry, Robert Samuels, those guys who played for Jamaica then. Loose shot again, but terrible shot though, the wide delivery. Why would he want to do that?
It's a poor shot from Brandon King. After batted so well, Brandon King, and looked so impressive at the wicket. And just a loose shot. And this is what the Scorpions don't want at this stage. A wonderful partnership blossoming as well. We're at over 60 runs for the second wicket. I think these two batters need to settle down, need to bat out the rest of the day.
Good delivery, good leave, and good all-round cricket. There was a guy called Dixon Palmer. He opened the batting for Jamaica at the youth level in 1987. Wonder where he's gone.
As I mentioned, 1987. Remember, 1988, when Jamaica played Leeward Islands Hurricane here at Sabina Park, and Cleveland Davis scored a double century as well.
Outside the line of the off stump, no shot again. And in that tournament, they had the likes of Carl Tuckett playing for the Leeward Islands, Ridley Jacobs, Stuart Williams.
Stuart Williams, I think he was the opener as well.
Yeah,
At one point, he was also a coach.
yeah.
A very, very good opener. I remember watching those players when I was very, very young. Another loose shot from Brandon King.
Almost a wide again.
That's
But
the over.
umpire Taylor kept his hands to his side, and luckily the overs completed and no damage done. So at the end of the over, it's 81 for 1. Good start here. Good foundation being built by Jamaica.
Excellent foundation. The two of the most senior batters in the Scorpion lineup, and two of the most senior and experienced players in the middle.
Keep going, Sinky. Keep going,
But the
Sinky.
Scorpions still are far way behind. Over 400 runs to get. But based on what you'd want to say,
Keep going, Sinky.
it's not possible. Or is it possible?
It's improbable, unlikely.
Oh, lovely, lovely.
The best they
Sinky,
can
lovely,
do, I
Sinky.
think, is to bat for a draw, and that would even be a big ask.
Nice, boys. This is nice here,
But
boys.
you've got to get at least 2 batters getting big hundreds for that to happen. And these two could be the ones.
Oh, yeah.
Kevin Sinclair bowling his 5th over in the game.
We just saw the lights on the screen in Guyana. The matches were played on the lights, some of them.
Oh, lovely. So cute.
Well, we had
Lovely.
a pink ball game there, so
Nice,
obviously
nice,
that was a
nice,
day-night
boys.
match to be played. I was talking about the day games. They turn on the lights
Keep
for
going,
one
man.
of the
Keep
games.
going, keep going.
Once you've got the facility, use it.
Nothing.
And Kevin Sinclair, I mentioned bowling his 5th over in the game. He just bowled out 1
Yeah.
over in the first innings, and 3 overs
Keep bowling them.
and
Keep
4
bowling them,
balls
bud.
in the second innings. Not at his best so far, Kevin Sinclair.
Quick, too flat. And good played in the end. Well played on the front foot defensively.
On the offside.
Still no signs of the twin left arm spinners, Goody Kishimoti and Promal. 63 run partnership, 113 deliveries.
Sinclair usually a big tight bowler. 81 for the loss of 1. Sinclair usually tight and frugal. But you need to flight the ball a little bit more when you want to bowl out the side to win the match.
I think he's taking some time to settle down. And normally, when he settles down, he can be a factor. He can be someone to reckon with as well. He's a wicket taker. Beautiful shot off the beach.
That's a cruise liner or a cargo ship.
That's out by Palisados way, going towards the airport.
That's hit hard, but straight to Pomal at mid-off as Lovell starts his 5th over. Play is getting a bit darker, a bit more overcast, more clouds gathering over Sabina Park. Still specks of blue in the sky. Nice shot, good stop. There's zone bowling.
As it approaches 4 o'clock here in Kingston, Jamaica. Just about 14 minutes to 4 o'clock here.
14 minutes to 5 o'clock in the Eastern Caribbean and back home in Guyana. And I think it's the same time as here in New York, where Derek Calitran says hello. He's watching the feed. That's a good delivery. Covers up and plays it out towards the mid-on position. Reminds me a lot of Ricardo Powell, Brandon King.
Ricardo Powell, that famous cricketer who was dominant in his youthful days as well. And went to Homewood Technical High School in Christiana, Manchester. And played some cricket for Jamaica and then West Indies.
Again, played nicely out towards mid-off, and again no run.
I think he was migrated to Trinidad and Tobago as well.
Yes, he married a Trinidadian talk show host. And I think he's now in the US.
Yes, he is. I think he's a part of the US cricket program as well.
Clipped away, and just a single down to long leg. So the runs coming easier now. 82, 81 for 1. 39 to Mackenzie. 32 to Brandon King, both in their 30s. They've gotten good starts. They need now to press on. On the other hand, Ghana needs to break this partnership.
And they're both Kingston Cricket Club players as well. Plays their cricket here in Kingston.
Nice shot, just help that along. It will go 1 bounce into the boundary for 4. So that was just a help to the ball on its way onto the boundary. And that's 4 runs to Mackenzie.
A shot of class from Kirk Mackenzie. A short delivery, sat up. It was there for the taking. And the class left-hander and gets another boundary. It goes up to 45 and 88 for 1 at the completion of 23.
Yes, 5 away from what would be his 8th first-class 50. He's got 100, a big 100. That's his only first-class 100. Played 6 test matches for the West Indies and would be hoping to join Craig Braffett at the top of the order when Australia comes a call in. They play a match here in the 3 test series. A lot of openers have been lining up, putting their names to the selectors. Well, there are no selectors now, just Darren Sammy, the main selector, the scouts. The new system is you have scouts around the region and they report to the manager of the scouts, a technical manager, and then he forwards the names to Darren Sammy, the new all formats coach, and he will then decide who's going to go on tour or who's going to play at home.
Well, Kirk Mackenzie just 1 away to equal his highest score this season in the West Indies Championship. His highest was 46 and he's now on 45. But Kevin Sinclair would have different ideas. He'll be bowling to Brandon King.
Oh, wow.
On the line of the leg stump, bowling with his sleeves buttoned down to his wrist, as he usually does.
Very easy in the eye so far, Brandon King.
Yeah,
So
both
to-
of the batters.
And this Sabina Park strip,
Keep going,
a magnificent batting strip. I remember last year when Guyana came here, they posted over 400 runs.
Yeah, 424 to be exact.
And 2 batters scoring century as well. And 2 of those batters are taking part in the game as well. Captain Tevin Imlak. And you should know the other.
Both wicket keepers
There we go.
came all savory. We got 155 and Imlak got an even 100.
Quicker, flatter this time from Kevin
I think the
Sinclair.
last time Guyana played a game at Trelawney, they won by I think 7 wickets with
This is good. This is
Pomal
good.
getting 7, Pomal getting 15 for 77 in the match. That is swept, and nicely swept too, down to the short backward square. He runs back, Pomal, and tosses the ball back towards Imlak.
I think that's the Chilani multi-purpose stadium.
Yeah,
That field haven't been used for some time when it comes down to regional cricket.
Keep going, Sinky. Keep going. Oh, lovely.
remember the
lovely,
days in
Sinky,
the Red
lovely.
Stripe Cup. We traveled all parts of Jamaica, and especially when there was under 19 cricket played here. End of the over, it's 89 for 1. I remember coming here for the 2009 under 19 West Indies tournament, and remember Robert Haynes was one of the selectors. He's now the manager or coach of the Jamaica side.
Yes, he's a coach of the Jamaica Scorpions.
He
I
was-
think last season, Andrew Richardson, the former Jamaica fast bowler, was the coach, and the assistant coach was Nikita Miller. And both has left the institution, and new organization has formed.
I remember seeing them both at Providence and they came there. So Pomal is finally into the attack.
Left arm round.
You would
change
be
the bowler.
pleased, you were waiting for him so long.
Hold on the first.
An experienced player. You mentioned playing first class cricket over 18 years. I think he's 36 years of age as well. Has over 574
Regional first class wickets.
and just surpassed our own Jamaican
Yeah, Nikita Miller.
Nikita Miller.
That's 511. Or he has 511. First delivery from the record holder in terms of wickets in first class cricket. And it's played into the offside full single down towards long off.
So another
Left arm over to
left
you, Kirk.
arm spinner. Surpass
Ewa.
another left arm spinner in regional
A little
cricket.
way.
Yeah. And most of the leading wicket takers in regional cricket from the days of Lance Gibbs have been spinners. And of recently, spinners have dominated. It's only in the last couple of seasons that you've seen the emergence of quality fast bowlers taking wickets. Even this season, it's dominated by the spinners. Pomal is 16 wickets. I think he's 4th on that list.
I think Carrie Pierre is the leading wicket taker in the tournament as well. Good delivery. Excellent start here from the veteran Pomal. I think he has some 31.
Yeah, 5 wicket hauls and 18 10-wicket hauls.
And there we go on shot.
That's hit in the air, but just over the boundary. Agonizingly close to the fielder running to his right, and then over his head for 6.
And 58. A first class half century for Kirk McKenzie.
And what a way to bring it up.
In fine
Confidence.
style. He goes to 51, 75 deliveries. And that's his highest score for this season in regional cricket as well.
That would do the world of good for his confidence.
There's a total 96 for 1. And 392 to get for the Scorpions.
Nice to his feet, good attacking running, put pressure on the fielder, and even despite good return, easily beaten in the end by the batter, and he gets a single. So celebrating his 50, getting to his 50 with a 6 and celebrating it with a sharp single.
Too much.
Partnership 79 from 131 deliveries.
thank you.
And Brandon King 34. And Kurt McKenzie 40, 64 deliveries. But an outstanding batting display by the left and right combination in the middle for the Scorpions.
Kamal from Berbice in Guyana plays for Albion and struck away for a single to end his first over. 8 runs coming off of it, and at the end of the 25th over it's 98 for 1.
Perfect platform for the Scorpions. Kurt McKenzie batted extremely well, and so too is Brandon King. And both players very experienced, and I think this is where
Why didn't Stella Peter go?
majority of the runs or the application at the crease should come from a Kurt McKenzie and a Brandon King. Both batters in the middle well set.
Sinclair also from the county of Berbice, who plays for Rose Hall Town.
Lovely,
Good
Sinky,
delivery,
lovely,
brings
lovely.
the batter forward. Albion has produced 3 test
No, you got them.
spinners.
Too straight, too wide,
Kamal,
man, too wide.
Pishu, and
Yeah.
Moti.
Run.
Lovely shot again, going after Sinclair, too wide, and crashed away out towards the extra cover boundary for 4. So King and Mackenzie forging their partnership and going it beautifully.
A beautiful shot all along the ground
Keep going,
from
keep going,
Brandon
man.
King. Great dexterity
Just stay
from
lovely, man. Just stay
the
lovely.
right-hander, and the 100 comes up with that cover drive as well. 102 for 1.
Looking to sweep it away. Didn't get it as he would have wanted it, but in the end still got a single as it trickled down towards Pomal, who is fielding at a short
Keep
fine
going,
leg
Sinky,
position.
keep going, Sinky.
So the score ticking over. 53 to Mackenzie, 40 to Brandon King. 103 for 1.
Keep working, boys. Up. Keep going, Sinky, keep going,
I
keep
think
going.
we're getting some rain in Ligani as well. And just
Bowling them,
take
keep bowling them,
steam in.
Sinky.
Rain is in Ligani. Just a stone throw away, but it's good. That's why we have cricket here at Savannah Park.
Oh, lovely, Sinky, lovely, Sinky.
You
Yeah.
look at Kurt McKenzie, 52 from 78 deliveries. His approach in the second innings is totally different from the approach in the first innings. He
Sinky.
looked totally different. Very, very positive so far.
Yeah, very more confident.
Oh,
Once you begin to hit boundaries off the middle of the bat, your confidence automatically increases.
And the 26th has come to an end. 103 for the loss of 1, the Scorpions.
Mackenzie would love to join the 26 others who have scored hundreds in this season. And in this round, it's not even completed. There's still a day to go. 7 batters have scored centuries.
keep going, man, keep going here, boys.
And what I'm totally impressed want to see even a fast bowler getting a century in Ryan John. And I think it's his maiden first class century as well.
And he backed it up with a good 3-wicket haul, I think.
And also chipping in with some runs and wicket is Ruston Chase from Barbados.
Yes, got 150. 105 wickets hauled in the same match. course, that was done by Roger Harper in 1996, I think, against the Windwards. But he got a double century and a 5-wicket haul. Great fielder, Roger Harper.
And that's a plane flying high, flying close to the Jamaica flag as well. Maybe that's an indication of what is happening on the field. Excellent batting from the Scorpions.
Stifled appeal, ball pitched outside the line of the leg stump, and tumbling away is the energetic and very fit Imlak.
Imlak.
Ball bowls a ball that keeps low, and that's going to be a concern also later in this game for the Jamaican batters.
Fourth day, going to be very, very important. That delivery kept very, very low. Well, the good thing Brandon King kept his eyes on the delivery.
Swept away. And do what the forward short leg, ducking away, holding his head. That passed away from him, down to the backward square. A single. The left-hander comes in to bat now, and the backward square comes up to a backward point. Field changes over. And Pomal going over the wicket, left arm spin. Both Pomal and Sinclair bowling with their sleeves buttoned down to the wrists. Nice with his feet, deliberately going up and under and over the extra cover position. They wouldn't have the legs on it to take it to the boundary, but he got two. Nice easy shot, deliberately in this instance going up and under and hitting the ball just over Thaddeus Lovell. So the over is completed. It's 104. It's 106 for the loss of one.
And the only wicket to fall was Odin Makati. He was brilliantly caught at that extra cover region for 5 from 7 deliveries. Since then, a dramatic turnaround between the two batters in the middle. Kurt McKenzie, who brings up his 8th regional first class half century. And of course, Brandon King was unbeaten on 40 from 75 deliveries.
Yeah, Mackenzie in just his 19th first class match.
You're going 6.
Not many first class matches are played once a year. It's been 5 previously, now it's increased to 8. It used to be 10 in the past when the cricket board used to invite foreign teams, Kenya, England A, India A. Swept away, and that's a good shot down to the boundary. Would it reach the boundary? Yes, it would. So 4 runs, continuing to bat properly, bat confidently. The Jamaican pair, this time it's King. Sinclair bowls bad line again. That's a bad line there from Sinclair. This is the second time he's been swept.
You're going Sinky, keep going.
Better delivery brings the batsman forward.
Keep going, keep going, keep going. Red ball, red ball.
Mentioned this batting partnership has to do majority of the batting for the Scorpions. Doing well so far.
Ball that turned back and kept low. Should have been on the front foot there, opted to go back. Sinclair started as a wicket keeper for Guyana at the under 15 level.
Keep going, Sinky, keep going,
And then he became a medium pacer.
Keep bowling them, keep going.
And when they had to play a club match against Albion, another sweep, and that's hit hard down towards the backward square, piercing the gap between the long leg and the forward square on the boundary And he gets his second boundary in the over. King.
Well swept all along the ground, and the fielder at mid-wicket stood no chance. A second boundary of the over so far, and King goes up to 48.
Quicker delivery, almost medium pace. You could see him pulse the ball down the seam on that occasion. And that's the end of an expensive over. Well, I was hearing Andrew was telling you the run rate is just under 4. And they're going at a hectic run rate now. Those boundaries quickly carrying the run rate up. But I still don't think it would be consistently that.
4.07 to be exact, according to run rate.
114 for 1. Can they sustain that for the entire session and tomorrow?
A 96 run partnership from 150 deliveries.
Pamal bowls, that's cut away, missing the outside edge, looking to cut. No movement of the back foot across.
A very, very tricky period in the final session on day 3.
Good delivery again from Pamal, just landing in a slight rough where the fast bowler would be bowling from over the wicket with his pegs making a little bit of indentation on the pitch. Good delivery. And the thing with Pamal is his strength is that he bowls straight. Bowl down leg before. The ball doesn't turn to the left hander caught behind. The ball turns to the right hander caught behind.
What I like about the Scorpions in the second innings, a total different approach. A positive intent being shown by all the batters, including Makati, who was brilliantly caught earlier.
We'll soon maybe see the left arm spinners from Albion in tandem, Moti and Pamal. 6 players playing Test cricket from Albion, the other 3 batters.
No.
Chattogoon. Shushiv Naraini was the first, and Narsingh D. Narain. They all come from Albion.
And the 29th has come to an end, 1-1-4 for 1. A maiden from the veteran Pramal.
Burby is mainly a sugarcane growing area, very agricultural. So is Essequibo, which is mainly producing rice. So Guyana doesn't only depend on oil and gas. That's a bonus.
Mirana langan.
So Gudikish Moti has been issued the ball from the Michael holding end of the ground. A wicket taker, Gudikish Moti.
So left arm spinner like Pamal, but different types of left arm spinners. He's taller, gets the ball to bunks. Used to bowl a lot slower than he does now though. In Pakistan, Warkan was the slowest of the spinners and reaped the rewards. Allowed the ball to go with lots of revolutions and then hit the pitch and grip.
Another left arm spinner leading the wickets as well from Trinidad and Tobago. Harpy has 27 wickets so far.
Lots of left arm spinners now all over the place.
And Promal is with 16 wickets as well.
Yannick Correa in that list, the Trinidad and Tobago leg spinner. Cut away down towards the deep cover position. Lovell off the boundary, sends the return. And they get 1. So 49 out to Brandon King. He is also eyeing another 100. another 50.
In.
This,
Two.
this will be his 17th half century at this level.
Keep going, Moats.
London
Keep
King.
going, Moats.
Not in strike though, he's at the non-strikers end and he watches as
Oh, lovely. Lovely, Moats.
Moti brings Mackenzie forward.
Oh, yeah, Moti. Keep going, Moats.
So another over has been completed, and at the end of it, as the water cart, the water boys, has been summoned onto the field, the Jamaicans hunting an improbable 489 for victory. They're 115 for 1.
An excellent second wicket partnership. 97 runs so far between the two home boys, Brandon King and Kirk Mackenzie. And both players would have represented Kingston Cricket Club. And Kingston Cricket Club are the defending champions in the Jamaica Cricket Association 2-day and 50 over competition.
Yes, so we'll be joined, you will be joined by Andrew. He's come back, didn't get lost in Jamaica.
Oh, finally, he's back. I think he went to pick up his Benz somewhere on South Camp Road. He went to the Benz to fix his car. I think one of the rim was damaged, so he replaced his rim on his Mercedes Benz. But he's back, Andrew Chan. Good afternoon, Andrew Chan.
To quote that great philosopher Marlon Pinnock, not at all, not at all. I know you have a growing friendship here with Mr. Sean Devers, and I really just wanted you all to have a little extra time together, especially with Jamaica and Guyana going on, and then your team, your boys are doing quite well, Penny.
Yes, a 97-run partnership so far for the second wicket. They are doing a remarkable job, but can they bat out the rest of the day is the question. And these two batters in the middle, are the two most capable batters for the Scorpions.
Yes, certainly it's it's the million-dollar question, Penny. And of course, you see now that Guyana Harpy Eagles have turned to their linchpin spin twins, Gudakesh Moti operating from the southern end, and Veerasamy Permaul coming from that northern end. And I think it's more than likely that we'll see a pure diet of spin more than likely for the rest of the day. And we probably won't see the fast bowlers again, maybe until about the 80th over if Jamaica bat that long. But they've already surpassed their first innings, batting total in terms of overs, in terms of runs. 30 overs faced, 115 runs when they were bowled out for 44 in 25.5 overs. So the tide has not yet quite turned for the Jamaicans, but they are starting to stem it a little bit.
Still a long way to go, a massive way to go. Still over 350 runs to get. That's a massive ask, but the important thing, 9 wickets in hand.
9 wickets in hand. I would say they've completed one leg of a 26-kilometer marathon, so maybe a 1 kilometer they're in, maybe a 2 or 3, Penny.
And the veteran will continue after the water break.
No surprise there. Brandon King settles, just brought up his 50. Both batters at the crease on 50. Good cricket from him. But in the little bit I've seen of the Jamaican batters against the Guyana Harpy Eagles spinners so far, they really haven't looked to work the ball around. It's more been block, shot. And then I saw a couple instances where Kirk Mackenzie, I think in Permaul's first over, danced up the pitch. Haven't seen him do that since. And you know Pumol and Moti settle into a rhythm, Penny. As much as the Jamaicans appreciate a good rhythm, they're not going to appreciate the rhythm that those spin bowlers are sending down.
.415 here in Kingston, Jamaica. Just about another 45 minutes before close of play. He danced down the wicket and caressed it over long out for 6. A magnificent shot from Kurt Mackenzie. An excellent use of the feet. Look at this. And the elevation, awesome. And the result, maximum. And he gets another maximum. What a lovely shot that was, Andrew Chang.
And it almost seemed like as if he heard me in commentary, Penny, because as soon as I said, well, I haven't seen him dance up the pitch, he immediately dances up the pitch. But that, I like to see that. You have to attack the spinners at some sort and unrattle them. As a short delivery that Mackenzie had gotten any bit of a tickle on that, could have run very close to the fine leg boundary.
And with that, the partnership goes over 100. I think it's 104 partnerships so far as well. Brilliant second wicket partnership.
That's the over.
End of the over. And that's 122 for 1. The Jamaicans going along okay. Their think tank will be happy, at least with the state of play so far. And not a bad run rate either. Current run rate 3.94 Penny. So that's above the 3.5 that they needed.
And throughout the innings, it was over 4. And just dropped to 3.94. But a healthy run rate maintained by the Scorpions so far.
So according to the state of play, when the Jamaicans came into bat, 48 overs were allowed or have been scheduled left for the day's play. They've faced 31. So target at the end of the day, maybe 189, if they can get to that.
Keep going,
Or
man.
would you
Keep
say,
going, boys.
I think once they get above
Stay
150,
left,
haven't lost the wicket, they would be very, very happy with that. 104 on partnership.
Catch it.
Back into his crease is Brandon King and smacks that up to extra cover.
One more.
Brandon King contributed 50 and Kurt Mackenzie 48.
Nothing. Good bowling, Brandon. Hey!
Yeah, but target at the end of the day.
I think 160, 170 would be appreciated by the Scorpions. But what they would want to do as well is both batters go into close of play still at the wicket.
Keep going, Mot.
Yeah, they have to remember that's the most probably important point, Penny, that from the Jamaican perspective, the two of them need to be out there in the middle and start again afresh tomorrow. And there would be some nerves in the Guyana camp. Of course, if these two did go towards the end of play today.
You're absolutely correct, as the 32nd has come to an end. A maiden from Gudikish Moti, 1-2-2 for loss of 1, the Scorpions.
A young fellow on the screen could be a future Jamaica player, for all we know. If only he goes to the Marlon Pinnock School of Batting and Keeping. Certainly don't go to that school for bowling, Marlon Pinnock.
Not at all.
Not at all, he says, of course.
Good delivery from the veteran Pramal. Was shaping up to cut this delivery. Kurt Mackenzie, that one came back very sharply. But the good thing about it, he kept his eyes on the delivery.
batted that one up and kept a little low as well there, Penny. We've seen a couple deliveries just do that. And certainly will play in the batter's mind. How do you play a low delivery and cater for that, especially when a spinner might get it to spit at you after this delivery?
You have to play it late and stay low on it. You don't want to be tall and creep under the bat. So play it late and stay low.
And you have to stay over it as well.
Oh.
Beaten by that one. Good flight, good loop. Tantalizing delivery, Penny.
Testing delivery outside the arm stump from Pramal into his fifth. None for 19 so far.
Will it be back-to-back maidens here for the Harpy Eagles as they attempt to build some pressure? Dances up the pitch. This Mackenzie drives this nicely, and he will take the single and pinch the strike. And that's good cricket from him. 123 for 1. 33 overs bowled Marlon Pinnock, and that is a much healthier scorecard from their first inning.
A welcome scorecard. In the first innings, it was really sad. But anybody, any fans, any spectators watching the game for the Scorpions should be happy. And two of the most senior players in the Scorpions batting lineup stood up and both got in an half century so far. But still, a lot of work need to be done. Both batters should be thinking about that three-figure mark.
Keep going, man.
Keep going, Mort. Keep going, Mort.
Yes, indeed, Marlon Pinnock. Gudakesh Muti will continue from the Michael Holding end. The southern end of this ground. Faces the once great city of Port Royal.
Keep going, Morty.
Keep going, Mort. Keep going.
The wickedest city on earth, they say. 1 point in the world. Attempted sweep. Appeal for a leg before. I think his front foot was well outside the line of the crease there.
Things happening, fellas.
Oh, the wickets, I should say.
Going, Mort.
Outside the line of the off stump. But I think he's
Back live. He gets his sweep this time. Does he get it fine? That's a good effort by Thaddeus Lovell. And I think it's gone into the ropes. And yes, he's signaling 6. So it was a valiant effort by Thaddeus Lovell to actually take the catch, but it was a flat, hard shot from Mackenzie.
excellent shot. What a brilliant effort as well. And by the big fast bowler. Just out of the reach. With another maximum. On to Kurt Mackenzie.
Keep going, Mort. Keep going.
He goes up to 67 from 104 deliveries.
It's actually his 4th 6 of the innings.
Ball, Mort. Ball, ball.
And also his highest score of the tournament as well. Surpassed that 46 early on in the tournament.
Top edge on this one as he tries to go for that sweep again. The backward square runs are on. It's Veersamy Permal who picks that one up. And Gudakesh Moti will have a chance to bowl at Brandon King now.
He has 2 deliveries.
Keep working, man.
A very attacking field set as well.
Promote.
And still looking wickets, the Harpy Eagles, and why not?
End of the over. 130 for 1. It might be 131 for 1. No, I think it's 130 for 1. Gudakesh Muti, Veersamy Permal, they're 2 left-arm spinners. Do you think that's where their similarities end? What do you think is a major difference between the two? Obviously, Muti's a little bit taller. he has a different high trajectory.
Basically, that's the only difference I've seen so far.
Do you think Veer Sami gives a little bit more of a rip than Moti?
Not much spin from both of the spinners so far. Ngudi Moti and Pramal. Desperate for the breakthrough of the Harpy Eagles.
Up in the air a little bit as Mackenzie pushed at that drive, and as he rehearses the shot, he knows that he didn't middle that as well as he would have liked. And a bit uppishly there from Mackenzie, a bit too casual, a bit too lazy. Not what you want to see at all.
I think that delivery wasn't there for the drive either. Just a rush of blood from Kirk Mackenzie. Up to 68.
Certainly with a horizontal bat, if he had kept his bat vertical, kept that bat straight. And it always annoys me, Penny, because Mackenzie, his sixes, other than that last one, have been hit beautiful straight. Play straight, play through the V. It's working for you.
Not much spin from both left arm spinners, hence why it's easy for the Scorpions batters so far.
Our good friend Wally Starr, caretaker here at Sabina Park, always very helpful.
That's it over.
And the 35th has come to an end, 1-3-1 for the loss of one, the Scorpions.
Yeah, that is that gentleman Wally Starr. He did Jason Passard a great favor once upon a time. Jason Passard will have to tell you that story. And he took payment for his favor in white rum. You know what favor Wally Starr likes. Jason Passard well remembers that favor. That's our producer, Mr. Passard. Good afternoon to you, my good sir. Inappropriate behavior there, Jason. Going for the sweep again. And a delivery down leg side was there for the taking. Mackenzie would feel that he's missed out. Devin Imlach behind the stumps, Penny. I know you've kept a close eye on him.
And
This is a good play here by Mackenzie. The throw comes in from Veersamy Pamal, and Brandon King is very fleet between the wickets.
And credit to these two batters in the middle. A brilliant partnership so far. Over 100 runs. And Andre Bryce Academy has produced Kurt McKenzie as well. And of course the first player to represent West Indies at a test level from Andre Bryce Academy. And also some excited young cricketers from Markland in the USA as well.
Keep going, Mods.
Brandon King just getting his first run in a little bit. He's been a little quiet, and I certainly hope that he can absorb the pressure and stay there in the middle and fight on.
Go.
Nice push again by Mackenzie. Does that so easily, Penny? That's all he has to do.
And a special shout out to Mr. Andre Bryce, a very experienced and proud and player who has produced a lot of first class players through his coaching programs as well.
Nice flick by Brandon King. As he gets that into the gap, it'll run very close to the rope.
Inside,
The fielder
Nando.
comes around from a straightish long on to retrieve. And Brandon scuttles back for two.
Keep going.
The champion, old boy Brandon King,
Keep working here, boys.
knocked up is his 17 first class half century.
Sounds that. This now with the umpire. You out the crease, you know.
What is happening there? I think the ball was thrown back to the wicket keeper, and Brandon King used the bat and get the ball out to the cover region. But it's all good fun. Nothing wrong. And the 36th over has come to an end. 1-3-6 for loss of 1, the Scorpions. And there you go. A back drive. Oh, to extra cover from Brandon King. But it's all fun. It's all good fun.
Kevin Imlak did ask the question, so behind the joke there is some seriousness. But I don't think it was ill intended by Brandon King. Dancing up the pitch is Mackenzie looking for that single. Kevin Sinclair live wire in the field there, fainting a throw at the keeper. Lots of sort of actions that raise a team's spirits out there in the field, Penny. And we've heard Sean Devers talk about the unity in the Guyana Harpy Eagles squad.
And unity is strength. And hence why they are champions. 2 in a row. And heading towards a third.
Jamaica in the way, thick outside edge. Does that run away to the ropes of 4? No. Yes, it does indeed. Thick outside edge, extravagant drive again from Kirk Mackenzie. He's seen a couple of these from him. This rushes of blood.
Innocuous. But Kirk Mackenzie will gracefully accept another boundary. And he goes up to 75. And the partnerships.
Dancing up the pitch this time. This one, it's a clean strike. That will go all the distance for 6. A towering shot from Kirk Mackenzie. All of a sudden, he's into the 80s.
And that's the best of the lot. Good use of the feet. And the presentation of the bat was magnificent. And he gets another maximum. I think that's his 5th as well. And he goes up to 81 in the most dramatic form as well, from 115 deliveries.
He's paced his innings well, Penny, because all of a sudden 81 of 115. He was quite slow. I think he's like 50 of 92 or the 61 of 92, something like that. He's trying to step on the gas, and the Jamaicans are not far from a landmark as well. A little bit of a psychological boost for them, 150.
128 partnerships so far as well, from 2 and 3 deliveries. And the 37th has come to an end, and 10 came from it. 146 for loss of 1. So the Scorpions are closing in on an excellent finish to day 3. Mark you, they lost Modine Makati very early. He was caught at that extra cover region when he went for 5 at that stage. And the Scorpions are the spectators or the supporters are thinking about A 44 all out for the Scorpions, but a dramatic turnaround from the first innings. An unbroken partnership of over 120 runs from Kurt McKenzie and of course Brandon King. Both batters getting half century, and Brandon King getting his 17th half century, and Kurt McKenzie getting his 8th as well.
Change in bowling here. Ronaldo Ali Mohammed is replacing Brandon King. 37 overs have been bowled. I think it was 48 required left to complete the day. And just about 15 minutes, 25 minutes left in the day's play. We should get our complete allotment. I'm surprised that Ronaldo Ali Mohammed has come on. It's a good drive, well fielded there. But I thought Gudakesh Moti was bowling better than Anvir Sami Pamal. So it was strange. I'm not sure if maybe Moti will be switching ends. Trying something different here, Tevin Imlak, which is good to see. He's just shuffling his pack a little bit. And I also like the idea, Penny, of if you have spinners and pacers in your squad, use one from either end, because the batters will get. You want to keep the batters guessing and checking and what's going on, and then they're facing pace from one end and then they spin from the other end. It adds that little difference as well. The lead there by Brandon King. He trusted the bounce here at Sabina Park.
Two batters very easy in the eye so far, and I think this is what the Scorpions lack in the first innings: application at the crease. We have seen it in the second innings, and it's a different kettle of fish for the Scorpions.
Yeah, but I would certainly advise anyone in and around the Kingston area, I mean, come out tomorrow, because it really is going to be a fantastic end to a game, and it could go very well, and it could turn around. The Jamaican fortunes could very well turn around. I mean, yes, it could be done and dusted in the first half an hour of tomorrow as well, too. Anything is possible. Penny? It is a weird and wonderful game, which is why we like it so much.
Glorious game of uncertainty as well, as the 38 has come to an end. 1 for 6 for 1, a maiden from Ali Mohammed.
And I believe you're taking your leave as well, Penny.
Yes, I do.
I'll have to go down and spend some time in the Scorpions dugout and share your wisdom with them. Might see you doing water duty just now, Marlon.
Well, the Guyanese will take over with the Trini to bring you through to the close of day 3.
Thank you very much, Marlon Pinnock. Sean Devers settles into position as Gudakesh Moti, as I suggested, has switched ends. Originally came from the southern end, the Michael Holding end. Gudakesh Moti will now be coming from the northern end. Kirk McKenzie seemed to have taken a liking to Veera Sami Permal. So it might be interesting to see maybe Permal will be tried at the other end. Pleasant good afternoon to you, Sean Devers.
Good
You
afternoon.
still hold most of the Shrum cards, don't you?
Yes, certainly. Good partnership. You expect that. I didn't expect the Jamaicans to bat as badly as they did it in the first innings. And surely I expected them to get over 200. But they might get more if the Guyanese don't break this partnership. Left hand, right hand combination also 146 for 1. They still need, though, to get 489. That's a long, long way.
Still is a very long way away. But they built a platform here, haven't they?
Yes.
Whatever happens, that's the positive they can take away.
Pamal bowls on the line of the leg stump again. And Mackenzie, who has looked very, very classy today, 8-1 from 119 balls. Some fabulous shots, especially a glorious straight drive he played off of Smith. And back-to-back sixes when he danced into Pamal.
Yeah. This is actually Moti bowling.
Yeah, Moti's bowling here. Moti, the taller of the two, that swept away over the head of Blackwood square, and they will settle for one. So he's gone now to 82. Brandon King in strike, he's 53, 147 for one. So Moti's the taller of the two. All three spinners, Moti, Pamal and Sinclair, bowling with their sleeves buttoned down to their wrists. That might be a new thing now.
Spinners with their style, of course. And how do you think Mackenzie has played the spinners? Brandon King, I think, has been very much in his shell. Yes, he put away the bad balls. But I think Mackenzie has been a little bit sharper.
Yeah, Brandon King looking to sweep more on line than on length. And it passed maybe under his bat, hit him on his pad. That's what outside the leg stump though. It was pitched outside the leg stump. Forward short leg, sealing it off. Forward short leg, slip in place. The close catches.
That's the over.
And your thoughts on how the two batters have played the spinners?
Yeah, Brandon King has looked good. He's played with pugnacious authority. He's a white ball specialist, so you expect them to play a lot of shots. But I'm very impressed with the work of Mackenzie. He's been classy, he's been elegant, and he's been so good on the eye.
Yeah. I think we've discussed about the use of feet, and Mackenzie has done that quite well in this innings. He's treated Virasamy Pamal with some disdain, which is not an easy thing to do at all. But I mean, you had a look at the pitch at lunchtime, I saw. What were your thoughts on the state of the pitch?
I felt it was a good pitch, but even the coach of Jamaica, Robert Haynes, felt it was a good pitch. The first day, when Guyana made all those runs, he said that's a very good pitch. Then, unfortunately, it wasn't a good pitch when Jamaica made 44. I don't know how they made 44 on such a good pitch, with such a good caliber of batters.
Well, all I can say is that Ronaldo, Ali Mohammed and Niall Smith found their groove in that innings.
Yes, they both bowled well, but they didn't bowl so well as to bowl out the team for 44. I don't know what went wrong in the Jamaica camp. Camp with Mackenzie, Blackwood, Brandon King. Nice shot. And that's a glorious shot. Found the gap to precision. And immaculate shot going closer to the boundary. And it will be picked up now because that side of the outfield is still a little slower.
Soggy, yeah.
Yeah, so that was a lovely shot. It deserved 4, but he only got how many? 3?
Yeah, that's 3 for Mackenzie.
Run behind that board.
Nice flying shot from the left hand. He goes to 85. 150 coming up.
I really like when he leans into those shots, particularly when he sort of tries to stand and deliver. It doesn't work for him. But when he leans into the shot, when he really gets over it and caresses it nicely, he does so brilliantly at that. Straightened on Brandon King, appeal for a leg before.
And he was on the move, so maybe the distance here saved him there. Let's see the replay. He was on the move.
Keep going now, look. Keep going, bud.
Wasn't quite on the move. He was trying to get on the front foot. I think the angle maybe. Pitched on middle and then was heading down the leg. Flashing at this one, the catch is juggle, and it's taken at second slip. It did juggle. That is brilliant from Kevin Sinclair. Parried by the field at first slip. And then the catch is brilliantly taken. That's the end of Brandon King. He played a very good innings, but he falls well short of what the Jamaicans need. A very important second wicket, 150 for 2 now.
Yeah, 151 for 2. And that's the second wicket from Ronaldo Mohammed. He's now taken 8 wickets in this match. He's gotten both wickets to fall. Fantastic bowling from the medium pacer.
I really want to see the replay of that one again because, yeah, let's have a look at this here. Fielder did well to get to it. It was high, it was hard. Hit him hard. Kept his eyes on the ball. Went for it, but then he pulled out. And that is a brilliant little dive there from Kevin Sinclair to scoop that under his arm. Jermaine Blackwood comes to the party now.
Yeah, excellent teamwork there. When he bounced it out of his hand, there was the man supporting. He didn't have to do the work though because Sinclair took it on the rebound. Good catch by Sinclair. Good cricket by Guyana. Good bowling by Ali Mohammed. And now that partnership has been broken. Guyana will sigh a sigh of relief.
Sigh of relief indeed. And is it a possible opening here, Sean Devers? Because of course with Kirk McKenzie and Brandon and Jermaine Blackwood now at the wicket, after that you can say that the batting isn't as strong as the Jamaicans would like it to be.
Yeah, well, this partnership is paramount to Jamaica's recovery or chances of saving the game. Blackwood, the most senior bat in the team at 33. He's played 56 test matches. He scored 3 test centuries and 50. 50s, he's made 50s 18 times. And he's got 9 first-class hundreds and 53 first-class 50s. So he's got a wealth of experience. This is 146 game. So all depends on him now. He's also gotten a century in this tournament.
Yeah, and I'm not sure if Tevin Imlach drinks or not, but I'm certain all the Guyana Harpy Eagles would like to buy him a fresh, maybe glass of juice for bringing back one Ronaldo Ali Mohammed.
Yeah, excellent captaincy. That's Imlach for you. He's always thinking. It was a smooth transition when he took over from Guyana's most successful captain, Leon Johnson. He won last year. And he's well on stream to repeating. The defending champions successfully defending their title. There's still 3 games to go.
Big over ends there. 40 overs gone, 150 for 2. Ronaldo Ali Mohammed comes back into the attack and gets a big wicket there. Brandon King for 53 off an excellent parried catch in the slips there. Big over, 150 for 2. 40 overs bowled. Still a very large target, and it looks even larger now.
Yes, it's large, but it's larger now. Yes. So 338 required, still big total, even in a day's play. You got to score over 3 runs per over, close to 4, to get that target on the last day. And with the 2 better batters dismissed now, there's still Kirk McKenzie there, and there's now Brandon King. He's gone, and there's now Blackwood.
I think it's important now as well that that Kirk McKenzie does not go into his shell. You know they need to consolidate. You know they need to not lose another wicket, but he still has to work the ball around, and he can't just stay stagnant for the possible, I think, about 7 overs left in the day's play.
Moti, just back from Pakistan. In fact, missed the first 2 matches. Stayed a little bit later, I think, in the United States, and got some problems getting here. Missed his flight. Not his fault though, it was the airline's fault.
Deep into his crease, and he gets that fine. Does he get that down to fine like before? He doesn't need a nice little paddle pull there. I guess you could call it a pull sweep from McKenzie.
He's gone now to 89 with that boundary. Closer and closer to the 26th century of this tournament.
A badly lined delivery though from Gudakesh Moti.
Yes, both him and Pomal has not really bowled as well as they did previously in the first set of matches, the first three in Guyana. But it's early days yet in their spells.
Dancing
Nice
up the
use of
pitch,
his
he
feet.
did sit nicely. My apologies, Mr. Sean Devers. And the overthrow means that they do get the run that wasn't on offer in the first place.
Yeah, loose work there by the Guyanese, allowing an overthrow. But they've got lots of runs, so that wouldn't matter, at least presently. Tomorrow, maybe in the second session, the third session, that would matter if the Jamaicans bat so long.
Well played by Mackenzie. The hustle single, the throw comes in again. Well. He might have been on his heels a little bit there. But at the end of the day, they get away with the single. 157 for 2.
Yeah, many will
41 overs.
Many will say that's suicidal running, but I would say that they're putting pressure on the Guyanese fielders, and if they hit the stumps, well, so be it. They're running very fast. In fact, they're getting to the crease. If that ball had hit the stumps, he would have been still in.
So it's a lot to play for here still. And I actually wanted to ask you, I wanted to get a little bit more information about the different counties in Guyana. Which do you think has produced the most cricketers?
Well, of course, Berbice has produced the most cricketers. And Demerara in the old days, they used to produce a lot of cricketers because that was the hub of cricket, especially the GCC ground, Aboda. So that was the elite club, like Queen's Park in Trinidad. That was the elite club. So people gravitated to GCC. They came from Berbice to play in Demerara.
A nice cut behind square by Kirk McKenzie. This will run close to the ropes for 4. Now it slows up again. They come for 2 and he will stick with 2. Moves closer to a very important landmark for him, with a minimal landmark in terms of the context of the game for the Jamaica Scorpions. He's up to 94 now.
If you look at this team, Kevlin Anderson, Sinclair, Moti, Pomal, Smith, they all come from Berbice, and there are lots more cricketers who played last year and so on. Shamar Joseph, Isaiah Turn, Shepherd, all of these players are not playing in this game. They are also from Berbice.
And so which parish, in your opinion, or county, has produced the best cricketers?
Well, the best batsman of all time, produced by Guyana, in my opinion, was Rohan Kanai. And he came from Berbice. Himself, Joe Solomon, and Butcher were living stone throws away from each other at the same time. And Sir Frank Worrell was working with the Bookers industry, that's now Gaisuco, the Guyana Sugar Corporation, and he saw them and brought them to town. They all came from Port Morant, a village which produced Guyana's president, Guyana's former president, Chedi Jagan.
Clive Lloyd, where is he from?
He is from Demerara. He plays for DCC. DCC has produced a lot of cricketers too.
Flashes at this one, up in the air, but in front of square, and he'll come back for 2. I don't think he got quite the connection that he wants on this one. I'm not too fond of how Kirk McKenzie is playing the game at the moment. I don't know if he's just in a rush to get to his 100 and to get to that landmark, but he has to remember that the game is a lot more than just him getting his 100.
No, he may be trying to be aggressive to counter-attack the bowlers. He don't want them to settle in. So he's getting them off their game, making them bowl different areas. Well, it's not bad that he's being aggressive.
Well, he probably is seeing the ball very well now. 132 deliveries he's been there, so he feels confident. He's coming up the pitch and he hits this one through the extra cover. Actually hits this one very, very straight. And we'll wait for the signal from the umpire. No, Kirk McKenzie knows it's a 4, and therefore it is 100, and he celebrates wildly.
That's his second first-class 100, following up his double century, 221. Fantastic job here from Kirk McKenzie. His first 100, his first 50 in this tournament, and he's got 100 now. Very good batting.
And the celebration shows how much it means to him. Let's have a look at this again. It was an absolutely clean shot straight down the ground. And look at the celebration. He cups his hand behind his ears. He's kissing the bat now. He's blowing a kiss to the Jamaica pavilion. He knows what it means, but he knows it's time to reset now. Sean Devers.
Fantastic innings, 133 balls, 8 fours, 5 sixes. Well, in fact, 6 sixes. That's a 4, so 9 fours and 5 sixes. That is a century with a 4.
Very smartly leaves this delivery alone. Settle your nerves, Kirk McKenzie. You have a lot more to go. 323 more required for victory.
I said at the beginning of the match, I'm looking forward to seeing Kirk McKenzie bat because I have a lot of time for him. He plays stylishly, elegantly. I was disappointed when he came back from his test duties that he didn't get any more runs.
Yeah, you really struggle. I mean, I think he had 1 or 2 good innings. He definitely had a 50 in Australia, which was a very good knock. There's that celebration once again.
I scored 46 previously before this in this tournament. That's not good enough for a person who's going to get back or wants to get back into Test cricket. This is a fabulous innings. Well played.
Yeah, an iconic celebration there as well, blowing a kiss to the pavilion. He really appreciates the support he's gotten. And I certainly hope that this game, whatever happens, whatever is the outcome of this game, that the Jamaica Scorpions use it to build and push really hard for the final rounds of this West Indies Championship, because it just makes for better competition. All the teams are putting their hands up as they should and where they should, other than some blips along the way.
And I've been saying, and I told the manager of the Guyana team, Mr. Smith, Mr. Clements now he's named, Albert Clements, that don't underrate Jamaica because of their first inning score. Rarely I've ever seen a team fail twice. And this team has got good batters capable of getting runs. But I think that the runs are too much for them to win. Hopefully, on their part, if they continue to bat, and Kirk McKenzie gets support from Blackwood, who is an accomplished batter, they can draw the match.
Yeah, they certainly can. And really be interesting to see how it plays out. And of course, we'll be here to bring it to you live and direct. But the other thing, of course, to consider is, I'm not saying, and in no way am I saying that Guyana have peaked too early, but there is such a thing as peaking too early. So far, Guyana have been consistent. They haven't faced any losses. They have 2 wins, and the one game I think that they had was a draw, was a no result because of weather.
They're unbeaten. But that's the usual thing with Guyana. They win tournaments being unbeaten. They lose one match. So Guyana is a family. They're a dominant team in this regional cricket, especially since the franchise tournament started. And strikingly enough, Guyana is the only team that has not played a foreign player. When I say foreign, I mean somebody from the Caribbean in their side. They did it in the past, but now for the last couple of seasons, it's been all Guyanese.
But the other thing is, they still have some hard games to face, because they beat Barbados in their first game by 10 wickets. Barbados clearly maybe a little undercooked. CCC, who are propping up the end of the table, and then a draw with the West Indies Academy.
But that was rain affected, else they'd have won that match easily.
And I think a wicket has fallen here. And it seems that Kirk McKenzie, I'm not sure what's happening here. Let's have a look at the replay.
He's gotten injured.
Yeah, it looks like a caught behind. That's the end of Jermaine Blackwood. And unfortunately, it also seems that Mackenzie is getting some cramp immediately after getting his 100. And to add insult to injury, Jermaine Blackwood has also fallen. So the Jamaicans have lost their third wicket. 165 for 3 is now the score. Jermaine Blackwood taken by Gudakesh Moti. And Kirk Mackenzie is a centurion on who the Jamaica response hinges, is on the floor in pain.
Yes, a duck for the test player, Jermaine Blackwood, the most experienced player in the side. So this is the second failure. And Guyana will begin to think that they can finish it early tomorrow, if not tonight.
2 runs in the first innings for Jermaine Blackwood and a duck in the second now. The new batter is Javel Glenn, and he will really have to dig deep here to bat with
Mackenzie.
Mackenzie.
Left
Yeah.
arm over the wicket here, Javel. 4 deliveries to come.
I think, and of course, their first task would be seeing off the rest of the day unscathed.
Yeah, you're correct. They would not want to lose another wicket now because they're 165 for 3, and all of a sudden they could be 165 for 5.
Javel Glenn, a left-hander as well, so that makes it a little bit easier for the Guyanese bowlers. They don't have to adjust a left-hander and a right-hander. And the left-arm spinners will always enjoy bowling to the left-arm batters as well.
Not really. The off spinners would enjoy bowling to the left-hander. The right-handers would be more potent food for the left-arm orthodox bowler because he's turning the ball away from the right-hander.
But I mean, as a left-arm bowler myself, because that's what I used to bowl, left-arm fast medium. It wasn't spin, but it's still, you still, with your arm, you get that natural action away from the left-hander, which feels a little bit more natural.
But the ball is spinning in from the spinner.
Glenn is off the mark with that single that flicked down to mid-wicket. Yeah,
At the
continue.
over.
I'm saying the ball is spinning into the batsman. You would bowl the ball, leaving the batsman with your natural action because you bowl medium pace. So that would be good for you, bowling to a left-hander.
End of the over, 167 for 3, or 166. 166 for 3, 43 overs bowled. The Jamaica Scorpions, they were sitting fairly pretty at 150 for 1.
Yeah, that was a good partnership building, and then it was broken. And then soon after, Blackwood was caught behind of Moti for a duck, and he's the most senior batsman in the team, so they have to get up and fight. They can't give up. But the demise of Blackwood leaves them in a precarious position.
Another important partnership needs to build here, and it needs to build now. Niall Smith coming in now from the southern end of the ground. First time we've seen him from that end. And hopefully it will have solved his no-ball problem. Because if you look at it, you have Javel Glenn, and then we have Brad Barnes, Alden Thomas, Odin Smith. After that, it's Mindley, Shields, and Redwood. And
we've seen Redwood already backing away from the fast bowlers. He doesn't suggest permanence. This is the pair that needs to get them. And we've also seen Mackenzie, when he gets 100, he goes big. When he got his first 100, he converted into a double century.
well, they certainly need that from Kirk Mackenzie today and into tomorrow.
But would he have the partners to support him, or would he run out of partners?
Well, that's up to the mental fortitude of the other Jamaican batters.
And they've got to bat in phases. Take half an hour, put a target, another half an hour. You can't look at the whole picture when the day starts.
Feeling for that one was Mackenzie. A bit lazy, a bit too casual there. And yeah, the first task, of course, as we mentioned, is getting through tonight unscathed. And then tomorrow it's surviving the first 10 minutes, and then surviving the first hour, and then surviving the first 10 minutes, surviving the first half an hour, and going on, and assessing at the end of this session. So where are you at the end of the session? Are you still 3 wickets down? Are you 5 wickets down? 6 wickets down? What would be the game plan now?
Outside the line of the leg stump. That was close to wide. Well taken there by Imlak. Almost goalkeeper save.
Yeah, brilliant from Tevin Imlak there. Alison Becker of Liverpool would be quite proud of that one.
Most wicket keepers have sometime in their life goal kept or kept goal. Dujon was a goalkeeper, Jeffrey Dujon.
And tell us about the history of wicket keepers in Guyana. I can't think of any good names that come to mind specifically, but I'm sure if you tell me one or two, they will jog the memory.
There was Milton Paidana. I think he was the best of the keepers that I have seen. But according to my grandfather, there was a guy called Reds Murray that was a top-class keeper back in the days. There was Ivor Mendonza. In fact, he was the last keeper to play Test cricket for Guyana since 1962 when Imlak played. He played in 1962 and Imlak played this last year. So Imlak was the first Test keeper produced by Guyana since Ivor Mendonza in 1962. Of course, Paidana played, but he didn't play Test cricket. He was the last keeper to go to Pakistan for one-day tournaments.
As always,
another no ball.
I know there's always a no ball there from Smith. Yeah, a well of information, as Sean Devers.
And there were a lot of good Guyana keepers: Kenneth Wong, Sheikh Mohammed, Vishal Nagamutu, Azeb Ali Hanif. They all played at the first class. I felt that Vishal Nagamutu should have played at least for the West Indies B team. He's the brother of Mahindra Nagamutu, who played Test cricket. Actually played 5 Test matches in 5 different continents. Nice shot, but no run.
Yeah, I always like Mahindra Nagamutu as well. It's at the end of the over. It is indeed 170 for 3. 44 overs have been bowled. And just to confirm how much time is left in normal time, at least it's actually gone past normal time. It's 8 minutes past 5 o'clock here in Jamaica. So they're going to try to get in the 4 final overs, at least for the day's play. And the weather has been brilliant, and the over rates have been brilliant. You have to say that from the team. Of course, that's due to a lot of spin being employed as well.
And that Guyana bowled exclusively pace except for 1 over of spin, and they bowled out Jamaica for 44 in 20-something overs.
25.5.
Yeah,
correct.
so that's an added incentive to build up the over rate. That was good. Even though the spinners bowled, even though the pacers bowled, they bowled out the team quickly.
Yeah, they did indeed. It'll certainly be a memorable situation for Niall Smith and Ronaldo Ali Mohammed. Up in the air. I think it bounced just before it fell to Nandu at short leg.
Gurukesh Moti, one of 2 spinners that, one of 2 left-arm spinners that played in Pakistan. Out bowled by Warakan, who bowled a lot slower.
Yeah. He does have good competition from Jamal Warakan, because I certainly think that Moti was the leading spinner, and then Jamal Warakan, who, to his credit, I've always appreciated Jamal Warakan and the effort he's given in regional cricket as well.
I think Warakan adapted and adjusted more than Moti to the conditions of a turning pitch, a slow turner, big turns. He bowled slower, and that's why the ball was spinning bigger and bouncing. Moti's bowling it a little bit too quickly.
Good bowling here from Moti. But he's a very dangerous customer, is Moti. 170 for 3. I think that's been 2 maidens in a row now. So just a little bit of pressure building. Maybe the Jamaica Scorpions just going into their shell a little bit. 102 for Kirk McKenzie. Just 2 for Jabel Glenn.
Yeah, and duck for Blackwood. He's one of the batters that scored 100 in this competition. The other batter is not playing. I'm hopeful for Jamaica point of view if he comes back for the other match, which he would likely do. I saw him today. He was with the Jamaica squad. John Campbell. And he was the captain. I don't know if he comes back, if he'll be retained as captain. Midley would give up the job or what.
Niall Smith.
Down the leg side again. Hard line. If he got a touch onto that, a leg glance, that would go on for 4. I would go for 4 because the man is at the long leg position, wouldn't be able to catch that before it reached the boundary.
But the other consideration for the Jamaica Scorpions is that if John Campbell, or when John Campbell comes back, does Kirk McKenzie go back to number 3, or does he retain his opening position? Because there's 100 now. You know, cricketers, they're a superstitious bunch. He might say, Skip, do you mind if I open with you? Or do they want that right hand, left hand with Odin McCarthy, give him another chance?
I feel McCarthy would come down if he gets into the team at all. And McKenzie and Campbell would open the batting. Because McKenzie's looked good in this innings as an opener.
And there's also Marlon Pinnock's good friend, Carlos Brown, who he waxes lyrical about all the time. He's a big fan of Carlos Brown.
Yeah, well, they've got a headache. That's a good headache to have who to drop, not who to pick.
Bit of a thick outside edge on that one. I don't think McKenzie played that as well as he would have liked. Scoots into the cover for a single. And but he's still there.
Once Shamar Joseph comes back for the next game, or Isaiah Thorne recovers from his toe injury, of course, Thaddeus Lovell will have to go.
Keep going.
Good Yorker by Niall Smith, well dug out. And that's Javel Glenn.
Still requires 317, which is a long, long way away. Fading light here at Sabina Park on the penultimate day of this contest. So we expected, many expected, not me, that Jamaica would have been folded for another low score and the game would have been finished today.
A good, nice length, but wrong line there from Niall Smith. Just going off the rails a little bit in his late spell in the day. Just coming back into the attack, not really getting that line and length right just yet.
And these are ideal conditions with the sun gone, the overcast conditions closing in on the day.
Yeah, looking for a little bit of swing and dip. That's good thinking from Tevin Imlach to bring Smith back in. It's a better delivery, but still back of a length. I want to see him attack the stumps more. End of the over. 171 for 3. I think just a single off that over.
Yeah, good over. So Niall Smith bowling in tandem with fellow Borbician Moti. So the entire Guyana attack, except for Thaddeus Lovell, are Borbicians. the three spinners, no, except Ali and Thaddeus, they both play for GCC. They both played, in fact, in a semi-final on Saturday last, and they then traveled on Sunday to come here. Also for DCC, Imlak and Perez played in that semi-final.
Mochi continues. He's almost squared up Kirk McKenzie. That will run down to the fine third man boundary. They're thinking of a second. Javel wanted a second. There certainly wasn't on. But Moti getting the better of McKenzie here.
Yeah, once they make a breakthrough, let's say when one wicket falls, then two comes. Once these two are separated, it's going to be an easy time for Guyana, wrapping up the Jamaica innings.
Yeah, certainly when you expect Veerasamy Pramod to come back into his strength and be bowling those time bombs.
Yeah.
Nice push there by Glenn, but there's no run.
574 first-class wickets from 147 games. That's phenomenal.
Phenomenal.
18 years his career lasted. And it's still going.
And he's a leading wicket taker in regional
Yeah,
cricket as well.
bypassed Nikita Miller, who had 511.
Yeah. Also a left arm spinner,
Yeah.
whose portrait is outside Sabina Park, as are the rest of the Jamaican greats. I really love that about Jamaica. They have a lot of murals and graffiti art of their famous persons, and there's so many famous persons that come from the Jamaican soil.
Yeah, they got names on their stands, statue in their streets.
Yeah.
Guyana hasn't a single name on the Providence Stadium. They're described by colors: red, green, and orange. Not even Red Spirit name is on the media center, and he's an icon.
Well, I think there's a road named after Chandapal outside,
Yeah,
Chandapal
just
Drive.
outside the ground at border.
And that's outside the ground at border, end of the over here, 173 for 3. And this, I believe, would be the last over of the day's play. And I also, it's funny that they call it Chandapal Drive, because I mean, while he was a good player of the cricket ball, he wasn't exactly known for his drive. I would say the Chandapal cut.
No, you
The
can't. call a road
Chandapal
a
glance would have been a better
Yeah,
name.
drive.
He's a good cutter. But Chandapal was a very good driver, but especially down the ground. He was very, very good at that. And it was almost seemed to be on an awkward, maybe 45-degree angle bat, but it's going straight to the boundary.
And he could be aggressive if he wanted to. I remember
yeah.
in Trinidad when Tremendous Vaz was bowling and he had 10 runs to win from the last two balls. He hit a 4 and then he hit a 6.
Yeah.
And that was the great Tremendous Vaz. Left arm swinger like you.
That Kevin Sinclair back into the attack. This one goes fine. He'll run into the fine leg rope. It does indeed. And wait for the signal from the umpire. It's byes.
Yeah, bad bowling again. I'm sorry for Imlak on that occasion. Very bad bowling down the leg side.
And coming back to that game, I'm sure you probably know this fact, but that is the only game ever
Nothing, Rich.
where batter needed to hit a 6 off the last ball of a game to win the match. I mean, there have been other games where they needed a 4 and they hit a 6 or something like that. But it was the only game ever where a 6 was needed to hit off the last ball of the game, and Chandapal was there. And I was there for that game. An appeal for a leg before. I think Javel Glon just managed to get his foot outside the line of that one.
There's it, man.
And when he hit the first boundary, let's see the replay.
Ooh, inside edge, my
Yeah,
apologies.
inside edge. And when he hit the first boundary, people sighed. They said, if only it was a 4, because they never expected Chandapal to hit a 6.
Right on.
No, but I remember I was actually in that. I was in the Oval for that game, And when he bunted the four straight on the ground, I actually thought the fielder stopped it. So I was like, no. But then I was behind the fielder and I saw it go into the ropes for four.
And the six went just over the head of the man at mid-wicket.
Yeah.
Agonizingly close.
Into the Jeffrey Stolmeyer stand.
And there was wild celebration around
Pandemonium.
Capacity Queen's Park Oval.
Back to this one is Javel Glenn. Turns this one quite nicely into acres as a space there. And they can come back for two as it's 3 on. No, it's not on. Chandapol had some quite a bit of jogging to do. That would be Tej Narayan Chandapol, not his illustrious father.
The movie star.
And that is the end of play for the day. The Jamaica Scorpions 179 for 3. They have to make 489 for victory. So that means they're actually 310 runs behind. So they'll come back tomorrow here on their home turf in Sabina Park, and they will certainly be hoping to get those runs. And I certainly suggest that for any fans of the game, you come out tomorrow if you're in and around the Kingston area and enjoy what could be a very good day of cricket. Kirk McKenzie walks off unbeaten, but he has a lot to do. Sean Devers will now wrap up the day's play for you.
Yeah, well, they ended on 179 for the loss of 3 wickets, still wickets in hand, and more importantly, McKenzie is still there. He is on 104, and with him is Glenn, who is on 5. Glenn, in fact, can bat a bit because in the last match he got a 50, but the Guyana bowling has been bang on target. Ali Mohammed has taken 2 wickets and Moti has taken the other one. Until we come back tomorrow at about 5 minutes before 10, I'm Sean Devers on behalf of the entire 360 commentary team saying goodbye for now.